Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 81. Sanjaya said, Then Partha, with a cheerful soul and joined hands and eyes expanded, in wonder, gazed at the god having the bull for his mark and who was the receptacle of every energy. And he beheld the offerings he made every night to Vasudeva lying by the side of the three-eyed deity. The son of Pandu then, mentally worshipping both Krishna and Sarva, said unto the latter, I desire to obtain the celestial weapon. Hearing these words of Partha desiring the boon he sought, God Shiva smilingly said unto Vasudeva and Arjuna, Welcome to you, ye foremost of men. I know the wish cherished by you, and the business for which you have come here. I will give you what you wish. There is a celestial lake full of Amrita, not far from this place, ye slayers of foes. There were kept some time back, that celestial bow and arrow of mine. With them I slew in battle all the enemies of the gods. Bring hither, ye Krishna, that excellent bow with arrow fixed on it. Hearing these words of Shiva, Vasudeva with Arjuna answered, So be it. And then, accompanied by all the attendants of Shiva, those two heroes set out for that celestial lake which possessed hundreds of heavenly wonders, that sacred lake, capable of granting every object, which the god, having the bull for his mark, had indicated to them, and unto that lake, the rishis Nara and Narayana, viz., Arjuna and Vasudeva, went fearlessly. And having reached that lake, bright as the disk of the sun, Arjuna and Achyuta beheld within its waters a terrible snake. And they beheld there another foremost of snakes, that had 1,000 heads. And possessed of the effulgence of fire, that snake was vomiting fierce flames. Then Krishna and Partha, having touched water, joined their hands, and approached those snakes, having bowed unto the god having the bull for his mark. And as they approached the snakes, conversant as they were with the Vedas, they uttered the 100 stanzas of the Veda, to the praise of Rudra, bowing the while with their sincere souls unto Bhava of immeasurable power. Then those two terrible snakes, in consequence of the power of those adorations to Rudra, abandoned their snake forms and assumed the forms of a four-killing bow and arrow. Gratified with what they saw, Krishna and Arjuna then seized that bow and arrow of great effulgence. And those high-souled heroes then brought them away and gave them unto the illustrious Mahadeva. Then from one of the sides of Shiva's body there came out a Brahmacharan of tawny eyes. And he seemed to be the refuge of asceticism. Of blue throat and red locks, he was endued with great might. Taking up that best of bows that Brahmacharan stood placing, both the bow and his feet properly. And fixing the arrow on the bowstring, he began to stretch the latter duly. Beholding the manner of his seizing the handle of the bow and drawing the string and placing of his feet, and hearing also the mantras uttered by Bhava, the son of Pandu, of inconceivable prowess, learnt everything duly. The mighty and puissant Brahmacharan then sped that arrow to that same lake. And he once more threw that bow also in that selfsame lake. Then Arjuna of good memory, knowing that Bhava was gratified with him, and remembering also the boon the latter had given him in the forest, and the sight also he gave him of his person, mentally entertained the desire, let all this become productive of fruit. Understanding this to be his wish, Bhava, gratified with him, gave him the boon. And the god also granted him the terrible Pasapata weapon and the accomplishment of his vow. Then, having thus once more obtained the Pasapata weapon from the supreme god, the invincible Arjuna, with hair standing on end, regarded his business to be already achieved. Then Arjuna and Krishna, filled with joy, paid their adorations unto the great god by bowing their heads. And permitted by Bhava, both Arjuna and Kesava, those two heroes, almost immediately came back to their own camp, filled with transports of delight. Indeed, their joy was as great as that of Indra and Vishnu when those two gods, desirous of slaying Jamba, obtained the permission of Bhava, that slayer of great Asuras. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 82. Sanjaya said, while Krishna and Dwaraka were thus conversing together, that night, O king, passed away. When morning dawned, King Yudhishthira rose from his bed. Panaswanikas and Magadhas and Madhuparkyas and Sudhas gratified that bull among men with songs and music. And dancers began their dance, and sweet-voiced singers sang their sweet songs fraught with the praises of the Kuru race. And skilled musicians, well-trained, in their respective instruments, played on mridangas and jarjaras and baris, and panavas, and anakas, and gamukas, and adamvaras, and conchs, and dundubas of loud sound, and diverse other instruments. That loud noise, deep as the roar of the clouds, touched the very heavens. And it awoke that foremost of kings, viz., Yudhishthira, from his slumber. Having slept happily on his excellent and costly bed, the king awoke. And the monarch, rising from his bed, proceeded to the bathroom for performing those acts that were absolutely necessary. Then 108 servants, attired in white, themselves washed, and all young, approached the king with many golden jars filled to the brim. Seated at his ease on a royal seat, attired in a thin cloth, the king bathed in several kinds of water fragrant with sandalwood and purified with mantras. His body was rubbed by strong and well-trained servants with water in which diverse kinds of medicinal herbs had been soaked. He then washed with adhivishal water rendered fragrant by various odoriferous substances. Obtaining then a long piece of cloth for the head that was as white as the feathers of the swan, and that had been kept loose before him, the king tied it round his head for drying the water. Smearing his body then with excellent sandal paste, and wearing floral garlands, and addressing himself in clean robes, the mighty armed monarch sat with face towards the cast, and his hands joined together. Following the path of the righteous, the son of Kunti then mentally said his prayers. And then with great humility he entered the chamber in which the blazing fire, for worship, was kept. And having worshipped the fire with faggots of sacred wood and with libations of clarified butter sanctified with mantras, he came out of the chamber. Then that tiger among men, entering a second chamber, beheld there many bulls among Brahmanas well acquainted with the Vedas. And they were all self-restrained, purified by the study of the Vedas and by vows. And all of them had undergone the bath on the completion of sacrifices performed by them. Worshippers of the sun, they numbered 1,000. And, besides them, there were also 8,000 others of the same class. And the mighty armed son of Pandu, having caused them to utter, in distinct voices, agreeable benedictions, by making presents to them of honey and clarified butter and auspicious fruits of the best kind, gave unto each of them a nishka of gold, 100 steeds decked with ornaments, and costly robes and such other presents as were agreeable to them. And making unto them presents also of kine yielding milk whenever touched, with calves and having their horns decked with gold and their hoofs with silver, the son of Pandu circumambulated them. And then seeing and touching swastikas fraught with increase of good fortune, and nandyavartas made of gold, and floral garlands, waterpots and blazing fire, and vessels full of sun-dried rice and other auspicious articles, and the yellow pigment prepared from the urine of the cow, and auspicious and well-decked maidens, and curds, and clarified butter and honey, and auspicious birds and diverse other things held sacred, the son of Kunti came into the outer chamber. Then, O mighty armed one, the attendants waiting in that chamber brought an excellent and costly seat of gold that was of a circular shape, decked with pearls and lapis lazuli, and overlaid with a very costly carpet over which was spread another cloth of fine texture, that scat was the handiwork of the artificer himself. After the high-souled monarch had taken his seat, the servants brought to him all his costly and bright ornaments. The high-souled son of Kunti put on those begemmed ornaments, whereupon his beauty became such as to enhance the grief of his foes. And when the servants began to fan him with white yak tails of the bright effulgence of the moon, and all furnished with handles of gold, the king looked resplendent like a mass of clouds charged with lightning. And bards began to sing his praises, and panegyrists uttered his eulogies. And singers began to sing unto that delighter of Kuru's race, and in a moment the voices of the panegyrists swelled into a loud noise. And then was heard the clatter of car wheels, and the tread of horse hoofs. And in consequence of that noise mingling with the tinkle of elephants' bells, and the blare of conchs, and the tread of men, the very earth seemed to tremble. Then one of the orderlies in charge of the doors, cased in mail, youthful in years, decked with earrings, and his sword hanging by his side, entering the private apartment, knelt down on the ground, and saluting with a bend of his head the monarch who deserved every adoration, represented unto that high-souled and royal son of Dharma that Hrishikesa was waiting to be introduced. Then that tiger among men, having ordered his servants, let an excellent seat and an aragya be kept ready for him, caused him of Vrishni's race to be introduced and seated on a costly seat. And addressing Madhava with the usual inquiries of welcome, King Yudhishthira the just duly worshipped Kesva. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 83. Sanjaya said, Then King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saluting Devki's son Janardana, and cheerfully addressed him, saying, Hast thou passed the night happily, O slayer of Madhu? Are all thy perceptions clear, O thou of unfading glory? Vasudeva also made similar inquiries of Yudhishthira. Then the orderly came and represented that the other Kshatriya warriors were waiting to be introduced. Commanded by the king, the man introduced that concourse of heroes, consisting of Virata and Bhimasena and Drishtadyumna and Satyaki and Drishtaketu, the ruler of the Chedis, and the mighty car warriors, Drupada and Sikandin, and the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and Chekatana, and the ruler of the Kalakayas, and Yuyutsu, of Kuru's race, and Uttamajas of the Panchalas, and Udamenyu, and Suvahu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi. These and many other Kshatriyas, approaching that high-souled bull among the Kshatriyas, sat down on excellent seats. Those mighty and high-souled heroes of great splendor, viz., Krishna and Yuyudana, both sat on the same seat. Then in the hearing of them all, Yudhishthira addressing the lotus-eyed slayer of Madhu, and said unto him these sweet words, Relying on thee alone, we, like the celestial one, the deity of 1,000 eyes, seek victory in battle and eternal happiness. Thou art aware, O Krishna, of the deprivation of our kingdom, our exile at the hands of the foe, and all our diverse woes. O Lord of all, O thou that art compassionate unto those that are devoted to thee, upon thee wholly rests the happiness of us all and our very existence, O slayer of Madhu. O thou of Vrishni's race, do that by which my heart may ever rest on thee. Do also that, O Lord, by which the proposed vow of Arjuna may be realized. O, rescue us today from this ocean of grief and rage. O Madhava, become thou today a boat unto us that are desirous of crossing that ocean. The car warriors desirous of slaying the foe cannot, in battle, do that, for the success of his object, which, O Krishna, the car driver can do, if he exerts himself carefully. O Janardana, as thou always savest the Vrishnis in all calamities, even so it behoveth thee to save us from this distress, O mighty armed one. O bearer of the conch, discus, and mace, rescue the sons of Pandu sunk in the fathomless and boatless Kuru ocean, by becoming a boat unto them. I bow to thee, O God of the Lord of the gods, O thou that art eternal, O supreme destroyer, O Vishnu, O Jishnu, O Hari, O Krishna, O Vaikuntha, O best of mate beings. Narada described thee as that ancient and best of rishis, called Narayana, that giveth boons, that beareth the bow Saranga, and that is the foremost of all. O Madhava, make those words true. Thus addressed in the midst of that assembly by King Yudhishthira the just, Kesva, that foremost of speakers, replied unto Yudhishthira in a voice deep as that of clouds charged with rain, saying, in all the worlds, including that of the celestials, there is no bowman equal to Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, possessed of great energy, accomplished in weapons, of great prowess and great strength, celebrated in battle, ever wrathful, and of great energy. Arjuna is the foremost of men. Youthful in years, bull-necked, and of long arms, he is endued with great strength. Treading like a lion or a bull, and exceedingly beautiful, he will slay all thy foes. As regards myself, I will do that by which Arjuna, the son of Kunti, may be able to consume the troops of Dhritarashtra's son like a swelling conflagration. This very day, Arjuna will, by his arrows, dispatch that vile wretch of sinful deeds, that slayer of Subhadra's son, viz., Jayadratha, to that road from which no traveler comes back. Today vultures and hawks and furious jackals and other carnivorous creatures will feed on his flesh. O Yudhishthira, if even all the gods with Indra become his protectors today, Jayadratha will still, slain in the thick of battle, repair to Yama's capital. Having slain the ruler of the Sindhus, Jishnu will come to thee in the evening. Dispel thy grief and the fever of thy heart, O king, and be thou graced with prosperity. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 84. Sanjaya said, while Yudhishthira, Vasudeva, and others were thus conversing, Dhananjaya came there, desirous of beholding that foremost one of Bharata's race, viz., the king, as also his friends and well-wishers. After he had entered that auspicious chamber, and having saluted him duly, had taken its stand before the king, that bull among the Pandavas, viz., King Yudhishthira, rising up from his seat, embraced Arjuna with great affection. Smelling his head and embracing him with his arms, the king blessed him heartily. And addressing him smilingly, he said, "It is evident, O Arjuna, that complete victory certainly awaits thee in battle, judging from thy countenance, bright and cheerful as it is, and by the fact that Janardana is well pleased with thee." Then Jishnu related unto him that highly wonderful incident, saying, "Blessed be thou, O monarch, I have, through Kesva's grace, beheld something exceedingly wonderful." Then Dhananjaya related everything he had seen about his meeting with the three-eyed god, for assuring his friends. Then all the hearers, filled with wonder, bent their heads to the ground. And bowing unto the god having the bull for his mark, they said, "Excellent, excellent." Then all the friends and well-wishers of the Pandavas, commanded by the son of Dharma, quickly and carefully proceeded to battle, their hearts filled with rage, against the foe. Saluting the king, Yuyudhana and Kesva and Arjuna cheerfully set out from Yudhishthira's abode. And those two invincible warriors, those two heroes, viz., Yuyudhana and Janardana, together proceeded on the same car to Arjuna's pavilion. Arrived there, Hrishikesa, like a charioteer, by profession, began to equip that car bearing the mark of the Prince of Apes and belonging to that foremost of car warriors, viz., Arjuna. And that foremost of cars, of the effulgence of heated gold, and of rattle resembling the deep roar of the clouds, equipped by Krishna, shone brightly like the morning sun. Then that tiger among men, viz., Vasudeva, clad in mail, informed Partha, who had finished his morning prayers, of the fact that his car had been properly equipped. Then that foremost of men in this world, viz., the diadem-decked Arjuna, clad in golden armor, with his bow and arrows in hand, circumambulated that car. and adored and blessed with benedictions about victory by Brahmanas, old in ascetic penances and knowledge in years, ever engaged in the performance of religious rites and sacrifices, and having their passions under control, Arjuna then ascended that great car, that excellent vehicle, which had previously been sanctified with mantras capable of giving victory in battle, like Surya of blazing rays ascending the eastern mountain. And that foremost of car warriors decked with gold, in consequence, or those golden ornaments of his, on his car like Surya of blazing splendor on the breast of Meru. After Partha, Yuyudhana and Janardana mounted on that car, like the twin Ashwins riding the same car with Indra while coming to the sacrifice of Saryati. Then Govinda, that foremost of charioteers, took the reins of the steeds, like Mad Ali taking the reins of Indra's steeds, while the latter went to battle for slaying Vritra. Mounted on that best of cars with those two friends, that slayer of large bodies of foes, viz., Partha, proceeded for achieving the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus, like Soma rising in the firmament, with Buddha and Sukra, for destroying the gloom of night, or like Indra proceeding with Varuna and Surya to the great battle with the Asuras, occasioned by the abduction of Tarka, the wife of Vrihaspati. The bards and musicians gratified the heroic Arjuna, as he proceeded, with the sound of musical instruments and auspicious hymns of good omen. And the voices of the panegyrists and the bards uttering benedictions of victory and wishing good day, mingling with the sounds of musical instruments, became gratifying to those heroes. And an auspicious breeze, fraught with fragrance, blew from behind Partha, gladdening him and sucking up the energies of his foes. And at that hour, O king, many auspicious omens of various kinds appeared to view, indicating victory to the Pandavas and defeat to thy warriors, O sire. Beholding those indications of victory, Arjuna, addressing the great bowman Yuyudhana on his right, said these words, O Yuyudhana, in today's battle my victory seems to be certain, since, O bull of Seni's race, all these auspicious omens are seen. I shall, therefore, go thither where the ruler of the Sindhus waiteth for the display of my energy and in expectation of repairing to the regions of Yama. Indeed, as the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus is one of my most imperative duties, even so is the protection of King Yudhishthira the just another of my most imperative obligations. O thou of mighty arms, be thou today the king's protector. Thou wilt protect him even as I myself protect him. I do not behold the person in the world who would be able to vanquish thee. Thou art, in battle, equal to Vasudeva himself. The chief of the celestials himself is unable to vanquish thee. Reposing this burden on thee, or on that mighty car warrior Pradyumna, I can, O bull among men, without anxiety slay the ruler of the Sindhus. O thou of the Satwata race, no anxiety need be entertained on my account. With thy whole heart must thou protect the king. There where the mighty armed Vasudeva stayeth, and where I myself stay, without doubt, the slightest danger to him or me can never befall. Thus addressed by Partha, Satyaki, that slayer of hostile heroes, replied saying, So be it. And then the latter proceeded to the spot where King Yudhishthira was. Footnotes 164:1 Vasavamaiva is a mistake for Vasavashiva. Jayadrathavada Parva. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 85. Dhritarashtra said, after Abhimanyu's slaughter when the next day came, what did the Pandavas, afflicted with grief and sorrow, do? Who amongst my warriors fought with them? Knowing, as they did, the achievements of Savyasakan, O tell me, how the Kauravas could, having perpetrated such a wrong, remain fearlessly. How could they in battle venture even to gaze at that tiger among men, viz., Arjuna, as he advanced like the all-destroying death himself in fury, burning with grief on account of the slaughter of his son? Beholding that warrior having the Prince of Apes on his banner, that hero grieved on account of his son's death, shaking his gigantic bow in battle, what did my warrior do? What, O Sanjaya, hath befallen unto Duryodhana? A great sorrow hath overtaken us today. I do not any longer hear the sounds of joy. Those charming sounds, highly agreeable to the ear, that were formerly heard in the abode of the Sindhu king, alas, those sounds are no longer heard today. Alas, in the camp of my sons, the sounds of countless bards and panegyrists singing their praises, and of dances are no longer heard. Formerly, such sounds used to strike my ears incessantly. Alas, as they are plunged into grief, I do not any longer hear those sounds uttered in their camp. Formerly, O Sanjaya, while sitting in the abode of Somadatta, who was devoted to truth, I used to hear such delightful sounds. Alas, how destitute of religious merit I am, for I observe the abode of my sons today to be echoing with sounds of grief and lamentations, and destitute of every noise betokening life and energy. In the houses of Vivansati, Dharmaka, Chitrasena, Vikarna, and other sons of mine, I do not hear the sounds I used to hear formerly. That great bowman, viz., the son of Drona, who was the refuge of my sons, upon him Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, and a large number of disciples used to wait, who took pleasure day and night in controversial disputations, and talk, and conversation, and the stirring music of diverse instruments, and in various kinds of delightful songs, who was worshipped by many persons among the Kurus, the Pandavas, and the Satwatas. Alas, O Sutta, in the abode of that son of Drona no sound can be heard as formerly. Singers and dancers used, in a large number, to wait closely upon that mighty bowman, viz., the son of Drona. Alas, their sounds can no longer be heard in his abode. That loud noise which rose in the camp of Vinda and Anyavinda every evening, alas, that noise is no longer heard there. Not in the camp of the Kaikyas can that loud sound of song and slapping of palms be heard today which their soldiers, engaged in dance and revelry, used to make. Those priests competent in the performance of sacrifices who used to wait upon Somadatta's son, that refuge of scriptural rites, alas, their sounds can no longer be heard. The twang of the bowstring, the sounds of Vedic recitation, the whiz of lances and swords, and rattle of car wheels, used incessantly to be heard in the abode of Drona. Alas, those sounds can no longer be heard there. That swell of songs of diverse realms, that loud noise of musical instruments, which used to arise there, alas, those can no longer be heard today. When Janardana of unfading glory came from Upaplavia, desirous of peace, from compassion for every creature, I then, O Sutta, said unto the wicked Duryodhana, obtaining Vasudeva as the means, make peace with the Pandavas, O son. I think the time has come for making peace. Do not, O Duryodhana, transgress my command. If thou settest Vasudeva aside, who now begs thee for peace and addresses thee for my good, victory thou wilt never have in battle. Duryodhana, however, did set aside him of Dasara's race, that bull among all bowmen, who then spoke what was for Duryodhana's good. By this, he embraced what was calamitous to himself. Seized by death himself, that wicked-souled son of mine, rejecting my counsels, adopted those of Dusasana and Karna. I myself did not approve of the game of dice. Vidura did not approve of it. The ruler of the Sindhus did not, nor Bhishma, nor Salya, nor Burishravas, nor Parumithra, nor Jaya, nor Aswathaman, nor Kripa, nor Drona, O Sanjaya. If my son had conducted himself according to the counsels of these persons, he would then, with his kinsmen and friends, have lived forever in happiness and peace. Of sweet and delightful speech, ever saying what is agreeable amid their kinsmen, highborn, loved by all, and possessed of wisdom, the sons of Pandu are sure to obtain happiness. The man who casteth his eye on righteousness always and everywhere obtaineth happiness. Such a man after death winneth benefit and grace. Possessed of sufficient might, the Pandavas deserved to enjoy half the earth. The earth girt by the seas is as much their ancestral possession as of the Kurus. Possessed of sovereignty, the Pandavas will never deviate from the track of righteousness. O child, I have kinsmen to whose voice the Pandavas will ever listen, such, for instance, as Salya, Somadata, the high-souled Bhishma, Drona, Vikarna, Valhika, Kripa, and others among the Bharatas that are illustrious and reverend in years. If they speak unto them on thy behalf, the Pandavas will certainly act according to those beneficial recommendations. Or, who amongst these, thinkest thou, belongs to their party that will speak to them otherwise? Krishna will never abandon the path of righteousness. The Pandavas are all obedient to him. Words of righteousness spoken by myself also, those heroes will never disobey, for the Pandavas are all of righteous soul. Piteously lamenting, O Sutta, I spoke these and many such words unto my son. Foolish as he is, he listened not to me. I think all this to be the mischievous influence of time. There where Vrikotara and Arjuna are, and the Vrishni hero, Satyaki, and Uttamajas of the Panchalas, and the invincible Udamanyu, and the irrepressible Drishtadyumna, and the unvanquished Sikandin, the Asmakas, the Kakayas, and Kshatradharman of the Samakas, the ruler of the Chedis, and Chekatana, and Vibhu, the son of the ruler of the Kasi, the sons of Draupadi, and Virata, and the mighty car warrior Drupada, and those tigers among men viz., the twins, Nakula and Sadeva, and the stare. Of Madhu to offer counsel, who is there in this world that would fight these, expecting to live? Who else, again, is there, save Duryodhana, and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and Dusasana as their fourth, for I do not see the fifth that would venture to resist my foes while the latter displayed their celestial weapons. They who have Vishnu himself on their car, clad in mail and reins in hand, they who have Arjuna for their warrior, they can never have defeat. Doth not Duryodhana now recollect those lamentations of mine? The tiger among men, Bhishma, thou hast said, has been slain. I think, beholding the fruits of the words uttered by the far-seeing Vidura, my sons are now indulging in lamentations. I think, beholding his army overwhelmed by Sini's grandson and Arjuna, beholding the terraces of his cars empty, my sons are indulging in lamentations. As a swelling conflagration urged by the winds consumes a heap of dry grass at the close of winter, even so will Dhananjaya consume my troops. O Sanjaya, thou art accomplished in narration. Tell me everything that transpired after the doing of that great wrong to Partha in the evening. When Abhimanyu was slain, what became the state of your minds? Having, O son, greatly offended the wielder of Gandiva, my warriors are incapable of bearing in battle his achievements. What measures were resolved upon by Duryodhana and what by Karna? What also did Dusasana and Suvala's son do? O Sanjaya, O son, that which has in battle befallen all my children assembled together, is certainly due to the evil acts of the wicked Duryodhana, who followeth in the path of avarice, who is of wicked understanding, whose judgment is perverted by wrath, who coveteth sovereignty, who is foolish, and who is deprived of reason by anger. Tell me, O Sanjaya, what measures were then adopted by Duryodhana? Were they ill-judged or well-judged? Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 86. Sanjaya said, I will tell thee all, for everything hath been witnessed by me with my own eyes. Listen calmly. Great is thy fault. Even as an embankment is useless after the waters of the field have flowed away, Even so, O king, are these lamentations of thine useless. O bull of Bharata's race, do not grieve. Wonderful as are the decrees of the destroyer, they are incapable of being transgressed. Do not grieve, O bull of Bharata's race, for this is not new. If thou hadst formerly restrained Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, and thy sons also from the match at dice, this calamity then would never have overtaken thee. If, again, when time for battle came, hadst thou restrained both the parties inflamed by wrath, this calamity then would never have overtaken thee. If, again, hadst thou formerly urged the Kurus to slay the disobedient Duryodhana, then this calamity would never have overtaken thee. If thou hadst done any of these acts, the Pandavas, the Panchalas, the Vrishnis, and the other kings would then have never known thy wrongheadedness. If, again, doing thy duty as a father, thou hadst, by placing Duryodhana in the path of righteousness, caused him to tread along it, then this calamity would never have overtaken thee. Thou art the wisest man on earth. Forsaking eternal virtue, how couldst thou follow the counsels of Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni? These lamentations of thine, therefore, O king, that I hear, of thine that art wedded to worldly wealth, seem to me to be honey mixed with poison. O monarch, formerly Krishna did not respect King Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, or Drona, so much as he used to respect thee. When, however, he came to know thee as one fallen off from the duties of a king, since then Krishna hath ceased to regard thee with respect. Thy sons had addressed various harsh speeches towards the sons of Pritha. Thou wast indifferent to those speeches then, O thou that wieldest sovereignty, unto thy sons. The consequence of that indifference of thine hath now overtaken thee. O sinless one, the ancestral sovereignty is now in danger. If it is not so, obtain now the whole earth subjugated by the sons of Pritha. The kingdom that the Kurus enjoy, as also their fame had been acquired by the Pandus. The virtuous sons of Pandu added to that kingdom and that fame. Those achievements, however, of theirs became, to them, barren of fruit as they came in contact with thee, since they were deprived of even their ancestral kingdom by the covetous self. Now, O king, when the battle has begun, thou censurest thy sons, indicating diverse faults of theirs. This is scarcely becoming. The Kshatriyas, while fighting, do not take care of their very lives. Indeed, those bulls among Kshatriyas fight, penetrating into the array of the Parthas. Who else, indeed, save the Kauravas, would venture to fight with that force which is protected by Krishna and Arjuna, by Satyaki and Vrkodara? Them that have Arjuna for their warrior, them that have Janardana for their counselor, them that have Satyaki and Vrkodara for their protectors, what mortal bowman is there that would dare fight with, save the Kauravas and those that are following their lead? All that is capable of being achieved by friendly kings endued with heroism and observant of the duties of Kshatriyas, all that is being done by the warriors on the Kaurava side. Listen now, therefore, to everything that hath taken place in the terrible battle between those tigers among men, viz., the Kurus and the Pandavas. Footnotes 168:1 Apavritam is explained by Nilkantha as endangered or made doubtful. What Sanjaya says is that if it is not so, thou shalt then have to undergo the bitterness of ruling over the whole world bestowed upon thee by the Pandavas. Either the Pandavas will snatch away thy kingdom or make thee ruler of the whole after slaying thy sons. Either of these alternatives would be bitter to thee. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 87. Sanjaya said, after that fight had passed away, Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, began to array all his divisions for battle. Diverse sounds were heard, O monarch of angry heroes shouting in wrath and desirous of slaying one another. And some stretched their bows, and some rubbed with their hands their bowstrings. And drawing deep breaths, many of them shouted, saying, "Where is that Dhananjaya?" And some began to throw upwards, and again seize, their naked swords, unyielding, well-tempered, of the color of the sky, possessed of great sharpness, and furnished with beautiful hilts. And brave warriors, desirous of battle, by thousands, were seen to perform the evolutions of swordmen and of bowmen, with skill acquired by practice. Some whirling their maces decked with bells, smeared with sandal paste, and adorned with gold and diamonds inquired after the sons of Pandu. Some, intoxicated with the pride of strength, and possessed of massive arms, obstructed the welkin with their spiked clubs that resembled a forest of flag, staff raised in honor of Indra. Others, brave warriors all, adorned with beautiful garlands of flowers, desirous of battle, occupied diverse portions of the field, armed with diverse weapons. Where is Arjuna? Where is that Govinda? Where is proud Bhima? Where also are those allies of theirs? Even thus did they call upon them in battle. Then, blowing his conch and himself urging the horses to great speed, Drona moved about with great celerity, arraying his troops. After all those divisions that delight in battle had taken up their stations, Bharadvaja's son, O king, said these words unto Jayadratha: Thyself, Somadatta's son, the mighty car warrior Karna, Aswathaman, Salya, Vrishasena, and Kripa, with 100,000 horse, 60,000 cars, 4 and 10,000 elephants with rent temples, 1 and 20,000 foot soldiers clad in mail, take up your station behind me at the distance of 12 miles. There the very gods with Vasvat at their head will not be able to attack thee. What need be said, therefore, of the Pandavas? Take comfort, O ruler of the Sindhus. Thus addressed, by Drona, Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, became comforted. And he proceeded to the spot indicated by Drona, accompanied by many Gandhara warriors, and surrounded by those great car warriors, and with many foot soldiers clad in mail, prepared to fight vigorously and armed with nooses. The steeds of Jayadratha, well skilled in bearing of drawing, were all, O monarch, decked with yak tails and ornaments of gold. And 7,000 such steeds, and 3,000 other steeds of the Sindhu breed were with him. Thy son Dharmarshana, desirous of doing battle, stationed himself at the head of all the troops, accompanied by 1,500 infuriated elephants and awful size clad in mail and of fierce deeds, and all ridden by well-trained elephant riders. Thy 2 other sons, viz., Dusasana and Vikarna, took up their position amid the advanced divisions of the army for the accomplishment of the objects of Jayadratha. The array that Bharadvaja's son formed, part sakata and part a circle, was full 48 miles long, and the width of its rear measured 20 miles. Drona himself formed that array with countless brave kings stationed with it, and countless cars and steeds and elephants and foot soldiers. In the rear of that array was another impenetrable array of the form of lotus. And within that lotus was another dense array called the needle. Having formed his mighty array thus, Drona took up his station. At the mouth of that needle, the great bowman Kritavarman took up his stand. Next to Kritavarman, O sire, stood the ruler of the Kambojas and Jalasandha. Next to these stood Duryodhana and Karna. Behind them hundreds and thousands of unreturning heroes were stationed in that sakata for protecting its head. Behind them all, O monarch, and surrounded by a vast force, was King Jayadratha stationed at one side of that needle-shaped array. At the entrance of the sakata, O king, was Bharadvaja's son. Behind Drona was the chief of the Bhojas, who protected him. Clad in white armor, with excellent headgear, of broad chest and mighty arms, Drona stood, stretching his large bow, like the destroyer himself in wrath. Beholding Drona's car, which was graced with a beautiful standard and had red sacrificial altar and a black deerskin, the Kauravas were filled with delight. Seeing that array formed by Drona, which resembled the ocean itself in agitation, the Siddhas and the Charanas were filled with wonder. And all creatures thought that array would devour the whole earth with her mountains and seas and forests, and abounding with diverse things. And King Duryodhana, beholding that mighty array in the form of a Sakata, teeming with carts and men and steeds and elephants, roaring dreadful of wonderful form, and capable of riving the hearts of foes, began to rejoice. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 88. Sanjaya said, after the divisions of the Kuru army had been, thus, arrayed, and a loud uproar, O sire, had arisen, after drums and mridangas began to be beaten and played upon, after the din of the warriors and the noise of musical instruments had become audible, after conch began to be blown, and an awful roar had arisen, making the hair stand on end. After the field of battle had been slowly covered by the Bharata heroes desirous of fight, and after the hour called Rudra had set in, Savya Sakan made his appearance. Many thousands of ravens and crows, O Bharata, proceeded sporting on the front of Arjuna's car. Various animals of terrible cries, and jackals of inauspicious sight, began to yell and howl on our right as we proceeded to battle. Thousands of blazing meteors fell with great noise. The whole earth trembled on that dreadful occasion. Dry winds blew in all directions, accompanied by thunder, and driving barred pebbles and gravel when Kunti's son came at the commencement of battle. Then Nakula's son, Satanika, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Pritha, those two warriors possessed of great wisdom, arrayed the several divisions of the Pandavas. Then thy son Durmarshana, accompanied by 1,000 cars, 100 elephants, 3,000 heroes, and 10,000 foot soldiers, and covering a piece of ground that measured the length of 1,500 bows, took up his position at the very van of all the troops, and said, like the continent resisting the surging sea, even I will today resist the wielder of Gandiva, that scorcher of foes, that warrior who is irresistible in battle. Let people today behold the wrathful Dhananjaya collide with me, like a mass of stone against another stony mass. Ye car warriors that are desirous of battle, stay ye, as witness. Alone I will fight with all the Pandavas assembled together, for enhancing my honor and fame. That high-souled and noble son of thine, that great bowman, saying this, stood there surrounded by many great bowmen. Then, like the destroyer himself in wrath, or Vasva himself armed with the thunder, or death's irresistible self armed with his club and urged on by time, or Mahadeva armed with the trident and incapable of being ruffled, or Varuna bearing his noise, or the blazing fire at the end of the yuga risen for consuming the creation, the slayer of the Nivedakavachas inflamed with rage and swelling with might, the ever-victorious Jaya, devoted to truth and desirous of achieving his great vow, clad in mail and armed with sword, decked in golden diadem, adorned with garlands of swords of white flowers and attired in white robes, his arms decked with beautiful ingathas and ears with excellent earrings, mounted on his own foremost of cars, the incarnate, Nara, accompanied by Narayana, shaking his Gandiva in battle, shone brilliantly like the risen sun. And Dhananjaya of great prowess, placing his car, O king, at the very van of his army, where densest showers of arrows would fall, blew his conch. Then Krishna also, O sire, fearlessly blew with great force his foremost of conchs, called Panchajanya, as Partha blew his. And in consequence of the blare of the conchs, all the warriors in thy army, O monarch, trembled and became lost heart. And their hair stood on end at that sound. As in creatures are oppressed with fright at the sound of the thunder, even so did all thy warriors took fright at the blare of those conchs. And all the animals ejected urine and excreta. Thy whole army with its animals became filled with anxiety, O king, and in consequence of the blare of those, two, conchs, all men, O sire, lost their strength. And some amongst them, O monarch, were inspired with dread, and some lost their senses. And the ape on Arjuna's banner, opening his mouth wide, made an awful noise with the other creatures on it, for terrifying thy troops. Then conchs and horns and cymbals and anakas were once more blown and beat for cheering thy warriors. And that noise mingled with the noise of diverse, other, musical instruments, with the shouts of warriors and the slaps of their armpits, and with their leonine roars uttered by great car warriors in summoning and challenging their antagonists. When that tumultuous uproar rose there, an uproar that enhanced the fear of the timid, the son of Pakasana, filled with great delight, addressing him of Dasara's race, said these words. Arjuna said, urge the steeds, O Hrishikesa, to where Dharmarshana stayeth. Piercing through that elephant division, I will penetrate into the hostile army. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by Savyasakan, the mighty armed Kesva urged the steeds to where Dharmarshana was staying. Fierce and awful was the encounter that commenced there between one and the many, an encounter that proved very destructive of cars and elephants and men. Then Partha, resembling a pouring cloud, covered his foes with showers of shafts, like a mass of clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. The hostile of car warriors also, displaying great lightness of hand, quickly covered both Krishna and Dhananjaya with clouds of arrows. The mighty armed Partha, then, thus opposed in battle by his foes, became filled with wrath, and began to strike off with his arrows the heads of car warriors from their trunks. And the earth became strewn with beautiful heads decked with earrings and turbans, the nether lips bit by the upper ones, and the faces adorned with eyes troubled with wrath. Indeed, the scattered heads of the warriors looked resplendent like an assemblage of plucked off and crushed lotuses lying strewn about the field. Golden coats of mail dyed with gore, lying thick over the field, looked like masses of clouds charged with lightning. The sound, O king, of severed heads dropping on the earth resembled that of falling palmyra fruits ripened in due time. Headless trunks arose, some with bow in hand, and some with naked swords upraised in the act of striking. Those brave warriors incapable of brooking Arjuna's feats and desirous of vanquishing him had no distinct perception as to when their heads were struck off by Arjuna. The earth became strewn with heads of horses, trunks of elephants, and the arms and legs of heroic warriors. This is one Partha. Where is Partha? Here is Partha. Even thus, O king, the warriors of thy army became filled with the idea of Partha only. Deprived of their senses by time, they regarded the whole world to be full of Partha only, and therefore many of them perished, striking one another, and some struck even their own selves. Uttering yells of woe, many heroes, covered with blood, deprived of their senses, and in great agony, laid themselves down, calling upon their friends and kinsmen. Arms, bearing short arrows, or lances, or darts, or swords, or battle-axes, or pointed stakes, or scimitars, or bows, or spears, or shafts, or maces, and cased in armor and decked with ingathas and other ornaments, and looking like large snakes, and resembling huge clubs, cut off from trunks, with mighty weapons, were seen to jump about, jerk about, and move about, with great force, as if in rage. Every one amongst those that wrathfully advanced against Partha in that battle, perished, pierced in his body with some fatal shafts of that hero. While dancing on his car as it moved, and drawing his bow, no one there could detect the minutest opportunity for striking him. The quickness with which he took his shafts, fixed them on the bow, and let them off, filled all his enemies with wonder. Indeed, Fulguna, with his shafts, pierced elephants and elephant riders, horses and horse riders, car warriors and drivers of cars. There was none amongst his enemies, whether staying before him or struggling in battle, or wheeling about, whom the son of Pandu did not slay. As the sun rising in the welkin destroyeth the thick gloom, even so did Arjuna destroy that elephant force by means of his shafts winged with canker plumes. The field occupied by thy troops, in consequence of riven elephants fallen upon it, looked like the earth strewn with huge hills at the hour of universal dissolution. As the midday sun is incapable of being looked at by all creatures, even so was Dhananjaya, excited with wrath, and capable of being looked at, in battle, by his enemies. The troops of thy son, O chastiser of foes, afflicted with the arrows of Dhananjaya, broke and fled in fear. Like a mass of clouds pierced and driven away by a mighty wind, that army was pierced and routed by Partha. None indeed could gaze at the hero while he was slaying the foe. Urging their heroes to great speed by spurs, by the horns of their bows, by deep growls, by encouraging behests, by whips, by cuts on their flanks, and by threatening speeches, thy men, viz., thy cavalry and thy car warriors, as also thy foot soldiers, struck by the shafts of Arjuna, fled away from the fields. Others, that rode on elephants, fled away, urging those huge beasts by pressing their flanks with their hooks, and many warriors struck by Partha's arrows, and flying, ran against Partha himself. Indeed, thy warriors then became all cheerless, and their understandings were all confused. Footnotes 172:1 The original is pleonastic. 172:2 This verse obviously needs correction. Instead of golden coats of mail, I think some such correction is needed, viz. Coats of mail, of black iron, decked with gold and dyed with blood, etc. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 89. Dhritarashtra said, when the van of my army thus slaughtered by the diadem decked, Arjuna, broke and fled, who were those heroes that advanced against Arjuna? Did any of them actually fight with Arjuna, or did all, abandoning their determination, enter the Sakata array, getting behind the fearless Drona, resembling a solid wall? Sanjaya said, when Indra's son Arjuna, O sinless one, began, with his excellent arrows, to break and incessantly slay that force of ours, many heroes were either slain, or becoming dispirited, fled away. None in that battle was capable of even looking at Arjuna. Then thy son Dusasana, O king, beholding that state of the troops, became filled with wrath and rushed against Arjuna for battle. That hero of fierce prowess, cased in a beautiful coat of mail, made of gold, and his head covered with a turban decked with gold, caused Arjuna to be surrounded by a large elephant force which seemed capable of devouring the whole earth. With sound of the elephant's bells, the blare of conchs, the twang of bowstrings, and the grunts of the tuskers, the earth, the points of compass, and the welkin seemed to be entirely filled. That period of time became fierce and awful. Beholding those huge beasts with extended trunks filled with wrath and rushing quickly towards him, like winged mountains urged on with hooks, Dhananjaya, that lion among men, uttering a leonine shout, began to pierce and slay that elephant force with his shafts. And like a makara penetrating into the vast deep, surging into mountain waves when agitated by the tempest, the diadem-decked Arjuna penetrated into that elephant host. Indeed, Partha, that subjugator of hostile cities, was then seen by all on every side to resemble the scorching sun that rises, transgressing the rule about direction and hour, on the day of the universal destruction. And in consequence of the sound of horses' hoofs, rattle of car wheels, the shouts of combatants, the twang of bowstrings, the noise of diverse musical instruments, the blare of Panchajanya and Devdatta, and roar of Gandiva, men and elephants were dispirited and deprived of their senses. And men and elephants were riven by Savyasakan with his shafts, whose touch resembled that of snakes of virulent poison. And those elephants, in that battle, were pierced all over their bodies with shafts, numbering thousands upon thousands shot from Gandiva. While thus mangled by the diadem-decked Arjuna, they uttered loud noises and incessantly fell down on the earth like mountains shorn of their wings. Others struck at the jaw, or frontal lobes, or temples with long shafts, uttered cries resembling those of cranes. The diadem-decked Arjuna began to cut off, with his straight arrows, the heads of warriors standing on the necks of elephants. Those heads decked with earrings, constantly falling on the earth, resembled a multitude of lotuses that Partha was calling for an offer to his gods. And while the elephants wandered on the field, many warriors were seen to hang from their bodies, divested of armor, afflicted with wounds, covered with blood, and looking like painted pictures. In some instances, 2 or 3 warriors, pierced by one arrow winged with beautiful feathers and well shot from Gandiva, fell down on the earth. Many elephants deeply pierced with long shafts fell down, vomiting blood from their mouths, with the riders on their backs, like hills overgrown with forests tumbling down through some convulsion of nature. Partha, by means of his straight shafts, cut into fragments the bowstrings, standards, bows, yokes, and shafts of the car warriors opposed to him. None could notice when Arjuna took up his arrows, when he fixed them on the bowstring, when he drew the string, and when he let them off. All that could be seen was that Partha seemed to dance on his car with his bow incessantly drawn to a circle. Elephants, deeply pierced with long shafts and vomiting blood from their mouths, fell down, as soon as they were struck, on the earth. And in the midst of that great carnage, O monarch, innumerable headless trunks were seen to stand up. Arms, with bows in grasp, or whose fingers were cased in leathern gloves, holding swords, or decked with ingadas and other ornaments of gold, cut off from trunks, were seen lying about. And the field of battle was strewn with innumerable upashkaras and adhisthanas, and shafts, and crowns, crushed car wheels, and broken akshas, and yokes, and warriors armed with shields and bows, and floral garlands, and ornaments and robes and fallen standards. And in consequence of those slain elephants and steeds, and the fallen bodies of Kshatriyas, the earth there assumed an awful aspect. Dusasana's forces, thus slaughtered, O king, by the diadem-decked Arjuna, fled away. Their leader himself was in great pain, for Dusasana, greatly afflicted by those shafts, overcome by fear, entered with his division the Sakata array, seeking Drona as his deliverer. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 90. Sanjaya said, slaying the force of Dusasana, the mighty car warrior, Savyasakan, desirous of getting at the ruler of the Sindhus, proceeded against the division of Drona. Having approached Drona, who was stationed at the entrance of the array, Partha, at Krishna's request, joined his hands and said these words unto Drona, Wish me well, O Brahmana, and bless me, saying Svisti. Through thy grace, I wish to penetrate into this impenetrable array. Thou art to me even as my sire, or even as King Yudhishthira the Just, or even as Krishna. I tell thee this truly. O sire, O sinless one! Even as a Swathaman deserves to be protected by thee, I also deserve to be protected by thee, O foremost of regenerate ones. Through thy grace, O foremost of men, I desire to stay the ruler of the Sindhu in battle. O Lord, see that my vow is accomplished. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed by him, the preceptor, smiling, replied unto him, saying, O Vibhatsu, without vanquishing me, thou shalt not be able to vanquish Jayadratha. Telling him this much, Drona, with a smile, covered him with showers of sharp arrows, as also his car and steeds and standard and charioteer. Then, Arjuna, baffling Drona's arrowy showers with his own arrows, rushed against Drona, shooting mightier and more awful shafts. Observant of Kshatriya duties, Arjuna then pierced Drona in that battle with 9 arrows. Cutting the shafts of Arjuna by his own shafts, Drona then pierced both Krishna and Arjuna with many shafts that resembled poison or fire. Then, while Arjuna was thinking of cutting of Drona's bow with his arrows, the latter, endued with great valor, fearlessly and quickly cut off, with shafts the bowstring of the illustrious Falguna. And he also pierced Falguna's steeds and standard and charioteer. And the heroic Drona covered Falguna himself with many arrows, smiling the while. Meantime, stringing his large bow anew, Partha, that foremost of all persons conversant with arms, getting the better of his preceptor, quickly shot 600 arrows as if he had taken and shot only one arrow. And once more he shot 700 other arrows, and then 1,000 arrows incapable of being resisted, and 10,000 other arrows. All these slew many warriors of Drona's array. Deeply pierced with those weapons by the mighty and accomplished Partha, acquainted with all modes of warfare, many men and steeds and elephants fell down deprived of life. And car warriors, afflicted by those shafts, fell down from their foremost of cars, deprived of horses and standards and destitute of weapons and life. And elephants fell down like summits of hills, or masses of clouds, or large houses, loosened, dispersed, or burnt down by the thunder, or by the wind, or fire. Struck with Arjuna's shafts, thousands of steeds fell down like swans on the breast of Himavat, struck down by the force of watery current. Like the sun, that rises at the end of the yuga, drying up with his rays vast quantities of water, the son of Pandu, by his showers of weapons and arrows, slew a vast number of car warriors and steeds and elephants and foot soldiers. Then like the clouds covering the sun, the Drona cloud, with its arrowy showers, covered the Pandava sun, whose rays in the shape of thick showers of arrows were scorching in the battle the foremost ones among the Kurus. And then the preceptor struck Dhananjaya at the breast with a long shaft shot with great force and capable of drinking the lifeblood of every foe. Then Arjuna, deprived of strength, shook in all his limbs, like a hill during an earthquake. Soon, however, regaining for fortitude, Vibhatsu pierced Drona with many winged arrows. Then Drona struck Vasudeva with 5 arrows. And he struck Arjuna with 370 arrows, and his standard with 3. Then, O king, the valorous Drona, getting the better of his disciple, within the twinkling of an eye made Arjuna invisible by means of his arrowy showers. We then beheld the shafts of Bharadvaja's son falling in continuous lines, and his bow also was seen to present the wonderful aspect of being incessantly drawn to a circle. And those shafts, countless in number, and winged with the kanka feathers, shot by Drona in that battle, incessantly fell, O king, on Dhananjaya and Vasudeva. Beholding then that battle between Drona and the son of Pandu, Vasudeva of great intelligence began to reflect upon the accomplishment of the important task. Then Vasudeva, addressing Dhananjaya, said these words, O Partha, O thou of mighty arms, we should not waste time. We must go on, avoiding Drona, for a more important task awaits us. In reply Partha said unto Krishna, O Kesava, as thou pleasest. Then keeping the mighty armed Drona to their right, Arjuna proceeded onwards. Turning his face round, Vibhatsu proceeded, shooting his shafts. Then Drona, addressing Arjuna, said, Whither dost thou proceed, O son of Pandu? Is it not true that thou ceasest not to fight till thou hast vanquished thy foe? Arjuna answered, Thou art my preceptor and not my foe. I am thy disciple and, therefore, like to thy son. Nor is there the man in the whole world who can vanquish thee in battle. Sanjaya continued, saying these words, the mighty armed Vibhatsu, desirous of slaying Jayadratha, quickly proceeded against the Kaurava troops. And while he penetrated into thy army, those high-souled princes of Panchala, viz., Udamanyu, and Uttamajas followed him as the protector of his wheels. Then, O king, Jaya, and Kritavarman of the Satwata race, and the ruler of the Kambojas, and Shrutayas, began to oppose the progress of the Nanjaya. And these had 10,000 car warriors for their followers. The Abhishatas, the Surasenas, the Sivas, the Vasatas, the Mavalakas, the Lilithyas, the Kaikyas, the Madrakas, the Narayana Gopalas, and the various tribes of the Kambojas who had before been vanquished by Karna, all of whom were regarded as very brave, placing Bharadvaja's son at their head, and becoming regardless of their lives, rushed towards Arjuna for resisting that angry hero. Burning with grief on account of the death of his son, that warrior resembling all-destroying death himself. Clad in mail, conversant with all modes of warfare, prepared to throw away his life in thick of battle, that mighty bowman of great prowess, that tiger among men, who resembled an infuriate leader of elephantine herd, and who seemed ready to devour the whole hostile army. The battle then that commenced was exceedingly fierce and made the hair stand on end, between all those combatants on the one side and Arjuna on the other. And all of them, uniting together, began to resist that bull among men, advancing for the slaughter of Jayadratha, like medicines resisting a raging disease. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 91. Sanjaya said, held in check by them, that foremost of car warriors, viz., Partha of great might and prowess, was quickly pursued by Drona from behind. The son of Pandu, however, like diseases scorching the body, blasted that army, scattering his sharp shafts and resembling on that account the sun himself scattering his countless rays of light. And steeds were pierced, and cars with riders were broken and mangled, and elephants were overthrown. And umbrellas were cut off and displaced, and vehicles were deprived of their wheels. And the combatants fled on all sides, exceedingly afflicted with arrows. Even thus progressed that fierce battle between those warriors and Arjuna encountering each other. Nothing could be distinguished. With his straight shafts, Arjuna, O monarch, made the hostile army tremble incessantly. Firmly devoted to truth, Arjuna then, of white steeds desirous of accomplishing his vow, rushed against the foremost of car warriors, viz., Drona of red steeds. Then the preceptor, Drona, struck his disciple, viz., the mighty bowman Arjuna, with 25 straight shafts capable of reaching the very vitals. Thereupon, Vibhatsu, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, quickly rushed against Drona, shooting arrows capable of baffling the force of counter-arrows shot at him. Invoking into existence then the Brahma weapon, Arjuna, of immeasurable soul, baffled with his straight shafts those shot so speedily at him by Drona. The skill we then beheld of Drona was exceedingly wonderful, since Arjuna, though young, and though struggling vigorously, could not pierce Drona with a single shaft. Like a mass of clouds pouring torrents of rain, the Drona cloud rained shower on the Partha mountain. Possessed of great energy, Arjuna received that arrowy downpour, O king, by invoking the Brahma weapon, and cut off all those arrows by arrows of his own. Drona then afflicted Partha of white steeds with 25 arrows. And he struck Vasudeva with 70 arrows on the chest and arms. Partha then, of great intelligence, smiling the while resisted the preceptor in that battle who was incessantly shooting sharp arrows. Then those two foremost of car warriors, while thus struck by Drona, avoided that invincible warrior, who resembled the raging Yuga fire. Avoiding those sharp shafts shot from Drona's bow, the diadem-decked son of Kunti, adorned with garlands of flowers, began to slaughter the host of the Bhojas. Indeed, avoiding the invincible Drona, who stood immovable like the Menaka mountain, Arjuna took up his position between Kritavarman and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kambojas. Then that tiger among men, viz., the ruler of the Bhojas, coolly pierced that invincible and foremost descendant of Ruru with 10 arrows winged with kanka feathers. Then Arjuna pierced him, O monarch, in that battle with 100 arrows. And once more he pierced him with 3 other arrows, stupefying that hero of the Satwata race. The ruler of the Bhojas then, laughing the while, pierced Partha and Vasudeva each with 5 and 20 arrows. Arjuna then, cutting off Kritavarman's bow, pierced him with 1 and 20 arrows resembling blazing flames of fire or angry snakes of virulent poison. Then Kritavarman, that mighty car warrior, taking up another bow, pierced Arjuna in the chest, O Bharata, with 5 arrows. And once more he pierced Partha with 5 sharp arrows. Then Partha struck him in return in the center of the chest with 9 arrows. Beholding the son of Kunti obstructed before the car of Kritavarman, he of Vrishni's race thought that no time should be wasted. Then Krishna, addressing Partha, said, "Do not show any mercy to Kritavarman. Disregarding thy relationship with him, crush and slay him." Then Arjuna, stupefying Kritavarman with his arrows, proceeded, on his swift steeds, to the division of the Kamvojas. Seeing Arjuna of white steeds penetrate into the Kamvoja force, Kritavarman became filled with wrath. Taking his bow with arrows fixed thereon, he then encountered the 2 Panchala princes. Indeed, Kritavarman, with his arrows resisted those 2 Panchala princes as they advanced, following Arjuna for protecting his wheels. Then Kritavarman, the ruler of the Bhojas, pierced them both with sharp shafts, striking Udamanyu with 3, and Uttamajas with 4. Those 2 princes in return each pierced him with 10 arrows. And once more, Udamanyu shooting 3 arrows and Uttamajas shooting 3 cut off Kritavarman's standard and bow. Then the son of Hritika, taking up another bow, and becoming infuriated with rage, deprived both those warriors of their bows and covered them with arrows. Then those 2 warriors, taking up and stringing 2 other bows, began to pierce Kritavarman. Meanwhile Vibhatsu penetrated into the hostile army. But those 2 princes, resisted by Kritavarman, obtained no admittance into the Dhritarashtra host, although those bulls among men struggled vigorously. Then Arjuna of white steeds quickly afflicted in that battle the divisions opposed to him. That slayer of foes, however, slew not Kritavarman, although he had got him within reach. Beholding Partha thus proceeding, the brave king Srutayuta, filled with wrath, rushed at him, shaking his large bow. And he pierced Partha with 3 arrows, and Janardana with 70. And he struck the standard of Partha with a very sharp arrow having a razor-like head. Then Arjuna, filled with wrath, deeply pierced his antagonist with 90 straight shafts, like a rider striking a mighty elephant with the hook. Srutayuta, however, could not, O king, brook that act of prowess on the part of Pandu's son. He pierced Arjuna in return with 70 shafts. Arjuna then cut off Srutayuta's bow and then his quiver, and angrily struck him on the chest with 7 straight shafts. Then King Srutayuta, deprived of his senses by wrath, took up another bow and struck the son of Vasva with 9 arrows on the latter's arms and chest. Then Arjuna, that chastiser of foes, laughing the while, O Bharata, afflicted Srutayuta with many thousands of arrows. And that mighty car warrior quickly slew also the latter's steeds and charioteer. Endued with great strength, the son of Pandu then pierced his foe with 70 arrows. Then the valiant king Srutayuta, abandoning that steedless car, rushed in that encounter against Partha, uplifting his mace. The heroic king Srutayuta was the son of Varuna, having for his mother that mighty river of cool water called Parnasa. His mother, O king, had for the sake of her son, begged Varuna, saying, "Let this my son become unslayable on earth." Varuna, gratified with her, had said, "I give him a boon highly beneficial to him, viz., a celestial weapon, by virtue of which this thy son will become unslayable on earth by foes. No man can have immortality. O foremost of rivers, every one who hath taken birth must inevitably die. This child, however, will always be invincible by foes in battle through the power of this weapon. Therefore, let thy heart's fever be dispelled. Having said these words, Varuna gave him, with mantras, a mace. Obtaining that mace, Sritayuta became invincible on earth. Unto him, however, illustrious Lord of the waters again said, this mace should not be hurled at one who is not engaged in fight. If hurled at such a person, it will come back and fall upon thyself. O illustrious child, if so hurled, it will then course in an opposite direction and slay the person hurling it. It would seem that when his hour came, Sritayuta disobeyed that injunction. With that hero-slaying mace he attacked Janardana. The valiant Krishna received that mace on one of his well-formed and stout shoulders. It failed to shake Sari, like the wind failing to shake the Vindhya mountain. That mace, returning unto Sritayuta himself, struck that brave and wrathful king staying on his car, like an ill-accomplished act of sorcery, injuring the performer himself, and slaying that hero fell down on the earth. Beholding the mace turned back and Sritayuta slain, loud cries of alas and oh arose there among the troops, at the sight of Sritayuta that chastiser of foes, slain by a weapon of his own. And because, O monarch, Sritayuta had hurled that mace at Janardana, who was not engaged in fighting, it slew him who had hurled it. And Sritayuta perished on the field, even in the manner that Varuna had indicated. Deprived of life, he fell down on the earth before the eyes of all the bowmen. While falling down, that dear son of Parnassus shone resplendent like a tall banyan with spreading boughs broken by the wind. Then all the troops and even all the principal warriors fled away, beholding Sritayuta, that chastiser of foes, slain. Then the son of the ruler of the Kambojas, viz., the brave Sudakshina, rushed on his swift steeds against Fulguna, that slayer of foes. Partha, then, O Bharata, sped 7 shafts at him. Those shafts passing through the body of that hero, entered the earth. Deeply pierced those shafts sped in battle from Gandiva. Sudakshina pierced Arjuna in return with 10 shafts winged with kanka feathers. And piercing Vasudeva with 3 shafts, he once more pierced Partha with 5. Then, O sire, Partha, cutting off Sudakshina's bow, lopped off the latter's standard. And the son of Pandu pierced his antagonist with a couple of broad-headed arrows of great sharpness. Sudakshina, however, piercing Partha once more with 3 arrows, uttered a leonine shout. Then the brave Sudakshina, filled with wrath, hurled at the wielder of Gandiva a terrible dart made wholly of iron and decked with bells. That dart blazing as a large meteor and emitting sparks of fire, approaching that mighty car warrior, pierced him through and fell down on the earth. Deeply struck by that dart and overcome with a swoon, Arjuna soon enough recovered. Then that hero of mighty energy, licking the corners of his mouth, that son of Pandu, of inconceivable feats, pierced his foe, along with his steeds, standard, bow, and charioteer, with 4 and 10 shafts winged with kanka feathers. With other arrows, countless in number, Partha then cut Sudakshina's car into fragments. And then the son of Pandu pierced Sudakshina, the prince of the Kambojas, whose purpose and prowess had both been baffled, with a sharp arrow in the chest. Then the brave prince of the Kambojas, his coat of mail cut off, his limbs weakened, his diadem and ingadas displaced, fell head downwards, like a pole of Indra when hurled from an engine. Like a beautiful carnicora tree in the spring, gracefully growing on a mountain summit with beautiful branches, lying on the earth when uprooted by the wind, the prince of the Kambojas lay on the bare ground, deprived of life, though deserving of the costliest bed, decked with costly ornaments. handsome, possessed of eyes that were of a coppery hue, and bearing on his head a garland of gold, endued with the effulgence of fire, the mighty-armed Sudakshina, the son of the ruler of the Kambojas, overthrown by Partha with his shafts, and lying on the earth, reft of fife, looked resplendent like a beautiful mountain with a level top. Then all the troops of thy son fled away, beholding Sritayuta, and Sudakshina the prince of the Kambojas, slain. Footnotes 180:1 The original is pleonastic. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 92. Sanjaya said, upon the fall of Sudakshina and of the heroic Sritayuta, O monarch, thy warriors, filled with wrath, rushed with speed at Partha. The Abhishatas, the Surasenas, the Sivas, the Vasatas began, O king, to scatter their arrowy showers on the Nanjaya. The son of Pandu then consumed by means of his arrows 600 of them at once. Thereupon, those warriors, terrified, fled away like smaller animals from a tiger. Rallying, they once more surrounded Partha, who was slaying his foes and vanquishing them in battle. The Nanjaya then, with shafts sped from Gandiva, speedily felled the heads and arms of the combatants thus rushing upon him. Not an inch of the field of battle was unstrewn with fallen heads, and the flights of crows and vultures and ravens that hovered over the field seemed to form a cloudy canopy. Seeing their men thus exterminated, Srutaeus and Achyutius were both filled with wrath. And they continued to contend vigorously with the Nanjaya. Endued with great might, proud, heroic, of noble lineage, and possessed of strength of arms, those two bowmen, O king, solicitous of winning great fame and desirous, for the sake of thy son, to compass the destruction of Arjuna, quickly showered upon the latter their arrowy downpours at once from his right and left. Those angry heroes, with 1,000 straight shafts, covered Arjuna like two masses of clouds filling a lake. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., Srutaeus, filled with wrath, struck the Nanjaya with a well-tempered lance. That crusher of foes, viz., Arjuna, then, deeply pierced by his mighty foe, swooned away in that battle, stupefying Kesava also by that act. Meanwhile, the mighty car warrior Achyutius forcibly struck the son of Pandu with a keen-pointed spear. By the act he seemed to pour an acid upon the wound of the high-souled son of Pandu. Deeply pierced therewith, Partha supported himself by seizing the flagstaff. Then a leonine shout was sent forth by all the troops, O monarch, in the belief that Dhananjaya was deprived of life. And Krishna also was scorched with grief upon beholding Partha senseless. Then Kesava comforted Dhananjaya with soothing words. Then those foremost of car warriors, viz., Srutaeus and Achyutius, of true aim, pouring their arrowy showers on all sides, in that battle, made Dhananjaya and Vasudeva of Vrishni's race invisible with their car and car wheels and kuvaras, their steeds and flagstaff and banner. And all this seemed wonderful. Meanwhile, O Bharata, Vibhatsu slowly regained his senses, like one come back from the very abode of the king of the dead. Beholding his car with Kesava overwhelmed with arrows, and seeing also those two antagonists of his staying before him like two blazing fires, the mighty car warriors Partha then invoked into existence the weapon named after Sakra. From that weapon flowed thousands of straight shafts. And those shafts struck Srutaeus and Achyutius, those mighty bowmen. And the arrows shot by the latter, pierced by those of Partha, coursed through the welkin. And the son of Pandu, quickly baffling those arrows by the force of his own arrows, began to career over the field, encountering mighty car warriors. Meanwhile Srutaeus and Achyutius were, by Arjuna's arrowy showers, deprived of their arms and heads. And they fell down on the earth, like a couple of tall trees broken by the wind. And the death of Srutaeus and slaughter of Achyutius created surprise equal to what men would feel at the sight of the ocean becoming dry. Then slaying 50 car warriors amongst the followers of those two princes, Partha proceeded against the Bharata army, slaying many foremost of warriors. Beholding both Shruteus and Achyutius slain, their sons, those foremost of men, viz., Nyateus and Durgayus, O Bharata, both filled with rage, rushed against the son of Kunti, scattering shafts of diverse kinds, and much pained by the calamity that had happened to their sires. Arjuna, excited with rage, in a moment dispatched them both towards Yama's abode, by means of straight shafts. And those bulls among Kshatriyas that were in the Kuru army were unable to resist Partha, who agitated the Dhartarashtra ranks, like an elephant agitating the waters of a lake filled with lotuses. Then thousands of trained elephant riders amongst the Angas, O monarch, filled with rage, surrounded the son of Pandu with their elephant force. Urged by Duryodhana, many kings also of the west and the south, and many others headed by the ruler of the Kalingas, also surrounded Arjuna, with their elephants huge as hills. Partha, however, with shafts sped from Gandiva, quickly cut off the heads and arms, decked with ornaments, of those advancing combatants. The field of battle, strewn with those heads and arms decked with angadhas, looked like golden stones entwined by snakes. And the arms of warriors cut off therewith, while failing down, looked like birds dropping down from trees. And the elephants, pierced with thousands of arrows and shedding blood from their wounds, looked like hills in the season of rains, with liquefied red chalk streaming down their sides. Others, slain by Partha with sharp shafts, lay prostrate on the field. And many mlekas on the backs of elephants, of diverse kinds of ugly forms, robed in diverse attires, O king, and armed with diverse kinds of weapons, and bathed in blood, looked resplendent as they lay on the field, deprived of life by means of diverse kinds of arrows. And thousands of elephants, along with their riders and those on foot that urged them forward, struck with Partha's shafts, vomited blood, or uttered shrieks of agony, or fell down, or ran ungovernably in all directions. And many, exceedingly frightened, trod down and crushed their own men. And many which were kept as reserves, and which were fierce as snakes of virulent poison, did the same. And many terrible Yavnas and Paratas and Sakas and Valhikas and Mlekas born of the cow, belonging to Vasishtha, of fierce eyes, accomplished in smiting, looking like messengers of death, and all conversant with the deceptive powers of the Asuras, and many Darvabisuras and Daradas and Pundras, numbering by thousands of bands, and together forming a force that was countless, began to shower their sharp shafts upon the son of Pandu. Accomplished in various modes of warfare, those Mlekas covered Arjuna with their arrows. Upon them, Dhananjaya also quickly poured his arrows. And those arrows, shot from Gandiva, looked like flights of locusts, as they coursed through the welkin. Indeed, Dhananjaya, having by his arrows caused a shade over the troops like that of the clouds, slew, by the force of his weapons, all the Mlekas, with heads completely shaved or half-shaved or covered with matted locks, impure in habits, and of crooked faces. Those dwellers of hills, pierced with arrows, those denizens of mountain caves, fled away in fear. And ravens and kankas and wolves, with great glee, drank the blood of those elephants and steeds and their Mleka riders overthrown on the field by Partha with his sharp shafts. Indeed, Arjuna caused a fierce river to flow there whose current consisted of blood. Slain, foot soldiers and steeds and cars and elephants constituted its embankments. The showers of shafts poured constituted its rafts, and the hairs of the combatants formed its moss and weeds. And the fingers cut off from the arms of warriors formed its little fishes. And that river was as awful as death itself at the end of the Yuga. And that river of blood flowed towards the region of Yama, and the bodies of stained elephants floating on it obstructed its current. And the earth was covered all over with the blood of Kshatriyas and of elephants and steeds and their riders, and became one bloody expanse like to what is seen when Indra showers a heavy downpour covering uplands and lowlands alike. And that bull among Kshatriyas dispatched 6,000 horsemen and again 1,000 foremost of Kshatriyas in that battle into the jaws of death. Thousands of well-equipped elephants, pierced with arrows, lay prostrate on the field, like hills struck down by thunder. And Arjuna careered over the field, slaying steeds and car warriors and elephants, like an elephant of rent temples crushing a forest of reeds. As a conflagration, urged by the wind, consumes a dense forest of trees and creepers and plants and dry wood and grass, even so did that fire, viz., Pandu's son Dhananjaya, having shafts for its flames, and urged on by the Krishna wind, angrily consumed the forest of thy warriors. Making the terraces of cars empty, and causing the earth to be strewn with human bodies, Dhananjaya seemed to dance bow in hand, in the midst of those vast masses of men. Deluging the earth with blood by means of his shafts, endued with the strength of the thunder, Dhananjaya, excited with wrath, penetrated into the Bharata host. While thus proceeding, Shruteyas, the ruler of the Amvastas, resisted him. Arjuna then, O sire, speedily felled with keen shafts equipped with canker feathers, the steeds of Shruteyas struggling in battle. And cutting off with other shafts, the bow also of his antagonist, Partha careered over the field. The ruler of the Amvastas, then with eyes troubled in wrath, took up a mace and approached the mighty car warrior Partha and Kesva also in that battle. Then that hero, uplifting his mace, stopped the progress of Arjuna's car by its strokes, and struck Kesva also therewith. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Arjuna, beholding Kesva struck with that mace, became filled with wrath. And then, O Bharata, that hero, with his shafts, equipped with wings of gold, covered the ruler of the Amvastas, that foremost or car warriors, armed with mace, like clouds covering the risen sun. With other shafts, Partha then cut off the mace of that high-souled warrior in fragments, reducing it almost to dust. And all this seemed highly wonderful. Beholding that mace of his cut off in fragments, the ruler of the Amvastas took up another huge mace, and repeatedly struck both Arjuna and Kesva therewith. Then Arjuna, with a couple of sharp broad-faced arrows, cut off the uplifted arms of Shruteyas which held the mace, those arms that looked like a couple of Indra's standard, and with another winged arrow he cut off the head of that warrior. Thus slain, Shruteyas fell down, O king, filling the earth with a loud noise, like a tall standard of Indra when the strings, tying it to the engine on which it is set, are cut off. Surrounded then on all sides by rounds of cars and by hundreds upon hundreds of elephants and cars, Partha became invisible like the sun covered with clouds. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 93. Sanjaya said, after the son of Kunti, impelled by the desire of slaying the ruler of the Sindhus, had penetrated into the Bharata host, having pierced through the irresistible divisions of both Drona and the Bhojas, after the heir of the ruler of the Kambojas, viz., Prince Sudakshina, had been slain, after Savyasakan had killed the valiant Shrutayuta also, after the Kuru ranks had fled away and confusion had set in on all sides, thy son, beholding his army broken, repaired to Drona. Quickly coming on his car to Drona, Duryodhana said, that tiger among men, viz., Arjuna, having crushed this vast host, hath already passed through it. Aided by thy judgment, think now what should be done next for the slaughter of Arjuna in view of awful carnage. Blessed be thou, adopt such measures that that tiger among men may not succeed in slaying Jayadratha. Thou art our sole refuge. Like a raging conflagration consuming heaps of dry grass and straw, Dhananjaya fire, urged by the wind of his wrath, is consuming the grass and straw constituted by my troops. O scorcher of foes, seeing the son of Kunti pass, having pierced through this host, those warriors that are protecting Jayadratha have become doubtful of their ability to resist Partha. O foremost of those acquainted with Brahma, it was the settled conviction of the kings that Dhananjaya would never, with life, succeed in transgressing Drona. O thou of great splendor, when, however, Partha has pierced through thy division in the very sight, I regard my army to be very weak. Indeed, I think that I have no troops. O thou that art highly blessed, I know thou art devoted to the welfare of the Pandavas. I lose my reason, O regenerate one, in thinking what should be done. To the best of my power, I also seek to gratify thee. Thou, however, dost not bear all this in mind. O thou of immeasurable prowess, although we are devoted to thee, still thou never seekest our welfare. Thou art always well pleased with the Pandavas and always engaged in doing us evil. Though deriving thy livelihood from us, still thou art engaged in doing evil to us. I was not aware that thou art but a razor steeped in honey. If thou hadst not granted me the boon about humiliating and checking the Pandavas, I would never have prevented the ruler of the Sindhus from returning to his own country. Fool that I am, expecting protection from thee, I assured the ruler of the Sindhus, and through my folly offered him as a victim to death. A man may escape, having entered the very jaws of death, but there is no escape for Jayadratha when once he comes within reach of Dhananjaya's arms. O thou that ownest red steeds, do that by which the ruler of the Sindhus may yet be saved. Do not give way to wrath on hearing the delirious ravings of my afflicted self. O, protect ye the ruler of the Sindhus. Drona said, I do not find fault with thy words. Thou art as dear to me as a Swathaman himself. I tell thee truly. Act, however, now according to my words, O king. Of all drivers of cars, Krishna is the foremost. His steeds are also the foremost of their species. Obtaining only a very small space, Dhananjaya can pass very quickly through it. Sayest thou not that the shafts of the diadem-decked Arjuna, countless in number, shot from his bow, are falling full 2 miles behind his car as he is proceeding? Burdened with the weight of years, I am now incapable of going so fast. The whole army of the Parthas, again, is now close upon our van. Yudhishthira also should be seized by me. Even so, O thou of mighty arms, hath been the vow made by me in the presence of all bowmen and in the midst of all the Kshatriyas. O king! He is now staying at the head of his troops, abandoned by Dhananjaya. I shall not, therefore, abandoning the gate of our array, fight with Fulguna. It is meet that thyself, properly supported, shouldst fight with that foe of thine, who is alone and who is thy equal in lineage and feats. Do not fear. Go and fight with him. Thou art the ruler of the world. Thou art a king. Thou art a hero. Possessed of fame, thou art accomplished in vanquishing thy foes. O brave subjugator of hostile towns, go thyself to that spot where Dhananjaya the son of Pritha is. Duryodhana said, O preceptor, how is it possible for me to resist Dhananjaya who has transgressed even thee that art the foremost of all wielders of arms? The very chief of celestials, armed with the thunder, is capable of being vanquished in battle, but Arjuna, that subjugator of hostile towns, cannot be vanquished in battle. He by whom Hritika's son, Kritavarman, the ruler of the Bhojas, and thyself equal unto a celestial, have both been vanquished by the power of his weapons, he by whom Shrutayas hath been slain, as also Sudakshina, and King Shrutayas too, he by whom both Shrutayas and Achyutius and myriads of Mlekas also have been slain. How can I contend in battle with that invincible son of Pandu, that accomplished master of weapons, who is even like an all-consuming fire? How also dost thou think me competent to fight with him today? I am dependent on thee like a slave. Protect my fame. Drona said, Thou sayest truly, O thou of Kuru's race, that Dhananjaya is irresistible. I, however, will do that by which thou shalt be able to bear him. Let all the bowmen in the world behold today the wonderful feat of the son of Kunti being held and checked by thee in the very sight of Vasudeva. This thy armor of gold, O king, I will tie on thy body in such a way that no weapon used by man will be able to strike thee in battle. If even the three worlds with the Asuras and the Celestials, the Yakshas, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas, together with all human beings, fight with thee today, thou needst still entertain no fear. Neither Krishna, nor the son of Kunti, nor any other wielder of weapons in battle, will be able to pierce this armor of thine with arrows. Cased in that coat of mail, quickly go thou today against angry Arjuna in battle. He will not be able to bear thee. Sanjaya said, having said these words, Drona, that foremost of persons conversant with Brahma, touching water, and duly uttering certain mantras, speedily tied that highly wonderful and bright armor on Duryodhana's body for the victory of thy son in that dreadful battle, and causing, by that act, all persons there to be filled with amazement. And Drona said, Let the Vedas, and Brahman, and the Brahmanas, bless thee. Let all the higher classes of reptiles be a source of blessings to thee, O Bharata. Let Yayati and Nahusha, and Dundhumara, and Bhajaratha, and the other royal sages, all do what is beneficial to thee. Let blessings be to thee from creatures having but one leg, and from those that have many legs. Let blessings be to thee, in this great battle from creatures that have no legs. Let Svaha, and Svadha, and Sachi, also, all do what is beneficial to thee. O sinless one, let Lakshmi and Arundhati too do what is beneficial to thee. Let Asita, and Devala, and Viswamitra, and Angiras, and Vasishtha, and Kasyapa, O king, do what is beneficial to thee. Let Dhatri, and the Lord of the worlds, and the points of the compass, and the regents of those points, and the six-faced Kartikeya, all give thee what is beneficial. Let the divine Vivasvat benefit thee completely. Let the four elephants, of the four quarters, the earth, the firmament, the planets, and he who is underneath the earth and holds her, on his head, O king, viz., Sesha, that foremost of snakes, give thee what is for thy benefit. O son of Gandhari, formerly the Asura named Vritra, displaying his prowess in battle, had defeated the best of celestials in battle. The latter, numbering thousands upon thousands, with mangled bodies, those denizens of heaven, with Indra at their head, deprived of energy and might, all repaired to Brahman and sought his protection, afraid of the great Asura Vritra. And the god said, O best of gods, O foremost of celestials, be thou the refuge of the gods now crushed by Vritra. Indeed, rescue us from this great fear. Then Brahmana, addressing Vishnu staying beside him as also those best of celestials headed by Sakra, said unto them that were all cheerless, these words fraught with truth, Indeed, the gods with Indra at their head, and the Brahmanas also, should ever be protected by me. The energy of Tvastri from which Vritra hath been created is invincible. Having in days of yore performed ascetic penances for 1,000,000 of years, Tvastri, then, ye gods, created Vritra, obtaining permission from Mahesvara. That mighty foe of yours hath succeeded in smiting you through the grace of that god of gods. Without going to the place where Sankara stayeth, ye cannot see the divine Hara. Having seen that god, ye will be able to vanquish Vritra. Therefore, go ye without delay to the mountains of Mandara. There stayeth that origin of ascetic penances, that destroyer of Daksha's sacrifice, that wielder of Pinaka, that lord of all creatures, that slayer of the Asura called Bhaganetra. Thus addressed by Brahman, the gods proceeding to Mandara with Brahman in their company, beheld there that heap of energy, that supreme god endued with the splendor of 1,000,000 suns. Seeing the gods, Mahesvara welcomed them and inquired what he was to do for them. The sight of Ray person can never be fruitless. Let the fruition of your desires proceed from this. Thus addressed by him, the dwellers of heaven replied, We have been deprived of our energy by Vritra. Be thou the refuge of the dwellers of heaven. Behold, O Lord, our bodies beaten and bruised by his strokes. We seek thy protection. Be thou our refuge, O Mahesvara. The god of gods, called Sarva, then said, Ye gods, it is well known to you how this action, fraught with great strength, terrible and incapable of being resisted by persons destitute of ascetic merit, originated, springing from the energy of Tvastri, the divine artificer. As regards myself, it is certainly my duty to render aid to the dwellers of heaven. O Sakra, take this effulgent armor from off my body. And, O chief of the celestials, put it on, mentally uttering these mantras. Drona continued, having said these words, the boon-giving Shiva gave that armor with the mantras to be uttered by the wearer. Protected by that armor, Sakra proceeded against the host of Vritra in battle. And although diverse kinds of weapons were hurled at him in that dreadful battle, yet the joints of that armor could not be cut open. Then the Lord of the Celestials slew Vritra, and afterwards gave unto Angiras that armor, whose joints were made up of mantras. And Angiras imparted those mantras to his son Vrihaspati, having a knowledge of all mantras. And Vrihaspati imparted that knowledge to Agnavesya of great intelligence. And Agnavesya imparted it to me, and it is with the aid of those mantras, O best of kings, that I, for protecting thy body, tie this armor on thy body. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, Drona, that bull among preceptors, once more addressed thy son, of great splendor, saying, O king, I put this armor on thy body, joining its pieces with the aid of Brahma strings. In days of yore, Brahma himself had thus put it on Vishnu in battle. Even as Brahma himself had put this celestial armor on Sakra in the battle caused by the abduction of Tarka, I put it on thee. Having thus, with mantras, donned that armor duly on Duryodhana, the regenerate Drona sent the king to battle. And the mighty armed king, cased in armor by the high-souled preceptor, and accomplished in smiting, and 1,000 infuriated elephants endued with great prowess, and 100,000 horses, and many other mighty car warriors, proceeded towards the car of Arjuna. And the mighty armed king proceeded, with the sound of diverse kinds of musical instruments, against his foe, like Virakana's son, Vali in days of yore. Then, O Bharata, a loud uproar arose among thy troops, beholding the Kuru king proceeding like a fathomless ocean. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 94. Sanjaya said, after that bull among men, viz., Duryodhana, had set out from behind, following Partha and him of Vrishni's race, O king, both of whom had penetrated into the Kaurava army, the Pandavas, accompanied by the Samakas, quickly rushed against Drona with loud shouts. And then commenced the battle, between them and Drona's troops. And the battle that took place between the Kurus and the Pandavas at the gate of the array was fierce and awful, making the hair stand on end. The sight filled the spectators with wonder. O king, the sun was then in the meridian. That encounter, O monarch, was truly such that we had never seen or heard of its like before. The Parthas headed by Drishtadyumna, all accomplished in smiting and arrayed properly, covered the troops of Drona with showers of arrows. Ourselves also, placing Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, at our head, covered the Parthas, gathered by Prashada's son, with our shafts. The two hosts, adorned with cars and looking beautiful, then appeared like two mighty masses of clouds in the summer sky, driven towards each other by opposite winds. Encountering each other, the two hosts increased their impetuosity, like the rivers the Ganga and the Yamuna, swollen with water during the season of the rains. Having diverse kinds of weapons for the winds that ran before them, teeming with elephants and steeds and cars charged with lightning, constituted by the maces wielded by the warriors, the fierce and mighty cloud formed by the Kuru host, urged on by the Drona tempest, and pouring incessant shafts that constituted its torrents of rain, sought to quench the scorching Pandava fire. Like an awful hurricane in summer agitating the ocean, that best of Brahmanas, viz., Drona, agitating the Pandava host. Exerting themselves with great vigor, the Pandavas rushed towards Drona alone for piercing his host, like a mighty torrent of water towards a strong embankment, for sweeping it away. Like an immovable hill resisting the fiercest current of water, Drona, however, resisted in that battle the enraged Pandavas and Panchalas and Kakayas. Many other kings also, endued with great strength and courage, attacking them from all sides, began to resist the Pandavas. Then that tiger among men, viz., the son of Prashada, uniting with the Pandayas, began repeatedly to strike Drona for piercing the hostile host. Indeed, as Drona showered his arrows on Prashada's son, even so did the latter shower his on Drona. Having scimitars and swords for the winds that blew before it, well equipped with darts and lances and sabers, with the bowstring constituting its lightning, and the twang of the bow for its roars, the Drishtadhyamna cloud poured on all sides torrents of weapons, as its showers of stones. Slaying the foremost of car warriors and a large number of steeds, the son of Prashada seemed to deluge the hostile divisions with his arrowy downpours. And the son of Prashada, by his arrows, turned Drona away from all those tracks amid the car divisions of the Pandavas, through which that hero attempted to pass, striking the warriors there with his shafts. And although Drona struggled vigorously in that battle, yet his host, encountering Drishtadhyamna, became divided into 3 columns. One of these retreated towards Kritavarman, the chief of the Bhojas, another towards Jalasandha, and fiercely slaughtered the wild by the Pandavas, proceeded towards Drona himself. Drona, that foremost of car warriors, repeatedly united his troops. The mighty warrior Drishtadhyamna as often smote and separated them. Indeed, the Dhartarashtra force, divided into 3 bodies, was slaughtered by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas fiercely, like a herd of cattle in the woods, by many beasts of prey, when unprotected by herdsmen. And people thought that in that dreadful battle, it was Death himself who was swallowing the warriors first stupefied by Drishtadhyamna. As a kingdom of a bad king is destroyed by famine and pestilence and robbers, even so was thy host afflicted by the Pandavas. And in consequence of the rays of the sun failing upon the weapons and the warriors, and of the dust raised by the soldiers, the eyes of all were painfully afflicted. Upon the Kaurava host being divided into 3 bodies during that dreadful carnage by the Pandavas, Drona, filled with wrath, began to consume the Panchalas with his shafts. And while engaged in crushing those divisions and exterminating them with his shafts, the form of Drona became like that of the blazing Yuga fire. That mighty car warrior pierced cars, elephants, and steeds, and foot soldiers, in that battle, each with only a single arrow, and never employing more than one in any case. There then was no warrior in the Pandava army who was capable of bearing, O Lord, the arrows shot from the bow of Drona. Scorched by the rays of the sun and blasted by the shafts of Drona, the Pandava divisions there began to reel about on the field. And thy host also, similarly slaughtered by Prashada's son, seemed to blaze up at every point like a dry forest on fire. And while both Drona and Drishtadhyamna were slaughtering the 2 hosts, the warriors of both armies, in utter disregard of their lives, fought everywhere to the utmost extent of their prowess. Neither in thy host, nor in that of the enemy, O bull of Bharata's race, was there a single warrior who fled away from the battle through fear. Those uterine brothers, viz., Vivangsati and Chitrasena, and the mighty car warrior Vikarna, surrounded Kunti's son Bhimasena on all sides. And Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Kshimadhurti of great prowess supported thy 3 sons, who contended against Bhimasena. King Valhika of great energy and noble parentage, with his own troops and counselors, resisted the sons of Draupadi. Saivya, the chief of the Govasanas, with 1,000 foremost warriors, faced the son, of great prowess, of the king of the Kasis and resisted him. King Salya, the ruler of the Madras, surrounded royal Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, who resembled a blazing fire. The brave and wrathful Dusasana, properly supported by his own divisions, angrily proceeded, in that battle, against Satyaki, that foremost of car warriors. I myself, with my own troops, cased in mail and equipped with weapons, and supported by 400 foremost of bowmen, resisted Chekatana. Sakuni with 700 Gandhara warriors armed with bows, darts, and swords, resisted the son of Madri, viz., Sadeva. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, those 2 great bowmen, who had, for the sake of their friend, Duryodhana, uplifted their weapons, disregarding their lives, encountered Virata, the king of the Matsyas. King Valhika, exerting himself vigorously, resisted the mighty and unvanquished Sikandin, the son of Yajnasena, that hero capable of resisting all foes. The chief of Avanti, with the Salviras and the cruel Prabhadrakas, resisted wrathful Drishtadyumna, the prince of the Panchalas. Alamvasha quickly rushed against the brave Rakshasa Gatakacha of cruel deeds, who was wrathfully advancing to battle. The mighty car warrior Kuntaboja, accompanied by a large force, resisted Alamvasha, that prince of Rakshasas, of fierce mien. Thus, O Bharata, hundreds of separate encounters between the warriors of thy army and theirs took place. As regards the ruler of the Sindhus, he remained in the rear of the whole army, protected by many foremost of bowmen and car warriors, numbering Kripa amongst them. And the ruler of the Sindhus had for the protectors of his wheels 2 of the foremost warriors, viz., the son of Drona on his right, O king, and the Suta's son, Karna, on the left. And for protecting his rear he had a number of warriors headed by Somadatta's son, viz., Kripa, and Vrishasena, and Sala, and the invincible Salya, who were conversant with policy and were mighty bowmen accomplished in battle. And the Kuru warriors, having made these arrangements for the protection of the ruler of the Sindhus, fought with the Pandavas. Footnotes 190:1 This sloka occurs in all the texts. It would seem, therefore, that Sanjaya was not always a witness only of the battle for narrating what he saw to Dhritarashtra, but sometimes at least he took part in the battle. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 95. Sanjaya said, Listen, O king, to me as I describe to thee the wonderful battle that then took place between the Kurus and the Pandavas. Approaching Bharadvaja's son, who was staying at the gate of his array, the Parthas battled vigorously for piercing through Drona's division. And Drona also, accompanied by his forces, desirous of protecting his own array, battled with the Parthas, seeking glory. Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, excited with wrath and desirous of benefiting thy son, struck Virata with 10 shafts. Virata also, O king, approaching those 2 warriors of great prowess staying in battle, fought with them and their followers. The battle that took place between these was fierce in the extreme, and blood ran in it like water. And it resembled an encounter in the woods between a lion and a couple of mighty elephants, with rent temples. The mighty son of Yajnasena forcibly struck King Valhika in that battle with fierce and sharp shafts capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Valhika, also filled with wrath, deeply pierced Yajnasena's son with 9 straight shafts of golden wings and whetted on stone. And that battle between those two warriors became exceedingly fierce, characterized as it was by dense showers of shafts and darts. And it enhanced the fears of the timid and the joy of heroes. The arrows shot by them entirely covered the welkin and all the points of the compass, so that nothing could any longer be discerned. And Saivya, the king of the Govasanas on the head of the troops, fought in that battle with the mighty Kar warrior, the prince of the Kasis, like an elephant battling with another. The king of the Valhikas, excited with wrath, fighting against those 5 mighty Kar warriors, viz., the son of Draupadi, looked resplendent, like the mind contending against the 5 senses. And those 5 princes also, O foremost of embodied beings, fought with that antagonist of theirs, shooting their arrows from all sides, like the objects of the senses forever battling with the body. Thy son Dusasana struck Satyaki of Vrishni's race with 9 straight shafts of keen points. Deeply pierced by that strong and great bowman, Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled, was partially deprived of his senses. Comforted soon, he, of Vrishni's race, then quickly pierced thy son, that mighty Kar warrior, with 10 shafts winged with canker feathers. Piercing each other deeply and afflicted with each other's shafts, they looked splendid, O king, like 2 kinsukas decked with flowers. Afflicted with the arrows of Kuntabhoja, Alamvasha, filled with wrath, looked like a beautiful kinsuka graced with its flowering burthen. The Rakshasa then, having pierced Kuntabhoja with many arrows, uttered awful shouts at the head of thy host. And as those heroes fought with each other in that battle, they seemed to all the troops to resemble Sakra and the Azura Jamba in days of old. The 2 sons of Madri, filled with wrath, fiercely ground with their shafts the Gandhara prince Sakuni, who had offended against them greatly. The carnage, O monarch, that said and was awful, originated by thee, nurtured by Karna, and kept up by thy sons, the fire of wrath of the Pandavas hath swollen now, O monarch, and is ready to consume the whole earth. Forced to turn his back on the field by the 2 sons of Pandu with their shafts, Sakuni, unable to put forth his valor, knew not what to do. Beholding him turn back, those mighty Kar warriors, viz., the 2 sons of Pandu, once more showered their arrows on him like 2 masses of clouds pouring torrents of rain on a mighty hill. Struck with countless straight shafts, the son of Suvala fled towards the division of Drona, borne by his swift steeds. The brave Gatakacha rushed towards the Rakshasa Alamvasha in that battle, with impetuosity much short of what he was capable. The battle between those 2 became fearful to behold, like that which in days of yore had taken place between Rama and Ravana. King Yudhishthira, having in that battle pierced the ruler of the Madras with 500 arrows, once more pierced him with 7. Then commenced that battle between them which was exceedingly wonderful, O monarch, which resembled that, in days of yore, between the Azura Samvara and the chief of the Celestials. The sons Vivansati and Chitrasena and Vikarna, surrounded by a large force, battled with Bhimasena. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 96. Sanjaya said, when that fierce battle, causing the hair to stand on end, commenced, the Pandavas rushed against the Kauravas, who had been divided into 3 bodies. Bhimasena rushed against the mighty armed Jalasandha, and Yudhishthira, at the head of his troops, rushed, in that battle, against Kritavarman. And Drishtadyumna, O king, scattering the shafts, like the sun shooting his rays, rushed against Drona. Then commenced that battle between all the bowmen, eager for the encounter, of the Kurus and the Pandavas, excited with wrath. And during the progress of that terrible carnage, when all the warriors were battling with one another fearlessly, the mighty Drona fought with the mighty prince of the Panchalas. And the clouds of arrows he shot in that encounter filled all spectators with wonder. And Drona and the prince of the Panchalas, cutting off the heads of men by thousands, scattered them on the field of battle, making the latter resemble a forest of lotuses. In every division were soon strewn on the ground robes and ornaments and weapons, and standards and coats of mail. And golden coats of mail, dyed with blood, looked like clouds charged with lightning. Other mighty car warriors, drawing their large bows measuring full 6 cubits long, felled with their shafts elephants and steeds and men. In that dreadful encounter of arms between brave and high-souled warriors, swords and shields, bows and heads and coats of mail were seen lying scattered about. Innumerable headless trunks were seen to rise up, O king, in the midst of that fierce battle. And vultures and cankas and jackals and swarms of other carnivorous animals, O sire, were seen there, eating the flesh of fallen men and steeds and elephants, of drinking their blood, or dragging them by the hair, or licking or pecking, O king, at their marrow, or dragging their bodies and severed limbs, or rolling their heads on the ground. Warriors, skilled in battle, accomplished in weapons, and firmly resolved in fight, struggled vigorously in the combat, solicitous only of fame. Many were the combatants that careered over the field, performing the diverse evolutions of swordsmen. With sabers and darts and lances and spears and axes, with maces and spiked clubs and other kinds of weapons, and with even bare arms, men who had entered the arena of battle, filled with rage, slew one another. And car warriors fought with car warriors, and horsemen with horsemen, and elephants with foremost of elephants, and foot soldiers with foot soldiers. And many infuriated elephants, as if perfectly mad, uttered loud shrieks and slew one another, after the manner they do in sporting arenas. During the progress, O king, of that battle in which the combatants fought without any regard for one another, Drishtadyumna caused his own steeds to be mixed up with those of Drona. Those steeds endued with the speed of the wind, that were white as pigeons and red as blood, thus mixed with one another in battle, looked exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, they looked resplendent like clouds charged with lightning. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., heroic Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, beholding Drona, O Bharata, arrived so near, cast off his bow and took up his sword and shield, for achieving a difficult feat seizing the shaft of Drona's car, he entered into it. And he stayed sometimes on the middle of the yoke, and sometimes on its joints and sometimes behind the steeds. And while he was moving, armed with swords, quickly upon the backs of those red steeds of Drona, the latter could not detect an opportunity for striking him. All this seemed wonderful to us. Indeed, like the sweep of a hawk in the woods from desire of food, seemed that sally of Drishtadyumna from his own car for the destruction of Drona. Then Drona cut off, with 100 arrows, the shield, decked with 100 moons, of Drupada's son, and then his sword, with 10 others. And mighty Drona then, with 64 arrows, slew the steeds of his antagonist. And with a couple of broad-headed shafts he cut off the latter's standard and umbrella also, and then slew both his Prashni charioteers. And then, with great speed drawing his bowstring to his ear, he shot at him a fatal shaft, like the wielder of the thunder hurling the thunder at a foe. But soon Satyaki, with 4 and 10 sharp shafts, cut off that fatal arrow of Drona. And thus the Vrishni hero, O sire, rescued Drishtadyumna, who had been seized by that lion among men, the foremost of preceptors, like a deer seized by the king of the forests. Even thus did that bull amongst the Senis, the prince of the Panchalas. Beholding Satyaki to rescue the prince of the Panchalas in the dreadful battle, Drona quickly shot at him 26 arrows. The grandson of Seni then, in return, pierced Drona in the center of the chest with 26 arrows, while the latter was engaged in devouring the Srinjayas. Then all the Panchalakar warriors, desirous of victory upon the Satwata hero, proceeding against Drona, quickly withdrew Drishtadyumna from the battle. Footnotes 194:1 The words Tatsanyanya Byapujayan seem to be unmeaning in this connection. The Bengali translators, unable to do anything with them, have left them out. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 97. Dhritarashtra said, after that shafts of Drona had been cut off and Drishtadyumna thus rescued, O Sanjaya, by Yuyudhana, that foremost one of the Vrishni race, what did that great bowman, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, viz., Drona, do in battle unto that tiger among men, viz., the grandson of Seni? Sanjaya said, then Drona, like a mighty snake, having wrath for his poison, his stretched bow for his wide-open mouth, his sharp shafts for his teeth and whetted arrows for his fangs, with eyes red as copper from rage, and breathing hard, that mighty hero among men, perfectly fearless, borne on his red steeds of great speed, that seemed to soar into the skies or get at the top of a mountain, rushed towards Yuyudhana, scattering his arrows equipped with golden wings. Then that subjugator of hostile cities, that hero of Seni's race invincible in battle, beholding that irresistible Drona cloud having showers of arrows for its watery downpour, the rattle of car wheels for its roar, the outstretched bow for its volume, long shafts for its lightning flashes, darts and swords for its thunder, wrath for the winds, and urged on by those steeds that constituted the hurricane, impelling it forwards, rushed towards him, addressed his charioteer, and smilingly said, O Sutta, proceed quickly and cheerfully, urging the steeds to their greatest speed, against that heroic Brahmana, fallen off from the duties of his order, that refuge of Dhritarashtra's son, that dispeller of the Kuru, king's sorrows and fear, that preceptor of all the princes, that warrior ever boastful of his prowess. Then the excellent steeds of silvery hue belonging to him of Madhu's race, endued with the speed of the wind, quickly proceeded towards Drona. Then those two chastisers of foes, viz., Drona and Seni's grandson, fought with each other, each striking the other with thousands of shafts. Those two bulls among men filled the welkin with their arrowy showers. Indeed, the two heroes covered the 10 points of the compass with their shafts. And they poured on each other their shafts like two clouds pouring their contents on the earth on the expiration of summer. The sun became invisible. The very wind ceased to blow. And in consequence of those showers of shafts filling the welkin, a continuous and thick gloom was caused there that became unbearable to the other heroes. And when the shafts of Drona and Seni's grandson had caused that gloom there, none beheld any cessation in shooting in either of them. They were both quick in the use of weapons, and they were both looked upon as lions among men. The sound produced by those torrents of arrows, shot by both striking against each other, was heard to resemble the sound of the thunder hurled by Sakra. The forms of heroic warriors pierced with long shafts looked like those of snakes, O Bharata, hit by snakes of virulent poison. Brave warriors incessantly heard the twangs of their bows and the sounds of their palms to resemble the sound of thunder falling upon summits of mountains. The cars of both of those warriors, O king, their steeds, and their charioteers pierced with shafts of golden wings, became beautiful to behold. Fierce was the downpour, O monarch, of shafts that were bright and straight and that looked resplendent like snakes of virulent poison freed from their sloughs. The umbrellas of both were cut off, as also the standards of both. And both of them were covered with blood, and both were inspired with the hope of victory. With blood trickling down every limb of theirs, they resembled a couple of elephants with secretions trickling down their bodies. And they continued to strike each other with fatal shafts. The roars and shouts and other cries of the soldiers, the blare of conchs and the beat of drums ceased, O king, for none uttered any sound. Indeed, all the divisions became silent, and all the warriors stopped fighting. People, filled with curiosity, became spectators of that single combat. car warriors and elephant riders and horsemen and foot soldiers, surrounding those two bulls among men, witnessed their encounter with steadfast eyes. And the elephant divisions stood still, and so also the horse divisions, and so also the car divisions. All stood still, disposed in array, variegated with pearls and corals, decked with gems and gold, adorned with standards and ornaments, with coats of mail made of gold, with triumphal banners, with rich caparisons of elephants, with fine blankets, with bright and sharp weapons, with yak tails, ornamented with gold and silver, on the heads of steeds, with garlands round the frontal globes of elephants and rings round their tusks, O Bharata. The Kuru and the Pandava hosts then looked like a mass of clouds at the close of summer, decked with rows of cranes and myriads of fireflies under them, and adorned with rainbows and flashes of lightning. Both our men and those of Yudhishthira beheld that battle between Yuyudhana and high-souled Drona. The gods also, headed by Brahma and Soma, and the Siddhas, and the Charanas, and the Vidyadharas, and the great snakes, saw it, stationed on their foremost of sky-ranging cars. And beholding the diverse motion, forward and backward, of those lions among men, and their acts of striking each other, the spectators were filled with wonder. And both endued with great strength, Drona and Satyaki, displaying their lightness of hand in the use of weapons, began to pierce each other with shafts. Then he of Dasara's race, with his mighty shafts, cut off those of the illustrious Drona in that battle, and then, within a moment, the latter's bow also. Within, however, the twinkling of an eye, the son of Bharadvaja took up another bow and strung it. Even that bow of his was cut off by Satyaki. Drona then, with utmost quickness, waited with another bow in hand. As often, however, as Drona strung his bow, Satyaki cut it off. And this he did full 9 and 7 times. Beholding then that superhuman feat of Yuyudhana in battle, Drona, O monarch, thought in his mind, this force of weapons that I see in this foremost one among the Satwatas exists in Rama and Dhananjaya, and was seen also in Kartavirya, and that tiger among men, viz., Bhishma. The son of Bharadvaja, therefore, mentally applauded the prowess of Satyaki. Beholding that lightness of hand equal unto that of Vasva himself, that foremost of regenerate ones, that first of all persons conversant with weapons, was highly gratified with Madhava. And the gods also, with Vasva at their head, were gratified with it. The gods and the Gandharvas, O monarch, had never before witnessed that lightness of hand of the quickly moving Yuyudhana, although they and the Siddhas and the Charanas had been acquainted with the feats of which Drona was capable. Then Drona, that foremost of persons acquainted with weapons, that grinder of Kshatriyas, taking up another bow, aimed some weapons. Satyaki, however, baffling those weapons with the illusion of his own weapon, struck him with some sharp shafts. All this seemed highly wonderful. Beholding that superhuman feat of his in battle, that feat of which nobody else was capable, and which displayed very great skill, those amongst thy warriors that were judges of skill applauded it. Satyaki shot the same weapons that Drona shot. Beholding this, that scorcher of foes, viz., the preceptor, fought with a little less boldness than usual. Then that master of military science, O king, filled with wrath, invoked celestial weapons for the destruction of Yuyudhana. Beholding that terrible full-slaughtering Agneya weapon, Satyaki, that mighty bowman, invoked another celestial weapon, viz., the Varuna. Seeing them both take up celestial weapons, loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose there. The very creatures having the sky for their element ceased to range through it. Then the Varuna and the Agneya weapons, which had thus been grafted on their shafts coming against each other, became fruitless. Just at that time, the sun passed down in his course. Then King Yudhishthira and Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, and Nakula, and Sadeva, desirous of protecting Satyaki, and the Matsyas, and the Salwaya troops speedily proceeded towards Drona. Then thousands of princes, placing Dusasana at their head, hastily proceeded towards Drona, for protecting him, who was surrounded by foes. Then, O king, commenced a fierce battle between them and thy bowmen. The earth was covered with dust and with showers of arrows shot by both sides. And everything being thus covered, nothing could any longer be discerned. Indeed, when the troops were thus overwhelmed with dust, the battle proceeded in utter disregard of persons and rules. Footnotes 197:1 The celestial weapons were forces dependent on mantras. Ordinary shafts, inspired with these mantras, were converted into celestial weapons. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 98. Sanjaya said, when the sun turned in his downward course towards the summit of the Asta hills, when the welkin was covered with dust, when the heat of the solar rays abated, the day began to fade fast. As regards the soldiers, some rested, some fought on, some returned to the encounter, desirous of victory. And while the troops, inspired with hope of victory, were thus engaged, Arjuna and Vasudeva proceeded towards the place where the ruler of the Sindhus was. The son of Kunti, by means of his shafts, made, through the hostile soldiers, a way sufficiently wide for his car. And it was in this way that Janardana proceeded, guiding the car. Thither where the car of the high-souled son of Pandu proceeded, thither thy troops, O monarch, broke and yielded away. And he of Dasara's race, endued with great energy, displayed his skill in driving car by showing diverse kinds of circling motions. And the shafts of Arjuna, engraved with his name, well-tempered, resembling the yuga fire, tied round with catgut, of straight joints, thick, far-reaching, and mace either of cleft, bamboo, or their branches, or wholly of iron, taking the lives of diverse foes, drank in that battle, with the birds of prey assembled there, the blood of living creatures. Standing on his car, as Arjuna shot his shafts full 2 miles ahead, those shafts pierced and dispatched his foes just as that car itself came up to the spot. Hrishikesa proceeded, borne by those yoke-bearing steeds endued with the speed of Garuda or the wind, with such speed that he caused the whole universe to wonder at it. Indeed, O king, the car of Surya himself, or that of Rudra, or that of Vaishravana, never goeth so fast. Nobody else's car had ever before moved with such speed in battle as Arjuna's car, moving with the celerity of a wish cherished in the mind. Then Kesava, O king, that slayer of hostile heroes, having taken the car of battle, quickly urged the steeds, O Bharata, through the hostile troops. Arrived in the midst of that throng of cars, those excellent steeds bore Arjuna's car with difficulty, suffering as they did from hunger, thirst, and toil, and mingled as they had been with the weapons of many heroes delighting in battle. They frequently, however, described beautiful circles as they moved, proceeding over the bodies of slain steeds and men, over broken cars, and the bodies of dead elephants, looking like hills by thousands. Meanwhile, O king, the 2 heroic brothers of Avanti, viz., Vinda and Anyavinda, at the head of their forces, beholding the steeds of Arjuna to be tired, encountered him. Filled with joy, they pierced Arjuna with 64 shafts, and Janardana with 70, and the 4 steeds of Arjuna's car with 100 arrows. Then Arjuna, O king, filled with wrath, and having a knowledge of the vital parts of the body, struck them both in the battle with 9 straight shafts, every one of which was capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Thereupon, the 2 brothers, filled with rage, covered Vibhatsu and Kesava with showers of shafts and uttered leonine roars. Then Partha of white steeds, with a couple of broad-headed shafts, quickly cut off in that battle the beautiful bows of the 2 brothers, and then their 2 standards, bright as gold. Vinda and Anyavinda then, O king, taking up to other bows and becoming infuriated with anger, began to grind the son of Pandu with their arrows. Then Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, exceedingly enraged, once more, with a couple of shafts quickly cut off those two bows also of his foes. And with a few other arrows whetted on stone and equipped with wings of gold, Arjuna then slew their steeds, their charioteers, and the two combatants that protected their rear, with those that followed the latter. And with another broad-headed arrow, sharp as a razor, he cut off the head of the eldest brother, who fell down on the earth, deprived of life, like a tree broken by the wind. The mighty Anuvindha, then endued with great prowess, beholding Vinda slain, left his steedless car, having taken up a mace. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., the brother of Vinda, apparently dancing as he advanced with that mace in his arms, proceeded in that battle for avenging the slaughter of his elder brother. Filled with rage, Anuvinda struck Vasudeva on the forehead with that mace. The latter, however, trembled not, but stood still like the mountain Menaka. Then Arjuna with 6 arrows cut off his neck and 2 legs and 2 arms and head. Thus cut off, into fragments, the limbs of Anuvinda fell down like so many hills. Beholding them both slain, their followers, O king, filled with rage rushed towards Arjuna, scattering hundreds of arrows. Slaying them soon, O bull of Bharata's race, Arjuna looked resplendent like a fire consuming a forest on the expiry of winter. Passing over those troops with some difficulty, Dhananjaya then shone brightly like the risen sun, transgressing the clouds under which it was hid. Beholding him, the Kauravas were filled with fright. But recovering soon enough, they rejoiced once more and rushed at him from all sides. O bull of Bharata's race! Understanding that he was tired and that the ruler of the Sindhus was yet at a distance, they surrounded him, uttering leonine roars. Beholding them, tilled with wrath, Arjuna, that bull among men, smilingly addressed him of Dasara's race in soft words, and said, Our steeds are afflicted with arrows and tired. The ruler of the Sindhus is still at a distance. What do you think to be the best that should be done now? Tell me, O Krishna, truly. Thou art always the wisest of persons. The Pandavas, having thee for their eyes, will vanquish their foes in battle. That which seems to me should be done next, truly shall I say unto thee. Unyoking the steeds to their case, pluck off their arrows, O Madhava. Thus addressed by Partha, Kesava replied unto him, I am also, O Partha, of the opinion which thou hast expressed. Arjuna then said, I will hold and check the whole army, O Kesava. Do thou properly perform that which should be done next. Sanjaya continued, alighting then from the terrace of his car, Dhananjaya, taking up his bow, Gandiva, fearlessly stood there like an immovable hill. Beholding Dhananjaya standing on the ground, and regarding it a good opportunity, the Kshatriyas, desirous of victory and uttering loud shouts, rushed towards him. Him standing along, they surrounded with a large throng of cars, all stretching their bows and showering their shafts on him. Filled with wrath, they displayed diverse kinds of weapons and entirely shrouded Partha with their shafts like the clouds shrouding the sun. And the great Kshatriya warriors impetuously rushed against that bull among Kshatriyas, that lion among men, like infuriated elephants rushing towards a lion. The might then that we beheld of Partha's arms was exceedingly great, since, filled with rage, alone, he succeeded in resisting those countless warriors. The puissant Partha, baffling with his own weapons those of the foes, quickly covered all of them with countless shafts. In that part of the welkin, O monarch, in consequence of the clash of those dense showers of shafts, a fire was generated emitting incessant sparks. There, in consequence of hostile heroes, countless in number, all filled with wrath, and all great bowmen united together for a common purpose, seeking victory in battle, aided by steeds, covered with blood and breathing hard, and by infuriated and foe-grinding elephants, uttering loud shrieks, the atmosphere became exceedingly hot. That uncrossable, wide, and limitless ocean of cars, and capable of being agitated, had arrows for its current, standards for its eddies, elephants for its crocodiles, foot soldiers for its countless fishes, the blare of conchs and the beat of drums for its roar, cars for its surging waves, headgears of combatants for its tortoises, umbrellas and banners for its froth, and the bodies of slain elephants for its submarine rocks. Partha resisted with his arrows the approach of the sea like a continent. Then, in course of that battle, the mighty armed Janardana, fearlessly addressing that dear friend of his, that foremost of men, viz., Arjuna, said unto him, "There is no well here in the field of battle, O Arjuna, for the steeds to drink from. The steeds want water for drink, but not for a bath." Thus addressed by Vasudeva, Arjuna cheerfully said, "Here it is." And so saying, he pierced the earth with a weapon and made an excellent lake from which the steeds could drink. And that lake abounded in swans and ducks, and was adorned with chakravakas. And it was wide and full of transparent water, and abounded in full-blown lotuses of the finest species. And it teemed with diverse kinds of fish. And fathomless in depth, it was the resort of many a rishi. And the celestial rishi, Narada, came to have a look at that lake created there in a moment. And Partha, capable of achieving wonderful works like the celestial artificer, Tvastri himself, also constructed there an arrowy hall, having arrows for its beams and rafters, arrows for its pillars, and arrows for its roof. Then Govinda, smiling in joy, said, "Excellent, excellent," upon seeing the high-souled Partha create that arrowy hall. Footnotes 198:1. In other words, Arjuna's car shot as quickly through the enemy as the arrows themselves sped from it. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 99. Sanjaya said, after the high-souled son of Kunti had created that water, after he had commenced to hold and cheek the hostile army, and after he had built also that arrowy hall, Vasudeva of great splendor, alighting from the car, unyoked the steeds pierced and mangled with arrows. Beholding that sight never seen before, loud uproars of applause were heard there, uttered by the Siddhas and the Charanas, and by all the warriors. Mighty car warriors, assembled together, were unable to resist the son of Kunti, even when he fought on foot. All this seemed highly wonderful. Although thrones upon thrones of cars, and myriads of elephants and steeds, rushed towards him, yet Partha felt no fear, but fought on, prevailing upon all his foes. And the hostile king shot showers of shafts at the son of Pandu. That slayer of hostile heroes, however, viz., the son of Vasva, of virtuous soul, felt no anxiety whatever. Indeed, the valiant Partha received hundreds of arrowy showers and maces and lances coming towards him as the ocean receives hundreds upon hundreds of rivers flowing towards it. With the impetuous might of his own weapons and strength of his arms, Partha received the foremost of shafts shot at him by those foremost of kings. Although staying on the ground, and alone, he succeeded yet in baffling all those kings on their cars, like that one fault, avarice, destroying a host of accomplishments. The Kauravas, O king, applauded the highly wonderful prowess of Partha as also of Vasudeva, saying, "What more wonderful incident hath ever taken place in this world, or will ever take place than this, viz., that Partha and Govinda, in course of battle, have unyoked their steeds?" Displaying fierce energy on the field of battle and the greatest assurance, those best of men have inspired us with great thoughts. Then Hrishikesa, of eyes like lotus petals, smiling with the coolest assurance, as if, O Bharata, he was in the midst of an assembly of women, and not armed foes, after Arjuna had created in the field of battle that hall, made of arrows, led the steeds into it, in the very sight, O monarch, of all thy troops. And Krishna, who was well skilled in grooming horses, then removed their fatigue, pain, froth, trembling, and wounds. Then plucking out their arrows and rubbing those steeds with his own hands, and making them trot duly, he caused them to drink. Having caused them to drink, and removed their fatigue and pain, he once more carefully yoked them to that foremost of cars. Then, that foremost one among all wielders of weapons, viz., Sari, of great energy, mounting on that car with Arjuna, proceeded with great speed. Beholding the car of that foremost of car warriors once more equipped with these steeds, whose thirst had been slaked, the foremost ones among the Kuru army once more became cheerless. They began to sigh, O king, like snakes whose fangs had been pulled out. And they said, Oh, fie, fie on us! Both Partha and Krishna have gone, in the very sight of all the Kshatriyas, riding on the same car, and clad in mail, and slaughtering our troops with as much ease as boys sporting with a toy. Indeed, those scorchers of foes have gone away in the very sight of all the kings, displaying the prowess and unimpeded by our shouting and struggling combatants. Seeing them gone away, other warriors said, Ye Kauravas, speed ye for the slaughter of Krishna and the diadem-decked Arjuna. Yoking his steeds unto his car in the very sight of all, our bowmen, he of Dasara's race is proceeding towards Jayadratha, slaughtering us in battle. And some lords of earth there, O king, amongst themselves, having seen that highly wonderful incident in battle never seen before, said, Alas, through Duryodhana's fault, these warriors of King Dhritarashtra, the Kshatriyas, and the whole earth, fallen into great distress, are being destroyed. King Duryodhana understands it not. Thus spoke many Kshatriyas. Others, O Bharata, said, The ruler of the Sindhus hath already been dispatched to Yama's abode. Of narrow sight and unacquainted with means, let Duryodhana now do what should be done for that king. Meanwhile, the son of Pandu, seeing the sun coursing towards the western hills, proceeded with greater speed towards the ruler of the Sindhus, on his steeds, whose thirst had been slaked. The Kuru warriors were unable to resist that mighty armed hero, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, as he proceeded like the destroyer himself in wrath. That scorcher of foes, viz., the son of Pandu, routing the warriors, before him, agitated that army, like a lion agitating a herd of deer, as he proceeded forgetting at Jayadratha. Penetrating into the hostile army, he, of Dasara's race, urged the steeds with great speeds, and blew his conch, Panchajanya, which was of the hue of the clouds. The shaft shot before by the son of Kunti began to fall behind him, so swiftly did those steeds, endued with the speed of the wind, drew that car. Then many kings, filled with rage, and many other Kshatriyas surrounded Dhananjaya, who was desirous of slaying Jayadratha. When the Kuru warriors thus proceeded towards that bull among men, viz., Arjuna, who had stopped for a moment, Duryodhana, proceeding quickly, followed Partha in that great battle. Many warriors, beholding the car whose rattle resembled the roar of clouds, and which was equipped with that terrible standard bearing the ape and whose banner floated upon the wind, became exceedingly cheerless. Then when the sun was almost completely shrouded by the dust, raised by the combatants, the Kuru warriors, afflicted with shafts, became incapable of even gazing, in that battle, at the two Krishnas. Footnotes 201:1 The Bengal reading of the first line is vicious. The Bombay reading is Vamakam Vipatham, Vanan. The first word means the froth in the mouth of the steeds. 201:2 i.e., his funeral obsequies. The vernacular translators do not see the intended joke. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 100. Sanjaya said, O monarch, I beholding Vasudeva and Dhananjaya penetrate into their host, having already pierced through many divisions, the kings of the army fled away in fear. A little while after, however, those high-souled ones, filled with rage and shame, and urged on by their might, became cool and collected, and proceeded towards Dhananjaya. But those, O king, who, filled with rage and vindictiveness, proceeded against the son of Pandu in battle, returned not, like rivers never returning from the ocean. Seeing this, many ignoble Kshatriyas incurred sin and hell by flying away from battle, like atheists turning away from the Vedas. Transgressing that throng of cars, those two bulls among men, at last, issued out of it, and looked like the sun and the moon freed from the jaws of Rahu. Indeed, the two Krishnas, their fatigue dispelled, having pierced through that vast host, looked like two fishes that had passed through a strong net. Having forced through that impenetrable division of Drona, the way through which was obstructed by dense showers of weapons, those two high-souled heroes looked like Yuga suns risen on the welkin. Piercing through those dense showers of weapons and freed from that imminent danger, those high-souled heroes, themselves obstructing the welkin with thick clouds of weapons, seemed like persons escaped from a raging conflagration, or like two fishes from the jaws of a Makara. And they agitated the Kuru host like a couple of Makaras agitating the ocean. Thy warriors and thy sons, while Partha and Krishna were in the midst of Drona's division, had thought that those two would never be able to issue out of it. Beholding, however, those two heroes of great splendor issue out of Drona's division, they no longer, O monarch, hoped for Jayadratha's life. Hitherto they had strong hopes of Jayadratha's life, for they had thought, O king, that the two Krishnas would never be able to escape from Drona and Hritika's son. Frustrating that hope, those two scorchers of foes had, O monarch, crossed the division of Drona, as also the almost uncrossable division of the Bhojas. Beholding them, therefore, forward through those divisions and looked like two blazing fires, thy men became possessed with despair and no longer hoped for Jayadratha's life. Then those two fearless heroes, viz., Krishna and Dhananjaya, those enhancers of the fears of foes, began to converse between themselves about the slaughter of Jayadratha. And Arjuna said, This Jayadratha hath been placed in their midst by 6 of the foremost car warriors among the Dhartarashtras. The ruler of the Sindhus, however, shall not escape me if once he is seen by me. If Sakra himself, with all the celestials, become his protector in battle, yet shall we slay him. Thus did the two Krishnas talk. Even so, O mighty armed one, did they converse amongst themselves, while looking after the ruler of the Sindhus. Having heard what they said, thy son set up a loud wail. Those two chastisers of foes then looked like a couple of thirsty elephants of great quickness of motion, refreshed by drinking water, after having passed through a desert. Beyond death and above decrepitude, they then looked like two merchants that have passed over a mountainous country abounding with tigers and lions and elephants. Indeed, beholding them freed from Drona and Kritavarman, thy warriors regarded the color of Partha's and Krishna's face to be dreadful, and thy men then, from all sides, set up a loud wail. Freed from Drona, who resembled a snake of virulent poison or a blazing fire, as also from the other lords of the earth, Partha and Krishna looked like two blazing suns. Indeed, those two chastisers of foes, freed from Drona's division, which resembled the very ocean, seemed to be filled with joy like persons that have safely crossed the vasty deep. Freed from those dense showers of weapons, from those divisions protected by Drona and Hritika's son, Kesava and Arjuna looked like Indra and Agni, or blazing effulgence. The two Krishnas, pierced with sharp shafts of Bharadvaja's son, and with bodies dripping with bloods, looked resplendent like two mountains decked with flowering Karnakaras. Having forded that wide lake, of which Drona constituted the alligator, darts formed the fierce snakes, shafts, the makaras, and kshatriyas, the deep waters, and having issued out of that cloud, constituted by Drona's weapons, whose thunders were the twang of bows and the sound of palms, and whose lightning flashes were constituted by maces and swords, Partha and Krishna looked like the sun and moon freed from darkness. Having crossed the region obstructed by the weapons of Drona, all creatures regarded those mighty and famous bowmen viz., the two Krishnas, as persons who had forded, with the aid of their arms, the 5 rivers, viz. the Satadru, the Vipasa, the Ravi, the Chandrabhaga, and the Vitasta, having the ocean for their 6th, when full of water during the season of rains, and abounding with alligators. Casting their eyes, from desire of slaughter, on Jayadratha, who was not far off from them, the 2 heroes looked like 2 tigers waiting from desire of falling upon a ruru deer. Such was then the color of their faces, that thy warriors, O monarch, regarded Jayadratha as one already slain. Possessed of red eyes, O mighty armed one, and staying together, Krishna and the son of Pandu, at the sight of Jayadratha were filled with joy and roared repeatedly. Indeed, O monarch, the splendor then of Sari, standing with reins in hand, and of Partha armed with bow, was like that of the sun or fire. Freed from the division of Drona, their joy, at sight of the ruler of the Sindhus, was like that of a couple of hawks at the sight of a piece of flesh. Beholding the ruler of the Sindhus not far off, they rushed in wrath towards him like a couple of hawks swooping down towards a piece of meat. Seeing Hrishikesa and Dhananjaya transgress the divisions of Drona, thy valiant son, King Duryodhana, whose armor had been bound on his person by Drona, and who was well versed in grooming and guiding horses, rushed on a single car, O Lord, for the protection of the Sindhus. Leaving those mighty bowmen, viz., Krishna and Partha, behind, thy son, O king, turned back, facing Kesva of lotus-like eyes. When thy son thus outran Dhananjaya, diverse musical instruments were joyfully blown and beat among all thy troops. And leonine roars were uttered mingled with the blare of conchs, beholding Duryodhana staying in the face of the 2 Krishnas. They also, O king, resembling blazing fires, that stood as the protectors of Jayadratha, were filled with joy upon beholding thy son in battle. Seeing Duryodhana transgress them with his followers, Krishna, O monarch, said unto Arjuna these words suited to the occasion. Footnotes 202:1 I give the sense of this verse, without giving a closely literal version. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 101. Vasudeva said, Behold, O Dhananjaya, this Suyodhana who hath transgressed us. I regard this as highly wonderful. There is no car warrior equal to him. His arrows are far-reaching. He is a great bowman. Accomplished as he is in weapons, it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish him in battle. The mighty son of Dhritarashtra strikes hard, and is conversant with all modes of warfare. Brought up in great luxury, he is much regarded by even the foremost of car warriors. He is well accomplished, and, O Partha, he always hates the Pandavas. For these reasons, O sinless one, I think, thou shouldst now fight with him. Upon him wreast death, as upon a stake at dice, victory or the reverse. Upon him, O Partha, vomit that poison of thy wrath which thou hast cherished so long. This mighty car warrior is the root of all the wrongs on the Pandavas. He is now within reach of thy shafts. Look after thy success. Why hath King Duryodhana, desirous as he is of kingdom, come to battle with thee? By good luck, it is that he is now arrived within reach of thy arrows. Do that, O Dhananjaya, by which he may be deprived on his very life. Reft of his senses through pride of affluence, he hath never felt any distress. O bull among men, he doth not know also thy prowess in battle. Indeed, the three worlds with the celestials, the asuras, and human beings cannot venture to vanquish thee in battle. What need be said, therefore, of single Duryodhana? By good luck it is, O Partha, that he hath approached the vicinity of thy car. O mighty armed one, slay him as Purandara slew Vritra. O sinless one, this Duryodhana hath endeavored to bring evil on you. By deceit he cheated King Yudhishthira at dice. O giver of honors, sinless though you all are, this prince of sinful soul has always done various evil acts towards him. Nobly resolved upon battle, O Partha, slay without any scruple this wicked wight, who is ever wrathful and ever cruel, and who is the very embodiment of avarice. Remembering the deprivation of your kingdom by deceit, your exile into the woods, and the wrongs of Krishna, put forth thy prowess, O son of Pandu. By good luck, it is that he stayeth within the range of the shafts. By good luck, it is that staying before thee he endeavors to resist thy purpose. By good luck, it is that he knows today that he will have to fight with thee in the battle. By good luck, it is that all your purposes, even those that are not presently entertained by you, will be crowned with fruition. Therefore, Partha, slay this wretch of his race, viz., the son of Dhritarashtra, in battle, as Indra had in days of yore, slain the Asura Jamba in the battle between the celestials and the Asuras. If he is slain by thee, thou canst then pierce through this masterless host. Cut the very root of these wicked-souled wretches. Let the avabritha of this hostility be now accomplished. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed, Partha replied unto Kesava, saying, so be it. Even this should be done by me. Disregarding everything else, proceed thither where Duryodhana is. Putting forth my prowess in battle, I will cut off the head of that wretch who hath for such a long period enjoyed our kingdom without a thorn on his side. Shall I not succeed, O Kesava, in avenging myself of the insult, in the shape of dragging her by the hair, offered unto Draupadi, undeserving as she was of that wrong? Thus conversing with each other, the two Krishnas, filled with joy, urged those excellent white steeds of theirs, desirous of getting at King Duryodhana. As regards thy son, O bull of Bharata's race, having approached the presence of Partha and Krishna, he entertained no fear, although, O sire, every circumstance was calculated to inspire fear. And the Kshatriyas there, on thy side, highly applauded him then, for he proceeded to face Arjuna and Hrishikesa for resisting them. Indeed, beholding the king in battle, a loud shout was heard there, O monarch, uttered by the entire Kuru army. What that terrible and awful shout arose there, thy son, pressing his foe hard, opposed his progress. Held and checked by thy son armed with bow, the son of Kunti became filled with rage, and that chastiser of foes, Duryodhana, also became highly enraged with Partha. Beholding both Duryodhana and Dhananjaya enraged with each other, all the Kshatriyas, of fierce forms, began to look at them from all sides. Seeing Partha and Vasudeva both filled with rage, thy son, O sire, desirous of battle, smilingly challenged them. Then he of Dasara's race became filled with joy, and Dhananjaya also, the son of Pandu, became cheerful. Uttering loud roars, they both blew their foremost of conchs. Seeing them thus cheerful, all the Kauravas became hopeless of thy son's life. Indeed, all the Kauravas, and many even amongst the enemy, became possessed with grief, and regarded thy son as a libation already poured into the mouth of the sacred fire. Thy warriors, seeing Krishna and the Pandavas so cheerful, I loudly exclaimed, afflicted with fear, the king is slain. The king is slain. Hearing that loud uproar of the warriors, Duryodhana said, let your fears be dispelled. I will dispatch the two Krishnas unto the region of death. Having told all his warriors these words, King Duryodhana Then, expectant of success, addressed Partha angrily and said these words, If, O Partha, thou art begotten by Pandu, apply upon me, without loss of time, all the weapons, celestial and earthly, that Kesva also hath of either, upon me. I wish to see thy manliness. They speak of many feats achieved by thee out of our view. Show me those feats that have won the applause of many endued with great heroism. Footnotes 205:1 Avabritha is the final bath undergone on completion of a sacrifice by the person performing the sacrifice. The slaughter of Duryodhana would, according to Krishna, be the Avabritha of the sacrifice of battle. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 102. Sanjaya said, saying these words, King Duryodhana pierced Arjuna with 3 shafts of great impetuosity and capable of penetrating into the very vitals. And with 4 others he pierced the 4 steeds of his foe. And he pierced Vasudeva in the center of the chest with 10 shafts, and cutting off, with a broad-headed arrow, the whip in the latter's hands, he felled it on the ground. Then Partha, coolly and without losing a moment, shot at him 4 and 10 shafts whetted on stone and equipped with beautiful feathers. All those shafts, however, were repelled by Duryodhana's armor. Beholding their fruitlessness, Partha once more sped at him 9 and 5 arrows of keen points. But these too were repelled by Duryodhana's armor. Seeing 8 and 20 arrows of his become abortive, that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Krishna said unto Arjuna these words, I see a sight never before witnessed by me, like the movements of the hills. Shafts sped by thee, O Partha, are becoming abortive. O bull of Bharata's race, hath thy Gandiva decayed in power? Have the might of thy grasp and the power of thy arms become less than what they were? Is not this to be thy last meeting with Duryodhana? Tell me, O Partha, for I ask thee. Great hath been my amazement, O Partha, upon seeing all these shafts of thine fall towards Duryodhana's car, without producing the slightest effect. Alas, what misfortune is this, that these terrible shafts of thine that are endued with the might of the thunder, and that always pierce the bodies of foes, fail in producing any effect? Arjuna said, I think, O Krishna, that this armor hath been put on Duryodhana's body by Drona. This armor, tied as it hath been, is impenetrable to my weapons. In this armor, O Krishna, inhereth the might of the 3 worlds. Only Drona knoweth it, and from that best of men I also have learned. This armor is not capable of being pierced by my weapons. Maghavat himself, O Govinda, cannot pierce it with his thunder. Knowing it all, O Krishna, why seekest thou to confound me? That which occurred in the 3 worlds, that which, O Kesva, exists now, and which is in the womb of futurity, are all known to thee. Indeed, O slayer of Madhu, no one else knoweth this better than thou dost. This Duryodhana, O Krishna, cased by Drona in this armors, is staying fearlessly in battle, wearing this coat of mail. That, however, which one wearing such armor should do, is not known to him, O Madhava. He weareth it only like a woman. Behold now, O Janardana, the might of my arms and that of my bow too. Though protected by such a coat of mail, I will still vanquish the Kuru prince. The chief of the Celestials gave this effulgent armor to Angiras. From the latter it was obtained by Vrihaspati. And from Vrihaspati it was got by Purandara. The Lord of the Celestials once more gave it to me with the mantras to be uttered in wearing it. Even if this armor were divine, if it were created by Brahma himself, still the wretch, Duryodhana, struck with my arrows, shall not be protected by it. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, Arjuna inspired some arrows with mantras, and began to draw them on the bowstring. And while he was thus drawing them on the bowstring, the son of Drona cut them off with a weapon that was capable of baffling every weapon. Beholding those shafts of his thus frustrated from a distance by that utterer of Brahma, a Swathaman, Arjuna, owning white steeds, filled with amazement represented unto Kesava, saying, I cannot, Janardana, twice use this weapon, for if do so, it will slay my own self and my own troops. Meanwhile, Duryodhana, O king, pierced each of the Krishnas in that battle with 9 shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison. And once more the Kuru king showered his shafts on Krishna and the son of Pandu. Beholding these showers of arrows, shot by their king, thy warriors were filled with joy. They beat their musical instrument and uttered leonine roar. Then Partha, excited with rage in that battle, licked the corners of his mouth. Casting his eyes on his enemy's body, he saw not any part that was not well covered with that impenetrable armor. With some sharp-pointed shafts then, well shot from his bow, and each of which resembled death himself, Arjuna slew his antagonist's steeds and then his 2 Parshni charioteers. And soon also the valiant Partha cut off Duryodhana's bow and the leathern fence of his fingers. Then Savyasakan commenced to cut off his enemy's car in fragments. And with a couple of keen arrows he made Duryodhana carless. And then Arjuna pierced both the palms of the Kuru king. Beholding that great bowman afflicted with the shafts of the Nanjaya and fallen into great distress, many warriors rushed to the spot, desirous of rescuing him. These, with many thousands of cars, well-equipped elephants and horses, as also with large bodies of foot soldiers, excited with wrath, encompassed by large bodies of men, neither that car of theirs nor of Arjuna and Govinda could any longer be seen. Then Arjuna, by the might of his weapons, began to slaughter that host. And car warriors and elephants, by hundreds, deprived of limbs, fell fast on the field. Slain, or in the act of being slain, those failed to reach the excellent car. Indeed, the car on which Arjuna rode stood motionless full 2 miles from the besieging force on every side. Then the Vrishni hero, Krishna, without taking any time, said unto Arjuna these words, Draw thy bow quickly and with great force, for I will blow my conch. Thus addressed, Arjuna, drawing his bow Gandiva with great force, began to slaughter the foe, shooting dense showers of shafts and making a loud noise by stretching the bowstring with his fingers. Kesava meanwhile forcibly and very loudly blew his conch Panchajanya, his face covered with dust. In consequence of the blare of that conch and of the twang of Gandiva, the Kuru warriors, strong or weak, all fell down on the ground. The car of Arjuna, then freed from that press, looked resplendent like a cloud driven by the wind. Beholding Arjuna, the protectors of Jayadratha, with their followers, became filled with rage. Indeed, those mighty bowmen, the protectors of the ruler of Sindhus, suddenly beholding Partha, uttered loud shouts, filling the earth with that noise. The whiz of their arrows were mingled with other fierce noises and the loud blare of their conchs. Those high-souled warriors uttered leonine shouts. Hearing that awful uproar raised by thy troops, Vasudeva and Dhananjaya blew their conchs. With their loud blare of their conchs, the whole earth, with her mountains and seas and islands and the nether regions, O monarch, seemed to be filled. Indeed, that blare, O best of Bharatas, filled all the points of the compass, and was echoed back by both the armies. Then thy car warriors, beholding Krishna and Dhananjaya, became very much frightened. Soon, however, they recovered and put forth their activity. Indeed, the great car warriors of thy host, beholding the 2 Krishnas, those highly blessed persons, cased in mail rushed towards. The sight thus presented became a wonderful one. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 103. Sanjaya said, Thy warriors, as soon as they beheld those foremost of persons of the Vrishniyandhaka and the Kuru races, lost no time, each striving to be first, and proceeding against them from a desire of slaughtering them. And so Vijaya also rushed against those foes of his. On their great cars, decked with gold, cased in tiger skins, producing deep rattle, and resembling blazing fire, they rushed, illumining the 10 points of the compass, armed, O king, with bows, the backs of whose staves were decked with gold, and which in consequence of their splendor were incapable of being looked at, and uttering loud cries, and drawn by angry steeds. Purusharthas, and Sala, and Karna, and Vrishasena, and Jayadratha, and Kripa. And the ruler of the Madras, and that foremost of car warriors, viz., the son of Drona. These 8 great car warriors, as if devouring the skies, as they proceeded, illuminated the 10 points of the compass with their splendid cars, cased in tiger skins and decked with golden moons. Clad in mail, filled with wrath and mounted upon their cars, the rattle of which resembled the roar of masses of clouds, they covered Arjuna on every side with a shower of sharp shafts. Beautiful steeds of the best breed, endued with great speed, bearing those great car warriors, looked resplendent as they illumined the points of the compass. Their cars, drawn by foremost steeds of great fleetness, were of diverse countries and of diverse species, some bred in mountainous regions, some in rivers, and some in the country of the Sindhus. Many foremost of car warriors among the Kurus, desirous, O king, of rescuing thy son, quickly rushed towards the Nanjaya's car from every side. Those foremost of men, taking up their conchs, blew them, filling, O king, the welkin and the earth with her seas, with that blare. Then those foremost ones among the gods, viz., Vasudeva and Dhananjaya, also blew their foremost of conchs on earth. The son of Kunti blew Devdatta, and Kesva blew Panchajanya. The loud blast of Devdatta, sent forth by Dhananjaya, filled the earth, the welkin, and 10 points of the compass. And so Panchajanya, also blown by Vasudeva, surpassing all sounds, filled the sky and the earth. And while that awful and fierce noise continued, a noise that inspired the timid with fear and the brave with cheers, and while drums and jarjaras, and cymbals and mridangas, O great king, were beat by thousands, great car warriors invited to the Kuru side and solicitous of Dhananjaya's welfare, those great bowmen, filled with rage and unable to bear the loud blast of Arjuna's and Krishna's conchs. Those kings from diverse realms, supported by their respective troops, in rage blew their great conchs, desiring to answer with their own blasts the blasts of Kesva and Arjuna. The Kuru army then, urged forward by that blare of conchs, had its car warriors, elephants, and steeds filled with anxiety and fear. Indeed, O Lord, that host looked as if they that comprised it were ill. The agitated Kuru host, echoing with that blare of conchs blown by brave warriors, seemed to be like the welkin resounding with the noise of thunder and fallen down through some convulsion of nature. That loud uproar, O monarch, resounded through the 10 points and frightened that host like critical incidents at the end of the Yuga, frightening all living creatures. Then Duryodhana and those 8 great car warriors appointed for the protection of Jayadratha all surrounded the son of Pandu. The son of Drona struck Vasudeva with 73 shafts, and Arjuna himself with 3 broad-headed shafts, and his standard and 4 steeds with 5 others. Beholding Janardana pierced, Arjuna, filled with rage, struck Aswathaman with 100 shafts. Then piercing Karna with 10 arrows and Vrishasena with 3, the valiant Dhananjaya cut off Salya's bow with arrows fixed on the string at the handle. Salya then, taking up another bow, pierced the son of Pandu. And Purusharthas pierced him with 3 arrows whetted on stone, and equipped with golden wings. And Karna pierced him with 32 arrows, and Vrishasena with 7. And Jayadratha pierced Arjuna with 73 shafts, and Kripa pierced him with 10. And the ruler of the Madras also pierced Fulguna in that battle with 10 arrows. And the son of Drona pierced him with 60 arrows. And he, once more, pierced Partha with 5 arrows, and Vasudeva with 20. Then the tiger among men, viz., Arjuna owning white steeds and having Krishna for his driver, pierced each of those warriors in return, displaying the lightness of his hand. Piercing Karna with 12 shafts and Vrishasena with 3, Partha cut off Salya's bow at the handle. And piercing the son of Somadatta with 3 arrows and Salya with 10, he pierced Kripa with 5 and 20 arrows, and the ruler of the Sindhus with 100, Partha struck Drona's son with 70 arrows. Then Purusharthas, filled with rage, cut off the goad in Krishna's hand, and struck Arjuna with 3 and 20 shafts. Then Dhananjaya, of white steeds, filled with rage, mingled those enemies of his with hundreds upon hundreds of arrows, like a mighty tempest tearing masses of clouds. Footnotes 210:1 Pravidham means fallen down or loosened from its usual place. Thus Nilkantha. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 104. Dhritarashtra said, "Describe to me, O Sanjaya, the diverse kinds of standards resplendent with great beauty of both the Partha and our warriors in that battle." Sanjaya said, "Hear, O king, of the diverse kinds of standards of those high-souled warriors. Listen to me as I describe their forms and names. Indeed, O king, upon the cars of those foremost of car warriors were seen diverse kinds of standards that shone like blazing flames of fire. Made of gold, or decked with gold, or adorned with strings of gold, and each looking like the golden mountain, Meru, diverse kinds of standards were there that were highly beautiful. And those standards of the warriors had attached all around them excellent banners. Indeed, having banners of diverse hues attached to them all around, those standards looked exceedingly beautiful. Those banners, again, moved by the wind, looked like fair ladies dancing in the midst of a sporting arena. Endued with the splendor of the rainbow, those banners, O bull of Bharata's race, of those car warriors, floating in the breeze, highly adorned their cars. The standard, bearing the sign of the ape of fierce face and tail, like that of the lion, belonging to the Dhananjaya, seemed to inspire fear in that battle. That standard, O king of the wielder of Gandiva, bearing that foremost of apes, and adorned with many banners, frightened the Kuru host. Similarly, the lion-tail standard top of Drona's son, O Bharata, we saw, was endued with the effulgence of the rising sun, decked with gold, floating in the breeze, possessed of the splendor of the rainbow. The standard mark of Drona's son appeared on high, inspiring the foremost of Kuru warriors with joy. The standard of Adhiratha's son bore the mark of an elephant robe made of gold. It seemed, O king, in battle to fill the whole welkin. The banner, adorned with gold and garlands, attached to the standard of Karna in battle, shaken by the wind, seemed to dance upon his car. The preceptor of the Pandavas, that Brahmana, given to ascetic penances, viz., Kripa the son of Gautama, had for his mark an excellent bovine bull. That high-souled one, O king, with that bovine bull, looked as resplendent as the destroyer of the 3 cities looks resplendent with his bull. Vrishasena has a peacock made of gold and adorned with jewels and gems. And it stood on his standard, as if in the act of crowing, and always adorned the wand of the army. With that peacock, the car of the high-souled Vrishasena shone, like the car, O king, of Skanda, the celestial generalissimo, shining with his peacock unrivaled and beautiful plowshare made of gold and looking like flame of fire. That plowshare, O sire, looked resplendent on his car. Salya, the ruler of the Madras, we saw, had on his standard top an image like the presiding goddess of corn, endued with beauty and producing every seed. A silver boar adorned the standard top of the ruler of the Sindhus. Decked with golden chains, it was of the splendor of a white crystal. With that silver mark on his barrier, the ruler of the Sindhus looked as resplendent as Surya in days of yore in the battle between the Celestials and the Asuras. The standard of Somadatta's son, devoted to sacrifices, bore the sign of the sacrificial stake. It was seen to shine like the sun or the moon. That sacrificial stake made of gold, O king of Somadatta's son, looked resplendent like the tall stake erected in the foremost of sacrifices called the Rajasuya. The standard of Salya, O monarch, bearing a huge silver elephant, was adorned, on all sides, with peacocks made of gold. The standard, O bull of Bharata's race, adorned thy troops like the huge white elephant adorning the host of the celestial king. On the standard decked with gold of King Duryodhana was an elephant adorned with gems. Tinkling with the sound of 100 bells, O king, that standard stood upon the excellent car of that hero. And, O king, thy son, that bull among the Kurus, looked resplendent, O monarch, with that tall standard in battle. These 9 excellent standards stood erect among thy divisions. The 10th standard seen there was of Arjuna, decked with that huge ape. And with that standard Arjuna looked highly resplendent, like Himavat with a blazing fire on its top. Then many mighty car warriors, all chastisers of foes, quickly took up their beautiful, bright and large bows for the sake of resisting Arjuna. Similarly, Partha also, that achiever of celestial feats, took up his foe-destroying bow Gandiva, in consequence, O king, of thy evil policy. Many royal warriors, O king, were then slain in that battle owing to thy fault. Rulers of men came from different realms invited by thy sons. And with them perished many steeds and many elephants. Then those mighty car warriors headed by Duryodhana on one side, and that bull amongst the Pandavas on the other, uttered loud roars and began the encounter. And the feat that Kunti's son, having Krishna for his charioteer, achieved there, was highly wonderful, inasmuch as, alone, he encountered fearlessly all those warriors united together. And that mighty armed hero looked resplendent as he stretched his bow Gandiva, desirous of vanquishing all those tigers among men for slaying the ruler of the Sindhus. With his shaft shot in thousands, that tiger among men, viz. Arjuna, that scorcher of foes, made all those warriors invisible by means of his arrowy showers. On their side, those tigers among men, those mighty car warriors, also made Partha invisible by means of their clouds of shafts shot from all sides. Beholding Arjuna, that bull of Kuru's race covered by those lions among men with their shafts, loud was the uproar made by thy troops. Footnotes 211:1 Tripura means the 3 cities constructed by the Asura artificer Maya. The Asura, however, who owned those cities is also called Tripura. It was Mahadeva who destroyed the 3 cities with all their population vid the close of the Harivansa. 212:1 The true reading is Alohita and not Lohita. Arka here is crystal and not the sun. It was a silvern boar, which could not, evidently, be like the sun. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 105. Dhritarashtra said, after Arjuna had got the ruler of the Sindhus within sight, "What, O Sanjaya, did the Panchalas, attacked by Bharadvaja's son, do, encountering the Kurus?" Sanjaya said, in the afternoon of that day, O monarch, in the battle that took place between the Panchalas and the Kurus, Drona became, as it were, the stake, for which each fought on to win or lose. The Panchalas, O sire, desirous of slaying Drona, cheerfully uttered loud roars and shot dense showers of arrows. Indeed, that encounter between the Panchalas and the Kurus, fierce, awful, and highly wonderful as it was, resembled that in days of yore between the gods and the Asuras. Indeed, all the Panchalas with the Pandavas, obtaining Drona's car, within reach, used many mighty weapons, desirous of piercing through his array. Car warriors stationed on their cars, causing the earth to shake under them, and showering their arrowy downpours, rushed towards Drona's car, without much speed. Then that mighty car warrior among the Kaikyas, viz., Vrihakatra, incessantly scattering keen shafts that resembled the thunder in force, proceeded towards Drona. Then Kshimadhurti of great fame quickly rushed against Vrihakatra, shooting keen arrows by thousands. Beholding this, that bull among the Chedis, viz., Drishtaketu, endued with great might, quickly proceeded against Kshimadhurti, like Mahendra proceeding against the Asura Samvara. Seeing him rush with great impetuosity, like the destroyer himself with wide-open mouth, that mighty bowman viz., Viradhanwan, proceeded against him with great speed. King Yudhishthira, staying there at the head of his division from desire of victory, was resisted by valiant Drona himself. Thy son Vikarna, O Lord, endued with great prowess, proceeded against the rushing Nakula of great prowess, that warrior accomplished in battle. That scorcher of foes, viz., Dharmaka, covered the advancing Sadeva with many thousands of swiftly coursing shafts. The heroic Vyogradata resisted that tiger among men, viz., Satyaki, making him repeatedly tremble by means of his sharp and keen-pointed shafts. The son of Somadatta resisted the 5 sons of Draupadi, those tigers among men, those great car warriors, wrathfully shooting mighty shafts. That mighty car warrior, viz., Rishyasringa's fierce son, the Rakshasa Alamvasha, of awful mien, resisted the advancing Bhimasena filled with wrath. The encounter that then took place between that man and Rakshasa resembled, O king, the battle in days of yore between Rama and Ravana. Then, O Bharata, Yudhishthira, that chief of the Bharatas, struck Drona with 90 straight shafts in all his vital parts. Enraged by the famous son of Kunti, Drona struck him in return, O chief of the Bharatas, in the center of the chest with 25 shafts. And once more, in the very sight of all the bowmen, Drona struck him, with his steeds, charioteer, and standard, with 20 shafts. Pandu's son, a virtuous soul, displaying great lightness of hand, baffled with his own arrowy showers those arrows shot by Drona. Then that great bowman Drona, filled with rage, cut off the bow of the high-souled King Yudhishthira the Just. Then that great car warrior, viz., the son of Bharadvaja, speedily covered the bowless Yudhishthira with many thousands of shafts. Beholding the king made invisible by the shafts of Bharadvaja's son, all thought that Yudhishthira was dead, and some thought that the king had fled before Drona. And many cried out, O king, saying, Alas, the king hath been slain by the high-souled Brahmana. Then King Yudhishthira the Just, fallen into great distress, having laid aside that bow cut off by Bharadvaja's son in battle, took up another excellent, bright, and tougher bow. And that hero then cut off in that encounter all those shafts shot in thousands by Drona. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Having cut off those shafts, O king, Yudhishthira, with eyes red in wrath, took up in that battle a dart, capable of riving even a mountain. Equipped with a golden staff, of awful mien, having 8 bells attached to it, and exceedingly terrible, the mighty Yudhishthira, taking it up, uttered a loud roar. And with that roar, O Bharata, the son of Pandu, inspired all creatures with fear. Beholding that dart upraised by King Yudhishthira the Just, all creatures, as if with one accord, said, Good be to Drona. Hurled from the king's arms, that dart resembling a snake just freed from its slough, coursed towards Drona, illumining the welkin and all the directions cardinal and subsidiary, like a she-snake with fiery mouth. Beholding it coursing towards him impetuously, O king, Drona, that foremost of all persons acquainted with weapons, invoked into existence the weapon called Brahma. That weapon, reducing that dart of terrible mien into dust, coursed towards the car of the illustrious son of Pandu. Then, O sire, King Yudhishthira of great wisdom baffled that weapon of Drona, thus coursing towards him by himself invoking the Brahma weapon. And then piercing Drona himself in that battle with 5 straight shafts, he cut off, with a sharp razor-faced shaft, the large bow of Drona. Then Drona, that grinder of Kshatriyas, throwing aside that broken bow, hurled with great force, O sire, a mace at the son of Dharma. Beholding that mace impetuously coursing towards him, Yudhishthira, O chastiser of foes, filled with rage, took up a mace. Then those 2 maces, both hurled with great force, encountering each other in mid-air, produced by their collision sparks of fire and then fell down on the earth. Then Drona, filled with fury, slew, O sire, the steeds of Yudhishthira, with 4 excellent shafts of keen points. And with another broad-headed shaft he cut off he king's bow resembling a pole erected to the honor of Indra. And with another shaft he cut off the standard of Yudhishthira, and with 3 he afflicted the Pandava himself. Then King Yudhishthira, speedily jumping down from that steedless car, stood weaponless and with arms upraised, O bull of Bharata's race. Beholding him carless, and especially weaponless, Drona, O Lord, stupefied his foes, rather the whole army. Firmly adhering to his vow, and endued with great lightness of hands, Drona shot showers of sharp shafts and rushed towards the king, like a furious lion towards a deer. Beholding Drona, that slayer of foes, rush towards him, cries of "Oh" and "Alas" suddenly rose from the Pandava army. And many cried out, saying, "The king is slain by Bharadvaja's son." Loud wails of this kind were heard, O Bharata, among the Pandava troops. Meanwhile, King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, getting up on the car of Sadeva, retreated from the field, borne away by swift steeds. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 106. Sanjaya said, Kshimadhurti, O monarch, pierced the advancing Vrihakatra of great valor, that prince of the Kaikyas, with many arrows in the chest. King Vrihakatra then, O monarch, desirous of piercing through Drona's division, quickly struck his antagonist with 90 straight shafts. Kshimadhurti, however, filled with rage, cut off, with a sharp, well-tempered, and broad-headed shaft, the bow of that high-souled prince of the Kaikyas. Having cut off his bow, Kshimadhurti then, with a keen and straight shaft, quickly pierced in that encounter that foremost of all bowmen. Then Vrihakatra, taking up another bow and smiling at his foe, soon made the mighty car warrior Kshimadhurti steedless and driverless and carless. And with another broad-headed shaft that was well-tempered and sharp, he cut off, from the trunk of his royal antagonist his head blazing with a pair of earrings. That head, graced with only locks and a diadem, suddenly cut off, fell down on the earth and looked resplendent like a luminary fallen from the firmament. Having slain his foe, the mighty car warrior Vrihakatra became filled with joy and fell with great force upon thy troops for the sake of the Parthas. The great bowman Viradhanwan, O Bharata, endued with great prowess, resisted Drishtaketu who was advancing against Drona. Encountering each other, those 2 heroes having arrows for their fangs, and both endued with great activity, struck each other with many thousands of arrows. Indeed, those 2 tigers among men fought with each other, like 2 leaders of elephantine herds in the deep woods with fury. Both endued with great energy, they fought, each desirous of slaying the other, like 2 enraged tigers in a mountain cave. That combat, O monarch, became exceedingly fierce. Deserving to be witnessed, it became highly wonderful. The very Siddhas and the Charanas, in large numbers, witnessed it with wonder-waiting eyes. Then Viradhanwan, O Bharata, with a laugh, cut off enraged Drishtaketu's bow in twain by means of broad-headed arrows. Abandoning that broken bow, the ruler of the Chedis, that mighty car warrior took up a fierce dart made of iron and equipped with a golden staff. Bending with his hands, O Bharata, that dart of fierce energy towards the car of Viridhanwan, Drishtaketu hurled it carefully and with great force. Struck with great force by that hero-slaying dart, and his heart pierced by it through, Viridhanwan quickly fell down on the earth from his car. Upon the fall of that hero, that mighty car warrior among the Trigartas, thy army, O Lord, was broken by the Pandavas. Thy son, Dharmaka, sped 60 shafts at Sadeva, and uttered a loud shout in that battle, challenging that son of Pandu. The son of Madri, then, filled with rage, pierced Dharmaka with many keen arrows, smiling the while, the brother striking the brother. B. Holding the mighty Dharmaka fighting furiously, Sadeva, then, O Bharata, once more struck him with 9 shafts. Endued with great strength, Sadeva then cut off Dharmaka's standard with a broad-headed arrow and struck down his 4 steeds with 4 other arrows. And then with another broad-headed arrow, well-tempered and sharp, he cut off, from his trunk, the head of Dharmaka's charioteer that shone with a pair of earrings. And cutting off Dharmaka's large bow with a razor-faced arrow, Sadeva pierced Dharmaka himself in that battle with 5 arrows. Dharmaka, fearlessly jumping down from that steedless car, mounted the car, O Bharata, of Niramathara. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., Sadeva, filled with rage slew in that great battle Niramathara in the midst of his division with a broad-headed arrow. Thereupon, Prince Niramathara, the son of the ruler of the Trigartas, fell down from his car, afflicting thy army with great grief. Slaying him, the mighty armed Sadeva looked resplendent like Rama, the son of Dasaratha, after slaying the mighty Rakshasa Kara. Beholding that mighty car warrior, viz., Prince Niramathara slain, loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose, O monarch, among the Trigarta warriors. Nakula, O king, in a moment vanquished thy son Vikarna of large eyes. This seemed highly wonderful. Vyagradata, by means of his straight shafts, made Satyaki invisible with his steeds and driver and standard in the midst of his division. The brave grandson of Seni, baffling those shafts with great lightness of hand, felled Vyagradata by means of his arrows, with his steeds and driver and standard. Upon the fall, O Lord, of that prince of the Magadhas, the latter, struggling vigorously, rushed against Yuyudana from all sides, scattering their shafts and lances by thousands, and sharp arrows and spears and mallets and thick clubs. Those brave warriors fought in that battle with that invincible hero of the Satwata race. Endued with great might, invincible Satyaki, that bull among men, with the greatest ease and laughing the while, vanquished them all. The Magadhas were nearly exterminated. A small remnant flew from the field. Beholding this, thy army, already afflicted with the arrows of Yuyudana, broke, O Lord. Then that foremost one of Madhu's race, having slaughtered ill-battle thy troops, that illustrious hero, looked resplendent as he shook his bow. The army, O king, was thus routed by that high-souled one of the Satwata race. Indeed, frightened by that hero of long arms, none approached him for fight. Then Drona, filled with rage and rolling his eyes, himself rushed impetuously towards Satyaki, of feats incapable of being baffled. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 107. Sanjaya said, the illustrious son of Somadatta pierced each of the sons of Draupadi, those great bowmen, with 5 arrows, and once more with 7 arrows. Much afflicted, O Lord, by that fierce warrior, they were stupefied and knew not for some time what to do. Then that crusher of foes, Satanika, the son of Nakula, piercing Somadatta's son, that bull among men, with a couple of arrows, uttered in joy a loud roar. The other brothers then, struggling vigorously, quickly pierced the wrathful son of Somadatta, each with 3 straight shafts. Then the illustrious son of Somadatta, O monarch, sped at them 5 shafts, piercing each of them in the chest with 1 shaft. Then those 5 brothers, thus pierced by that high-souled warrior with his shafts, surrounded that hero on every side and began to pierce him deeply with their shafts. Then the son of Arjuna, filled with rage, dispatched with keen shafts the 4 steeds of Samadati to the region of Yama. And the son of Bhimasena, cutting off the bow of the illustrious son of Somadatta, uttered a loud shout and pierced his foe with many sharp arrows. The son of Yudhishthira then, cutting off Samadati's standard, felled it in the earth, while the son of Nakula felled the enemy's charioteer from his niche in the car. Then the son of Sadeva, ascertaining the foe to be on the point of leaving the field in consequence of the brothers, cut off, with a razor-faced arrow, the head of that illustrious warrior. That head, decked with earrings of gold, fell on the earth and adorned the field like the sun of brilliant effulgence that rises at the end of the Yuga. Beholding the head of the high-souled son of Somadatta thus fallen on the ground, thy troops, O king, overcome with fear, fled in all directions. The Rakshasa Alamvasha in that battle, filled with rage, fought with the mighty Bhimasena, like Ravana's son, Indrajit, with Rama's brother, Lakshmana. Beholding that Rakshasa and that human warrior engaged in fight, all creatures experienced both joy and wonder. Then Bhima, O king, laughing the while, pierced that wrathful prince of Rakshasa, viz., Rishyasringa's son, Alamvasha, with 9 keen shafts. Then that Rakshasa, thus pierced in battle, uttered a loud and awful sound, and rushed, with all his followers, against Bhima. Piercing Bhima then with 5 straight shafts, he quickly destroyed in that battle 30 cars supporting Bhima. And once more destroying 400 cars of Bhimasena, the Rakshasa pierced Bhimasena himself with winged arrows. Then the mighty Bhima, deeply pierced by the Rakshasa, sat down on the terrace of his car, overcome by a swoon. The son of the wind god then, recovering his senses, became filled with rage. Drawing his excellent and terrible bow that was capable of bearing a great strain, he afflicted Alamvasha and every part of his body with keen shafts. Thereupon, the Rakshasa, who resembled a huge mass of antimony, looked resplendent, O king, like a flowering kinsuka. Whilst being struck in that battle with those shafts sped from the bow of Bhima, the Rakshasa recollected the slaughter of his brother, Vaka, by the illustrious Pandava. Assuming then an awful form, he addressed Bhima, saying, Wait a little in this battle, O Partha. Behold today my prowess. O thou of wicked understanding, that foremost of Rakshasas, viz., the mighty Vaka, was my brother. It is true he was slain by thee. But that took place out of my sight. Having said these words unto Bhima, Alamvasha made himself invisible, and began to cover Bhimasena with a dense shower of arrows. Upon the disappearance of the Rakshasa, Bhima, O monarch, covered the welkin with straight shafts. Thus afflicted by Bhima, Alamvasha soon returned to his car. And soon again, he entered into the bowels of the earth, and once more becoming little, he suddenly soared into the sky. Alamvasha assumed countless forms. Now becoming subtle and now huge and gross, he began to roar like the clouds. And he uttered diverse kinds of words and speeches all around. And from the welkin there fell thousands of arrowy torrents, as also darts, and kunapas, and lances, and spiked maces, and short arrows, and scimitars, and swords, and thunders also. That awful downpour of arrows caused by the Rakshasa slew the troops of Pandu's son on the field of battle. And in consequence of that arrowy downpour, many elephants also of the Pandava army were slain, and many steeds also, O king, and many foot soldiers. And a river was caused there, whose waters were blood and whose eddies were constituted by cars. And it abounded with elephants that constituted its alligators. And the umbrellas of car warriors constituted its swans, and the flesh and marrow of animals its mire. And it teemed with the cut-off arms of human beings that constituted its snakes. And it was haunted by many Rakshasas and other cannibals. And it wafted away, O king, countless Chaitis and Panchalas and Srinjayas. Beholding him, O monarch, careering so fearlessly in that battle and seeing his prowess, the Pandavas became filled with anxiety, and joy filled the hearts of thy troops then. And amongst the latter, loud and terrible sounds of musical instruments, making the hair stand on end, arose. Hearing that loud uproar made by thy troops, the son of Pandu could not bear it, as a snake cannot bear the clap of human palms. With eyes red as copper in rage, with glances that like fire consumed everything, the son of the wind god, like Twastri himself, aimed the weapon known by the name of Twastri. From that weapon were produced thousands of arrows on all sides. And in consequence of those arrows, a universal rout was seen among thy troops. That weapon, shot in battle by Bhimasena, destroying the effective illusion produced by the Rakshasa, greatly afflicted the Rakshasa himself. Struck in every part of his body by Bhimasena, the Rakshasa, then abandoning Bhimasena, fled towards the division of Drona. Upon the defeat of that prince of Rakshasa by the high-souled Bhima, the Pandavas caused every point of the compass to resound with their leonine roars. And filled with joy, they worshipped the mighty son of Marat, like the Marats worshipping Sakra after the defeat in battle of Prahlada. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 108. Sanjaya said, having fled away from Bhima, Alamvasha, in another part of the field, careered fearlessly in battle. And while he was thus fearlessly careering in battle, the son of Hidimva rushed impetuously at him and pierced him with keen shafts. The battle between those two lions among Rakshasas became terrible. Both of them invoked into existence illusions like Sakra and Samvara in days of old. Alamvasha, excited with rage, attacked Gatotkacha. Indeed, that encounter between those two foremost of Rakshasas resembled that of old between Rama and Ravana, O Lord. Then Gatotkacha, having pierced Alamvasha in the center of the chest with 20 long shafts, repeatedly roared like a lion. Smilingly, O king, Alamvasha also, repeatedly piercing the invincible son of Hidimva, uttered loud roars in joy, filling the entire welkin. Then, those two foremost of Rakshasas, endued with great might, became filled with rage. They fought with each other, displaying their powers of illusion, but without any of them getting any advantage over the other. Each, creating 100 illusions, stupefied the other. Both accomplished in producing illusions, O king, that Gatotkacha displayed in battle, were all destroyed, O monarch, by Alamvasha, producing similar illusions of his own. Beholding that prince of Rakshasas, viz., Alamvasha, who was accomplished in producing illusions, fight in that manner, the Pandavas became filled with anxiety. They then caused him to be surrounded by many foremost of car warriors. Bhimasena and others, O monarch, all rushed in rage against him. Hemming him, O sire, on all sides by means of numberless cars, they shrouded him from every side with shafts, like men in a forest encompassing an elephant with blazing brands. Baffling that shower of weapons by means of the illusion of his own weapons, freed himself from that press of cars like an elephant from a forest conflagration. Then drawing his terrible bow, whose twang resembled the thunder of Indra, he pierced the son of the wind god with 25 shafts, and Bhimasena's son with 5, and Yudhishthira with 3, and Sadeva with 7, and Nakula with 73, and each of the 5 sons of Draupadi with 5 shafts, and uttered a loud roar. Then Bhimasena pierced him in return with 9 shafts, and Sudeva with 5. And Yudhishthira pierced the Rakshasa with 100 shafts. And Nakula pierced him with 3 shafts. The son of Hidimva having pierced him with 500 shafts, Alamvasha once more pierced him with 70, and that mighty warrior uttered a loud roar. With that loud roar of Gatotkacha the earth shook, O king, with her mountains and forests and with her trees and waters. Deeply pierced on all sides by those great bowmen and mighty car warriors, Alamvasha pierced each of them in return with 5 arrows. Then that Rakshasa, O chief of the Bharatas, viz., the son of Hidimva, filled with rage, pierced that other angry Rakshasa in battle with many shafts. Then that mighty prince of Rakshasas, viz., Alamvasha, deeply pierced, quickly shot countless shafts equipped with wings of gold and whetted on stone. Those shafts, perfectly straight, all entered the body of Gatotkacha, like angry snakes of great strength entering a mountain summit. Then the Pandavas, O king, filled with anxiety, and Hidimva's son Gatotkacha, also sped at their foe from every side clouds of keen shafts. Thus struck in battle by the Pandavas, desirous of victory, Alamvasha, mortal as he was, did not know what to do. Then that delighter in battle, viz., the mighty son of Bhimasena, beholding that state of Alamvasha, set his heart upon his destruction. He rushed with great impetuosity towards the car of the prince of Rakshasas, that car which resembled a burnt mountain summit or a broken heap of antimony. The son of Hidimva, inflamed with wrath, flew from his own car to that of Alamvasha, and seized the latter. He then took him up from the car, like Garuda taking up a snake. Thus dragging him up with his arms, he began to whirl him repeatedly, and then crushed him into pieces, hurling him down on the earth, like a man crushing an earthen pot into fragments by hurling it against a rock. Endued with strength and activity, possessed of great prowess, the son of Bhimasena, inflamed with wrath in battle, inspired all the troops with fear. All the limbs broken and bones reduced to fragments, the frightful Rakshasa Alamvasha, thus slain by the heroic Gatotkacha, resembled a tall sala uprooted and broken by the wind. Upon the slaughter of that wanderer of the night, the Parthas became very cheerful, and they uttered leonine roars and waved their garments. Thy brave warriors, however, beholding that mighty prince or Rakshasas, viz., Alamvasha, slain and lying like a crushed mountain, uttered cries, O monarch, of oh and alas. And people, possessed with curiosity, went to view that Rakshasa lying helplessly on the earth like a piece of charcoal, no longer capable of burning. The Rakshasa Gatotkacha, then, that foremost of mighty beings, having thus slain his foe, uttered a loud shout, like Vasva after slaying the Asura, Vala. Having achieved that exceedingly difficult feat, Gatotkacha was much applauded by his sires as also by his relatives. Indeed, having felled Alamvasha, like an Alamvasha fruit, he rejoiced exceedingly with his friends. There arose then a loud uproar in the Pandava army of conchs and of diverse kinds of arrows. Hearing that noise, the Kauravas uttered loud shouts in reply, filling the whole earth with its echoes. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 109. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, how Yuyudhana rushed against the son of Bharadvaja in battle. I feel a great curiosity to hear it. Sanjaya said, Listen, O thou of great wisdom, to the account of that battle that makes the hair stand on end between Drona and the Pandavas headed by Yuyudhana. Beholding the Kuru army slaughtered, O sire, by Yuyudhana, Drona himself rushed towards that warrior of unbaffled prowess, called also by the name of Satyaki. Satyaki pierced that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Bharadvaja, thus advancing against him with 25 small arrows. Drona also, possessed of great prowess in battle, with deliberate aim, quickly pierced Duryodhana with 5 whetted arrows equipped with wings of gold. Those arrows, piercing the hard mount of the foe and drinking his lifeblood, entered the earth, O king, like hissing snakes. The long-armed Satyaki then, inflamed with rage like an elephant struck with the hook, pierced Drona with 50 long arrows that resembled flames of fire. Then Bharadvaja's son, thus quickly pierced in battle by Duryodhana, pierced carefully exerting Satyaki in return with many arrows. Then that great bowman, endued with great might, and filled with rage, once more afflicted that hero of the Satwata race with many straight shafts. Thus struck in that battle by the son of Bharadvaja, Satyaki, O monarch, knew not what to do. Then, O king, Duryodhana's face became cheerless, seeing the son of Bharadvaja shoot countless keen arrows. Beholding Satyaki thus situated, thy sons and troops, O king, becoming exceedingly cheerful, repeatedly uttered leonine roars. Hearing that terrible uproar and beholding that hero of Madhu's race thus afflicted, King Yudhishthira, O monarch, addressing all his soldiers, said, that foremost one among the Vrishnis, viz., the brave Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, is about to be devoured by the heroic Drona, like the sun by Rahu. Go and rush ye to the spot where Satyaki is battling. The king, addressing Drishtadyumna, of the Panchala race, said, rush thou with speed at Drona. Why dost thou tarry, O son of Prashada? Sayest thou not the great danger to ourselves that has already arisen from Drona? Drona is a great bowman. He is sporting with Duryodhana in battle, like a boy with a bird bound in a string. Let all of you, headed by Bhimasena, and accompanied by others, proceed thither where Satyaki's car is. Behind you I will follow with my troops. Rescue Satyaki today, who is already within the jaws of the destroyer. Having said these words, O Bharata, King Yudhishthira with all his troops rushed towards Drona for the sake of Duryodhana. Blessed be thou, great was the uproar made there by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, all fighting with Drona only. Together approaching, O tiger among men, that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Bharadvaja, they covered with showers of keen arrows equipped with the feathers of kankas and peacocks. Drona, however, received all those heroes smilingly, like a householder receiving guests arrived of their own will, with seats and water. With the shafts of Bharadvaja's bow-wielding son, those heroes were well gratified like guests, O king, with the hospitality they receive in the houses of good hosts. And none of them, O Lord, could even gaze at the son of Bharadvaja, who then resembled the thousand-rayed sun at midday. Indeed, Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, scorched all those great bowmen with showers of arrows like the sun scorching everything below with his burning rays. Thus struck, O king, by Drona, the Pandavas and the Srinjayas beheld no protector, like elephants sunk in a morass. The mighty arrows of Drona, as they coursed through the welkin, looked like the rays of the sun blasting everything around. In that encounter, 25 warriors among the Panchalas were slain by Drona, who were all regarded as Maharathas and all approved, as such, by Drishtadyumna. And amongst all the troops of the Pandavas and the Panchalas, men quietly beheld brave Drona slaying the foremost of warriors in succession. Having slain 100 warriors amongst the Kakayas and routing them on all sides, Drona stood, O monarch, like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. The mighty armed Drona vanquished the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, the Matsyas, and the Kakayas, O monarch, by hundreds and thousands. Pierced by the arrows of Drona, the clamor made by them resembled that made in the woods by the denizens of the forest when encompassed by a conflagration. The gods, Gandharvas, and the Pitris said, Behold, the Panchalas and the Pandavas, with all their troops, are flying away. Indeed, when Drona was thus engaged in slaughtering the Samakas in battle, none ventured to advance against him and none succeeded in piercing him. And while that dreadful encounter, so destructive of great heroes, continued, Pritha's son, Yudhishthira, suddenly heard the blare of Panchajanya. Blown by Vasudeva, that best of conchs gave loud blasts. Indeed, while the heroic protectors of the ruler of the Sindhus were fighting, and while the Dhartarashtras were roaring in front of Arjuna's car, the twang of Gandiva could not be heard. The royal son of Pandu repeatedly swooned, and thought, without doubt, all is not well with Partha, since that prince of conchs, Panchajanya, is yielding such blasts, and since the Kauravas also, filled with joy, are incessantly uttering such shouts. Thinking in this way, with an anxious heart, Ajatasattu, the son of Kunti, said unto him of the Satwata race, viz., Satyaki, these words in a voice choked with tears. Though repeatedly stupefied, King Yudhishthira, however, did not lose sight of what was to be done next. Addressing Sini's grandson, that bull of his clan, Yudhishthira said, O grandson of Sini, the time for that eternal duty which the righteous ones of old have indicated, for friends, towards friends in seasons of distress, hath now come. O bull amongst the Sinis, reflecting within myself, I do not, O Satyaki, see amongst all my warriors one who is a greater well-wisher to us than thou art. He who is always well affected, he who is always obedient, I think, he should be appointed to a grave commission in times of distress. As Kesva is ever the refuge of the Pandavas even, so art thou, O thou of Vrishni's race, who art like Kesva in prowess. I will, therefore, lay a burthen on thee. It behoveth thee not to frustrate my purpose. Arjuna is thy brother, friend, and preceptor, O bull among men, in this battle render him aid in time of distress. Thou art devoted to truth. Thou art a hero. Thou art the dispeller of the fears of friends. Thou art celebrated in the world, in consequence of thy acts, O hero, as one that is truthful in speech. He, O grandson of Sini, who casteth away his body while fighting in battle for friends, is equal to him who giveth away to Brahmanas the whole earth. We have heard of various kings gone to heaven, having given away the whole of this earth unto Brahmanas with due rights. O thou of virtuous soul, I beg of thee, with joined hands, even this viz., that, O Lord, attain thou the fruit of giving away unto Brahmanas the whole earth, or something higher than that by incurring danger to thy life itself for helping Arjuna. There is one, viz., Krishna, that dispeller of the fears of friends, who is ever willing to cast away his life in battle for the sake of friends. Thou, O Satyaki, art the second. None but a hero can render aid unto a hero, exerting valorously in battle, from desire of fame. An ordinary person cannot do so. In this matter, here is none else but thee who can protect Arjuna. On one occasion, while applauding thy numerous feats, Arjuna, giving me great pleasure, repeatedly recited them. He said of thee that thou art endued with extreme lightness of hand, that thou art conversant with all modes of warfare, that thou art possessed of great activity and great prowess. He said, Satyaki is endued with great wisdom, is acquainted with every weapon, is a hero, and is never stupefied in battle. Of broad neck and broad chest, of mighty arms and broad cheeks, or great strength and great prowess, Satyaki is a high-souled Mahabharata. He is my disciple and friend, I am dear to him and he is dear to me. Becoming my ally, Yuyudhana will crush the Kauravas. Even if Kesva and Rama, and Anirudh, and the mighty car warrior Pradyumna, and Gada, and Sarana, and Samva, with all the Vrishnis, case themselves in mail for assisting us, O king, in the field of battle, I shall yet appoint that tiger among men, viz., Satyaki of unbaffled prowess, for our aid, since there is none equal to him. Even this is what Dhananjaya told me in the Dwaita woods, in thy absence, while truly describing thy merits in an assembly of righteous persons. It behoveth thee not, O thou of the Vrishni race, to falsify that expectation of Dhananjaya, and also of myself and Bhima. When, returning from various tirthas, I proceeded to Dvarka, there I witnessed thy reverence for Arjuna. While we were at Upaplavia, I did not mark anybody else, O grandson of Seni, who showed us such affection as thou didst. Thou art of noble lineage and feelest reverence for us. For showing kindness, therefore, to one who is thy friend and preceptor, it behoveth thee, O thou of mighty arms, to act in a way deserving, O great bowman, of thy friendship and prowess and noble parentage and truthfulness. O thou of Madhu's race! Suryodhana, cased in armor by Drona himself, hath suddenly gone, following Arjuna. The other great car warriors of Kauravas have, before that followed Arjuna. Loud uproars are being heard against Arjuna's car. O grandson of Seni, it behoveth thee, O giver of honors, to go thither quickly. Bhimasena and ourselves, well equipped and with all our forces, will resist Drona if he advances against thee. Behold, O grandson of Seni, the Bharata troops are flying away in battle, and as they are flying away, they are tittering loud wails. Like the very ocean at full tide agitated by a mighty tempest, the Dhartarashtra host, O sire, is agitated by Savyasakan. Behold, in consequence of countless cars and men and steeds moving quickly, the earthly dust raised is gradually spreading over the field. See, that slayer of hostile hosts, Fulguna, is encompassed by the Sindhusaviras, armed with spikes and lances, and adorned with many horses in their ranks. Without vanquishing this force, it will not be possible to vanquish Jayadratha. These warriors are prepared to lay down their lives for the sake of the ruler of the Sindhus. Behold the invincible Dhartarashtra force, stationed there, that bristles with arrows and darts and tall standards, and that teems with steeds and elephants. Hear the beat of their drums and the loud blare of their conchs, the tremendous leonine shouts uttered by them, and the rattle of their car wheels. Hear the grunt of their elephants, the heavy tread of their foot soldiers, and the stamping of their rushing cavalry, which all seem to shake the very earth itself. Before him is the division of Jayadratha, and behind is that of Drona. So great is the number of the foes that he is capable of afflicting the chief of the celestials himself. Sunk in the midst of the fathomless host, Arjuna may lose his life. If he be slain in battle, how can one like me live? Is this calamity to befall me when thou art alive? Dark blue in color, young in years, of curled locks and exceedingly handsome is that son of Pandu. Active in the use of weapons, and conversant with every mode of warfare, the mighty armed Arjuna hath, O sire, penetrated into the Bharata host at sunrise. The day is about to end. O thou of Vrishni's race, I do not know whether he liveth or not. The vast Kuru host is like ocean. O sire, Vibhatsu hath penetrated into it all alone. That army is incapable of being resisted by the very gods in battle. In today's battle, I fail to keep my judgment clear. Drona also is, with great might, afflicting my forces. Thou sayest, O mighty armed one, how that regenerate one is careering in battle. When several tasks present themselves together, thou art well skilled in selecting that which would be first attended to. It behoveth thee, O giver of honors, to accomplish with activity that task which is the gravest of all. Amongst all these tasks, I myself think that this, aiding Arjuna, is the first that demands our attention. The rescue of Arjuna in battle should be first undertaken. I do not grieve for him of Dasara's race. He is the protector and the lord of the universe. I tell thee truly that tiger among men, O sire, is able to vanquish in battle the three worlds assembled together. What need I say, therefore, of this weak Dhritarashtra host? Arjuna, however, O thou of Vrishni's race, is being afflicted by countless odds in battle. He may yield up his life. It is for this that I am so cheerless. O thou then go in his track, since persons like thee should follow a person like him, at such a season, urged on by one like me. Amongst the foremost ones of the Vrishni race, two are regarded as Adarathas. They are mighty armed Pradyumna and thyself, O Satwata, that are so famous. In weapons, thou art equal to Narayana himself, and in strength to Sankarsana. In bravery, thou art equal to the Nanjaya, O tiger among men, and surpassest Bhishma and Drona and every one accomplished in battle. O tiger among men, the wise speak of thee, saying, O Madhava, there is nothing unachievable by Satyaki. O thou of great strength, do thou, therefore, that which I say unto thee, viz., obey the wishes of all here, of myself and of Arjuna. It behoveth thee not, O mighty armed one, to frustrate that wish. Reckless of thy very life, career thou in battle like a hero. O grandson of Seni, the scions of Dasara's race never care to protect their lives in battle. Avoiding battle, or fighting from behind breastworks, or flying away from battle, those practices of cowards and wretches are never practiced by the Dasaras. The virtuous-souled Arjuna is thy superior, O bull among the Senis. Vasudeva is the superior of both thyself and intelligent Arjuna. Casting my eyes on these two reasons, I say unto thee these words. Do not discard my words, I am the superior of thy superiors. That which I am saying unto thee is approved as also by Arjuna. I tell thee this truly. Go then to the spot where the Nanjaya is. Attending to these words of mine, O thou of prowess incapable of being baffled, penetrate in this host of the wicked son of Dhritarashtra. Having penetrated into it duly, encounter the great car warriors, and display, O Satwata, such feats as are worthy of thyself. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 110. Sanjaya said, that bull amongst the Senis, viz. Satyaki, hearing these words, O, full affection, agreeable, fraught with sweet sounds, opportune, delightful, and equitable that were uttered by King Yudhishthira the Just, replied unto him, O chief of the Bharatas, saying, O thou of unfading glory, I have heard all the words thou hast said, words fraught with justice, delightful, and conducive to fame for the sake of Fulguna. At such a time, indeed, beholding one devoted to thee, like me, it behoveth thee, O King of Kings, to command him as much as thou canst command Partha himself. As regards myself, I am prepared to cast away my life for the sake of the Nanjaya. Commanded, again, by thee, what is there I would not do in great battle? What need I say of this weak, Dhritarashtra, force? Urged by thee, I am prepared, O best of men, to battle with three worlds including the gods, the Asuras, and men. Today I will fight with the entire army of Suyodhana and vanquish it in battle. Truly do I say this unto thee, O king. Safely shall I reach the Nanjaya himself in safety, and after Jayadratha is slain, I shall, O king, come back into thy presence. I must, however, O king, inform thee of the words of Vasudeva as also those of the intelligent Arjuna. I was strongly and repeatedly solicited by Arjuna in the midst of all our warriors, and in the hearing also of Vasudeva, in these words, Today, O Madhava, nobly resolved in battle, protect thou the king carefully, till I slay Jayadratha. Making over the monarch to thee, O mighty armed one, or to that great car warrior Pradyumna, I can go with an easy heart towards Jayadratha. Thou knowest Drona in battle, that warrior who is regarded as the foremost one among the Kurus. Thou knowest also the vow made by him in the presence of all, O Lord. The son of Bharadvaja is always eager to seize the king. He is competent also in afflicting King Yudhishthira in battle. Charging thee with the protection of that best of men, viz., King Yudhishthira the Just, I will proceed today for the destruction of the ruler of the Sindhus. Slaying Jayadratha, I shall soon come back, O Madhava. See that Drona may not succeed in forcibly seizing King Yudhishthira the Just in battle. If Yudhishthira be seized by Bharadvaja's son, O Madhava, I shall not succeed in slaying Jayadratha, and great will be my grief. If that best of men, the truthful son of Pandu, be seized, it is evident that we shall have again to go into woods. My success, therefore, over Jayadratha, it is plain, will be productive of no benefit if Drona, inflamed with rage, succeeds in seizing Yudhishthira in battle. O mighty armed one, for doing what is agreeable to me, therefore, O Madhava, as also for the sake of my success and fame, protect the king in battle. Thou sayest, therefore, O king, thou hast been made over to me as a trust by Savyasakan, O Lord, in consequence of his constant fear of Bharadvaja's son. O mighty armed one, I myself daily see, O Lord, that there is none, save Rukmini's son, Pradyumna, who can be a match for Drona in battle. I also am regarded to be a match for the intelligent son of Bharadvaja in battle. It is plain, therefore, I cannot dare falsify that reputation which I have, or disregard the commands of my preceptor, Arjuna, or leave thee, O king. The preceptor, Drona, cased as he is an impenetrable mail, in consequence of his lightness of arms, obtaining thee in battle, will sport with thee as a child with a little bird. If Krishna's son, bearing the Makara on his banner, were here, I could then have made over to him, for he would have protected thee as Arjuna himself. Thou shouldst protect thyself. When I am gone, who will protect thee? Who that is, that will advance against Drona while I proceed towards Arjuna? O king, let no fear be thine today on Arjuna's account. He never becomes cheerless under any burden howsoever heavy. Those warriors that are opposed to him, viz., the Sauvarakas, the Sindhavapauravas, they from the north, they from the south, and they, O king, headed by Karna, that are regarded as foremost of Kar warriors, do not together come up to a 16th part of Arjuna. The whole earth rising against him, with the gods, the Asuras, and men, with all the tribes of Rakshasas, O king, with the Kinnaras, the great snakes, and in fact, all the mobile and the immobile creatures assembled together, is no match for Arjuna in battle. Knowing this, O king, let thy fear on Dhananjaya's account be dispelled. There were those two heroes and great bowmen, viz., the two Krishnas, of prowess incapable of being baffled, there the slightest obstacle cannot happen to their purpose. Think of the celestial puissance, the accomplishment in weapons, the resourcefulness, the wrath in battle, the gratefulness, and the compassion of thy brother. Think also, O king, of the wonderful knowledge of weapons that Drona will display in battle when I leave this place for going to Arjuna. The preceptor, O monarch, is eagerly solicitous of seizing thee. He is eagerly desirous also, O king, of making good his vow, O Bharata. Be attentive, O king, to thy own protection. Who will protect thee when I am gone? Who is he that is, confiding on whom I may go towards Pritha's son, Fulganath? I tell thee truly, O great king, that without making thee over to somebody in this great battle, I will not surely go towards Arjuna, O thou of Kuru's race. Reflecting on this, from every point of view, with the aid of thy intelligence, O foremost of all intelligent persons, and ascertaining with thy intelligence what is for thy highest good, command me, O king. Yudhishthira hearing these words said, it is even so, O mighty armed one, as thou sayest, O Madhava. For all that, however, O sire, my heart doth not become easy on Arjuna's account. I shall take the greatest precaution in protecting myself. Commanded by me, go thou thither where Dhananjaya hath gone. Weighing, with my judgment, my own protection in battle with the necessity of your going towards Arjuna, the latter seems to me preferable. Make thyself ready, therefore, to go thither whither Dhananjaya hath gone. The mighty Bhima will protect me. Prashada's son, with all his uterine brothers, and all the mighty kings, and the sons of Draupadi, will without doubt protect me. The 5 Kakaya brothers, and the Rakshasa Gatakacha, and Virata, and Drupada, and the mighty car warriors Sikandin and Drishtaketu of great strength, and Kuntabhoja, O sire, Nakula, and Sadeva, and the Panchalas, and the Srinjayas, all these, O sire, will without doubt very carefully protect me. Drona at the head of his troops, and Kritavarman also, in battle, will not succeed in beating us or afflicting me. That scorcher of foes, viz., Drishtadyumna, displaying his prowess, will resist the angry Drona, like the continent resisting the sea. There where Prashada's son, that slayer of hostile heroes, will remain, their Drona will never be able to forcibly transgress our troops. This Drishtadyumna sprang from the fire, for the destruction of Drona, clad in mail, armed with bow and arrows and sword, and decked with costly ornaments. Go, O grandson of Seni, with an easy heart, do not be anxious on my account. Drishtadyumna will resist angry Drona in battle. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 111. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of the king Yudhishthira the Just, that bull among the Senis feared the censure of Arjuna if he left the king. Seeing, however, the certainty of an imputation of cowardice by the people, if he disobeyed Yudhishthira, he said to himself, let not people say that I am afraid of proceeding towards Arjuna. Reflecting repeatedly on this, Satyaki, that hero invincible in battle, that bull among men, said these words unto King Yudhishthira the Just, if thou thinkest that these arrangements will suffice for thy protection, O monarch, I will then do thy bidding and follow Vibhatsu. I tell thee truly, O king, that there is none in the 3 worlds who is dearer to me than Fulguna. I will follow in his track at the command, O giver of honors. There is nothing that I will not do for thy sake. O best of men, the commands of my preceptor are always of weight with me. But thy commands are still weightier with me, O Lord. Thy brothers, viz., Krishna and Dhananjaya, are always engaged in doing what is agreeable to thee. Taking thy command on my head for the sake of Arjuna, O Lord, I will proceed, O bull among men, piercing through this impenetrable host. Darting wrathfully through this force of Drona, like a fish through the sea, I will go thither, O monarch, where King Jayadratha, depending upon his troops, stayeth, in fear of the son of Pandu, protected by those foremost of car warriors, viz., Drona's son Karna and Kripa. The distance from here, O king, is 3 yojanas. I think of that spot where Partha stayeth, ready to slay Jayadratha. But though Partha is 3 yojanas distant, I shall yet follow in his track with a stout heart, and stay with him, O king, till Jayadratha's slaughter. What man is there that goes to battle without the commands of his superiors? And when one is commanded, O king, as I have been by thee, who is there like me that would not fight? I know that place whither I shall have to go, O Lord. Teeming is this ocean-like host doth with plowshare and darts and maces and shields and scimitars and swords and lances and foremost of shafts. I will today agitate this ocean. This elephant division, consisting of 1,000 elephants, that thou sayest, all belonging to the breed known by the name of Anjana, and all endued with great prowess, which are all mounted by a large number of mlekas, delighting in battle and accomplished in smiting. These elephants, O king, that are shedding their juicy secretions like rain-pouring clouds, these never retreat if urged forward by those upon their backs. They cannot be vanquished, O king, unless they are slaughtered. Then again, those car warriors numbering thousands, that thou sayest, are all of royal lineage and are all Mahabharatas. They are called Rugmarathas. They are accomplished in weapons and battling from cars, as also in fighting from the backs of elephants. O monarch! Thorough masters of the science of weapons, they are accomplished in fighting with their fists. Skilled in battling with maces, masters also of the art of close fight, they are equally clever in striking with scimitars and in falling upon the foe with sword and shield. They are brave and learned, and animated by a spirit of rivalry. Every day, O king, they vanquish a vast number of men in battle. They are commanded by Karna and devoted to Dusasana. Even Vasudeva applauds them as great car warriors. Always solicitous of Karna's welfare, they are obedient to him. It is at Karna's command, O king, that returning from their pursuit of Arjuna and, therefore, unfatigued and unworn, those brave warriors, cased in impenetrable armor and armed with strong bows, are certainly waiting for me, ordered by Duryodhana also. Crushing them in battle for thy good, O Katarava, I shall then follow in the track of Savyasakan. Those other elephants, O king, 700 in number, that thou sayest, all cased in armor and ridden by Karatas, and decked with ornaments, the king of the Karatas, desirous of his life, had formerly presented to Savyasakan together with many servants in their train. These, O king, were formerly employed in doing thy business. Behold the vicissitudes that time brings about, for these are now battling against thee. Those elephants are ridden by Karatas difficult of defeat in battle. They are accomplished in fighting from elephants, and are all sprung from the race of Agni. Formerly, they were all vanquished in battle by Savyasakan. They are now waiting for me carefully, under the orders of Duryodhana. Slaying with my shafts, O king, these Karatas difficult of defeat in battle, I shall follow in the track of Arjuna, who is intent on the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus. Those other huge elephants, sprung from the race of Arjuna, of impenetrable hides, well trained and adorned, and from whose mouths the juicy secretions are trickling down, and which are well adorned with armor made wholly of gold, are very formidable in battle and resemble Airavata himself. They have come from the northern hills, and are ridden by fierce robbers that are of strong limbs, that are all foremost of warriors, and that are cased in steel coats of mail. There, amongst them, are persons born of the cow, or the ape, or of diverse other creatures, including those born of men. That division of the assembled mlekas that are all sinful and that come from the fastnesses of Himavat, seem at a distance to be of smoky color. Obtaining these, and countless Kshatriyas, as also Kripa and that foremost of car warriors, viz., Drona and the ruler of the Sindhus, and the Karna, he thinks lightly of the Pandavas. Impelled by fate, he regards himself crowned with success. Those I have named will, however, today be within reach of my arrows. They shall not escape me, O son of Kunti, even if they be endued with the speed of the mind. Much regarded always by Duryodhana, that prince who dependeth upon the prowess of others, those warriors, afflicted with my clouds of shafts, will meet with destruction. Those other car warriors, O king, whom thou sayest, and who have golden standards and are difficult of being resisted, are called Kamvojas. They are brave and accomplished, and firmly devoted to the science of weapons. Desiring one another's welfare, they are all firmly united. They constitute a full Akshahini of wrathful warriors, O Bharata, and are staying carefully for my sake, well protected by the Kuru heroes. They are on the alert, O king, with their eyes on me. I shall certainly destroy them all, like fire destroying a heap of straw. Therefore, O king, let those that equip cars place quivers and all necessaries on my car in proper places. Indeed, in such a dreadful battle, diverse kinds of weapons ought to be taken. Let the car be equipped with necessaries 5 times more than what professors of military science direct, for I shall have to encounter the Kambojas who resemble fierce snakes of virulent poison. I shall have also to encounter the Kauravas who are armed with diverse weapons of warfare, who resemble virulent poison, who are accomplished in smiting, who have always been well treated by Duryodhana, and who on that account are always intent on Duryodhana's welfare. I shall also have to encounter the Sakas endued with prowess equal to that of Sakra himself, who are fierce as Tyre, and difficult to put out like a blazing conflagration. Indeed, O king, I shall have to encounter in battle many warriors difficult of being resisted. For this let well-known steeds of best breed and graced with auspicious marks be yoked to my car, after causing their thirst to be slaked and after grooming them duly. Sanjaya continued, after this, Yudhishthira caused quivers full of shafts, and diverse kinds of weapons, and, indeed, all necessaries, to be placed on Satyaki's car. Then, people caused his 4 well-harnessed and excellent steeds to drink and walk, bathe and eat, and having adorned them with golden chains and plucked out their arrows, those animals that had, for these operations, been freed from the yoke, and that were of the hue of gold and well-trained and endued with great speed and cheerful and exceedingly docile, were duly yoked again unto his car. And upon that car was set up a tall standard bearing a lion of golden maces. And that standard had attached rounded banners of the hue of white clouds, and decked with gold was also placed upon that vehicle bearing a heavy weight of weapons. After those steeds, adorned with trappings of gold, had been yoked to that car, the younger brother of Daruka, who was the charioteer and the dear friend of Satyaki, came and represented unto the latter that the car had been duly equipped, like Mad Ali representing the equipment of the car unto Vasva himself. Satyaki then, having taken a bath and purified himself and undergone every auspicious ceremony, gave nishkas of gold unto 1,000 Snataka Brahmanas who uttered benedictions upon him. Blessed with those benedictions Satyaki, that foremost of handsome men, that hero worthy of worship, having drunk Kairata, honey, shone resplendent, with reddened eyes rolling in intoxication. Having touched a brazen mirror and filled with great joy, his energy became doubled, and himself looked like a blazing fire. Taking upon his shoulders his bow with arrows, that foremost of car warriors, eased in armor and decked in ornaments, had the regenerate ones perform for him the rites of propitiation. And fair maidens honored him by showering upon him fried patty and perfumes and floral garlands. And the hero then, with joined hands, worshipped the feet of Yudhishthira, and the latter smelt his head. And having undergone all these rites, he then mounted his foremost of cars. Then those steeds, cheerful and strong and fleet as the wind, and invincible, and belonging to the Sindhu breed, bore him on that triumphant car. Similarly, Bhimasena also, honored by King Yudhishthira the Just, and reverentially saluting the monarch, set out with Satyaki. Beholding those 2 chastisers of foes on the point of penetrating thy host, their enemies, viz., thy troops, all stood still with Drona at their head. Then Satyaki, seeing Bhima cased in mail and following him, saluted that hero and spoke unto him these delightful words. Indeed, heroic Satyaki, with every limb filled with joy, said unto Bhima, Do thou, O Bhima, protect the king. Even this is thy duty above all things. Piercing through this host whose hour hath come, I will proceed. Whether now or hence, the protection of the king is thy highest duty. Thou knowest my prowess, thou desirest my good, return, O Bhima. Thus addressed by Satyaki, Bhima replied, Go then, for the success of thy object. O best of men, I will protect the king. Thus addressed, he of Madhu's race answered Bhima, saying, Go back, O son of Pritha. My success is certain, since won over by my merits. Thus, O Bhima, art today obedient to my wishes. Indeed, O Bhima, as these auspicious omens tell me, my victory is assured. After the sinful ruler of the Sindhus has been slain by the high-souled son of Pandu, I shall embrace King Yudhishthira of virtuous soul. Having said these words unto Bhima, and dismissing him with an embrace, that illustrious warrior eyed thy troops, like a tiger eyeing a herd of deer. Beholding him thus looking at thy army, O king, thy troops become once more stupefied, and began to tremble violently. Then, O king, Satyaki, desirous of seeing Arjuna at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, suddenly dashed against thy troops. Footnotes 228:1 Owners of Golden Cars. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 112. Sanjaya said, O king, when Yuyudhamna, from desire of battle, proceeded against thy troops, King Yudhishthira, surrounded by his forces, followed Yuyudhamna for reaching the car of Drona. Then the son of the king of the Panchalas, viz. the invincible warrior Drishtadyumna, the king Vasudhamna, both loudly exclaimed with the Pandava host, Come, smite quickly, and rush against the foe, so that Satyaki, that warrior invincible battle, and might pass easily through the Kaurava host. Many mighty car warriors will struggle for vanquishing him. The great car warriors of the Pandava army, saying this, fell impetuously upon their foes. Indeed, they all rushed, saying, We will vanquish those that will endeavor to vanquish Satyaki. Then a loud uproar was heard about the car of Satyaki. Thy son's host, however, covered with Satyaki's shafts, fled away. Indeed, O king, that host was broken into 100 struggling bodies by him of the Satwata race. And while that force was breaking, that mighty car warrior, viz., the grandson of Seni, crushed 7 heroic and great bowmen in the front rank of the foe. And, O monarch, with his shafts that resembled blazing flames of fire, he dispatched many other heroes, kings of diverse realms, unto the region of Yama. He sometimes pierced 100 warriors with one shaft, and sometimes one warrior with 100 shafts. Like the great Rudra destroying creatures, he slew elephant riders and car warriors with steeds and drivers. None amongst thy troops ventured to advance against Satyaki, who was displaying such lightness of hand and who showered such clouds of shafts. Struck with panic and crushed grounded thus by that hero of long arms, those brave warriors all left the field at the sight of that proud hero. Although alone, they saw him multiplied manifold, and were stupefied by his energy. And the earth looked exceedingly beautiful with crushed cars and broken needles, O sire, and wheels and fallen umbrellas and standards and anakarshas and banners and headgears decked with gold, and human arms smeared with sandal paste and adorned with ingathas, O king, and human thighs, resembling trunks of elephants or the tapering bodies of snakes, and faces, beautiful as the moon and decked with earrings, of large-eyed warriors lying all about the field. And the ground there looked exceedingly beautiful with the huge bodies of fallen elephants, cut off in diverse ways, like a large plain strewn with hills. Crushed by that hero of long arms, steeds, deprived of life and fallen down on the ground, looked beautiful in their traces made of burnished gold and decked with rows of pearls, and in their carcasses of handsome make and design. Having slain diverse kinds of thy troops, he of the Satwata race entered into thy host, agitating and routing thy army. Then Satyaki desired to go by that very track by which Dhananjaya had gone before him. Then Drona came and resisted him. Encountering the son of Bharadvaja, Yuyudhana, filled with rage, stopped not like a vast expanse of water upon encountering on embankment. Drona, however, checking in that battle the mighty car warrior Yuyudhana, pierced him with 5 keen shafts, capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Satyaki, however, O king, in that battle pierced Drona with 7 shafts whetted on stone, equipped with golden wings and the feathers of the kanka and the peacock. Then Drona afflicted Satyaki, his steeds and the drivers, with 6 shafts. The mighty car warrior Yuyudhana could not brook that feat of Drona. Uttering a leonine shout, he then pierced Drona with 10 shafts, and then with 6, and then with 8 others. And once more Yuyudhana pierced Drona with 10 shafts, his charioteer with 1 and his 4 steeds with 4. And with another shaft, O sire, Satyaki struck Drona's standard. Then Drona speedily covered Satyaki, his car, steeds, driver, and standard, with swiftly coursing shafts, countless in number like a flight of locusts. Similarly, Yuyudhana fearlessly covered Drona with countless shafts of great speed. Then Drona, addressing Yuyudhana, said, "Thy preceptor, Arjuna, hath, like a coward, gone away, leaving the battle, avoiding me who was fighting with him, proceeding by my flank. O thou of Madhu's race, if like thy preceptor, thou too dost not quickly avoid me in this battle, thou shalt not escape me with life today, engaged as I am in battle with thee." Satyaki, hearing these words, answered, "At the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, I shall follow in the track of the Nanjaya. Blessed be thou, O Brahmana, I would lose time if I fight with thee. A disciple should always tread in the way trod by his preceptor. I shall, therefore, follow in the track that has been trod by my preceptor." Sanjaya continued, "Having said this much, the grandson of Seni avoided the preceptor and suddenly proceeded onwards, O king. And addressing his charioteer, he said, Drona will, by every means, endeavor to check my progress. Proceed carefully, O Sutta, in battle and listen to these grave words of mine. Yonder is seen the host of great splendor of Avantis. Next to them is the mighty host of the Southerners. And next to it is the great host of the Valhikas. By the side of the Valhikas stands resolved for fight the mighty host commanded by Karna. O charioteer, all these hosts are different from one another, but relying upon one another, they protect one another on the field of battle. Arrived at the space left open between these divisions, cheerfully urge thou the steed. Indeed, O charioteer, bear me thither, making the steeds adopt a tolerable speed thither, that is, where are seen the Valhikas with diverse weapons uplifted in their arms, and the countless Southerners headed by the Sutta's son, and whose division is seen to present a serried array of elephants and steeds and cars, and in which stand foot soldiers from various realms. Having said this much unto his driver, avoiding the Brahmana, Drona, he proceeded, telling his charioteer, pass through the open space between those two divisions towards the fierce and mighty host of Karna. Drona, however, excited with wrath, pursued him from behind, shooting at him countless shafts. Indeed, the preceptor closely followed highly blessed Yuyudhana, who advanced without any desire of turning back. Smiting the great host of Karna with whetted arrows, Satyaki penetrated into the vast and limitless army of the Bharatas. When Yuyudhana, however, entered the army, the troops, opposed to him, fled away. At this, wrathful Kritavarman came forward to resist Satyaki. The valiant Satyaki, striking the advancing Kritavarman with 6 shafts, quickly slew his 4 steeds with 4 other shafts. And once again, he pierced Kritavarman in the center of the chest with 4 other shafts. And once again, he pierced Kritavarman in the center of the chest with 16 straight shafts of great speed. Thus encountered, O monarch, with many shafts of fierce energy by him of the Satwata race, Kritavarman was unable to brook it. Aiming then a calf-toothed shaft resembling a shake of virulent poison and endued with the speed of the wind, and drawing the bowstring, O monarch, to his ear, he pierced Satyaki in the chest. That shaft, equipped with beautiful feathers, penetrating through his armor and body, and dyed in blood, entered the earth. Then, O king, Kritavarman, that warrior equipped with the highest weapons, shooting many shafts, cut off the bow of Satyaki with arrows fixed thereon. And excited with rage, he then, in that battle, O king, pierced Satyaki of unbaffled prowess in the center of the chest with 10 shafts of great keenness. Upon his bow being broken, the foremost of mighty men, viz., Satyaki, hurled a dart at the right arm of Kritavarman. And taking up and drawing a tougher bow, Yuyudana quickly shot at his foe, shafts by hundreds and thousands, and entirely shrouded Kritavarman and his car with that arrowy downpour. Having thus shrouded the son of Hritika, O monarch, in that battle, Satyaki cut off, with a broad-headed arrow, the head of his foe's charioteer from his trunk. The charioteer of Hritika's son then, thus slain, fell down from that great car. At this, the steeds of Kritavarman, deprived of a driver, ran away with great speed. The ruler of the Bhojas, then, in great agitation, himself checked those steeds. That heroic warrior then, bow in hand, stood upon his car, ready for battle. Beholding this feat, his troops applauded it highly. Resting for a short space of time, Kritavarman then urged those good steeds of his. Himself devoid of fear, he inspired his foes with great fear. Satyaki, however, had by that time left him behind, while Kritavarman himself now rushed against Bhimasena without pursuing Satyaki. Thus issuing out of the division of the Bhojas, Satyaki proceeded with great speed towards the mighty division of the Kambojas. Resisted there by many brave and mighty car warriors, Yuyudana, of prowess incapable of being thwarted, could not then, O monarch, proceed a step. Meanwhile, Drona, having placed his troops in a proper position and made over the burden of their protection to the ruler of the Bhojas, firmly resolved, proceeded with great speed towards Yuyudana from desire of battle. Then the foremost warriors of the Pandava host, beholding Drona thus pursuing Yuyudana from behind, cheerfully began to resist him. The Panchalas, however, who were headed by Bhimasena, having approached the son of Hritika, that foremost of car warriors, all became cheerless. The heroic Kritavarman, O king, displaying his prowess, resisted all those warriors who, although they had become a little heartless, struggled yet with great vigor. Fearlessly he weakened, by means of his arrowy showers, the animals of his foes. The brave warriors, however, of the Pandava army, though thus afflicted by the ruler of the Bhojas, stood, like high-born soldiers that they were, resolved to fight with the division of the Bhojas itself, from a desire of great renown. Footnotes 232:1 Nitas were niches or drivers' boxes. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 113. Dhritarashtra said, "Our army is equally possessed of many excellences. It is equally regarded as superior. It is equally arrayed according to the rules of science, and it is equally numerous, O Sanjaya. It is always well treated by us, and is always devoted to us. It is vast in numerical strength, and presents a wonderful aspect. Its prowess had before been tested. The soldiers are neither very old nor very young. They are neither lean nor corpulent. Of active habits, of well-developed and strong frames, they are free from disease. They are cased in mail and well-equipped with arms. They are devoted to all kinds of armed exercises. They are adepts in mounting upon and descending from the backs of elephants, and moving forward and stepping back, and smiting effectually, and in marching and retreating. Oftentimes have they been tested in the management of elephants and steeds and cars. Having been examined duly, they have been entertained on pay, and not for the sake of lineage, nor from favor, nor from relationship. They are not a rabble come of their own accord, nor have they been admitted into my army without pay. My army consists of well-born and respectable men, who are, again, contented, well-fed, and submissive. They are sufficiently rewarded. They are all famous and endued with great intelligence. They are, again, O son, protected by many of our foremost counselors and others of righteous deeds, all of whom are best of men, resembling the very regents of the world. Innumerable rulers of earth, seeking to do what is agreeable to us, and who have of their own wealth sided with us with their forces and followers, also protect them. Indeed, our army is like the vast ocean filled with the waters of innumerable rivers running from all directions. It abounds in steeds and cars which, though destitute of wings, still resemble the winged tenants of the air. It seems also with elephants adorned whose cheeks flow with juicy secretions. What can it, therefore, be but destiny that even such an army should be slain? Ocean-like it is, vast number of combatants constitute its interminable waters, and the steeds and other animals constitute its terrible waves. Innumerable swords and maces and darts and arrows and lances constitute the oars plied on that ocean. Abounding in standards and ornaments, the pearls and gems of the warriors constitute the lotuses that deck it. The rushing steeds and elephants constitute the winds that agitate it into fury. Drona constitutes the fathomless cave of that ocean, Kritavarman its vast vortex, Jalasanda its mighty alligator, and Karna the rise of the moon that makes it swell with energy and pride. When that bull amongst the Pandavas, on his single car, hath speedily gone, piercing through that army of mine vast, though it be, like the ocean, and when Yuyudana also hath followed him, I do not, O Sanjaya, see the prospect of even a remnant of my troops being left alive by Savyasakan, and that foremost of car warriors belonging to the Satwata race. Beholding those two exceedingly active heroes pierce through the divisions placed in the van, and seeing the ruler of the Sindhus also within reach of the shafts from Gandiva, what, indeed, was the measure adopted by the Kaurava impelled by fate? At that time, when all were fighting intently, what became of them? O sire, I regard the assembled Kurus to be overtaken by death himself. Indeed, their prowess also in battle is no longer seen to be what it once was. Krishna and the son of Pandu have both entered the Kuru host unwounded. There is none in that host, O Sanjaya, capable of resisting them. Many combatants that are great car warriors were admitted by us after examination. They are all honored by us, with pay as each deserves, and others with agreeable speeches. There is none, O son, amongst my troops who is not honored with good offices done to him. Each receives his assigned pay and rations according to the character of his services. In my army, O Sanjaya, there is none who is unskilled in battle, none who receives pay less than what he deserves, or none who does not receive any pay. The soldiers are adored by me, according to the best of my powers, with gifts and honors and seats. The same conduct is followed towards them by my sons, my kinsmen, and my friends. Yet on the very approach of Savyasakan have they been vanquished by him and by the grandson of Sini. What can it be but destiny? They who are protecting them all follow the same road, the protected with the protectors. Beholding Arjuna arrived at the front of Jayadratha, what measure was adopted by my foolish son? Beholding Satyaki also entering the host, what step did Duryodhana think suitable to that occasion? Indeed, beholding those two foremost of car warriors who are beyond the touch of all weapons, enter my host, what resolution was formed by my warriors in battle? I think, beholding Krishna of Dasara's race and that bull of Sini's race also both engaged for Arjuna's sake, my sons are filled with grief. I think, seeing both Satwata and Arjuna pass through my army and the Kurus flying away, my sons are filled with grief. I think, seeing their car warriors retreat in despair of subjugating the foe and set their hearts upon flying away from the field, my sons are filled with grief. Their steeds and elephants and cars and heroic combatants by thousands flying away from the field in anxiety, my sons are filled with grief. I think, seeing many huge elephants fly away, afflicted with the shafts of Arjuna, and others fallen and falling, my sons are filled with grief. I think, seeing steeds deprived of riders and warriors deprived of cars by Satyaki and Partha, my sons are filled with grief. I think, large bodies of steeds slain or routed by Madhava and Partha, my sons are filled with grief. I think, seeing large bodies of foot soldiers flying away in all directions, my sons, despairing of success, are filled with grief. I think, seeing those two heroes pass through Drona's division unvanquished within a moment, my sons are filled with grief. Stupefied am I, O son, upon hearing that Krishna and Dhananjaya, those two heroes of unfading glory, have both, with Satwata, penetrated into my host. After that foremost of car warriors among the Sinis had entered my host, and after he had passed through the division of the Bhojas, what did the Kauravas do? Tell me also, O Sanjaya, how did the battle take place there where Drona afflicted the Pandavas on the field? Drona is endued with great might, is the foremost of all persons, is accomplished in weapons, and is incapable of being defeated in battle. How could the Panchalas pierce that great bowman in the fight? Desirous of Dhananjaya's victory, the Panchalas are inveterate foes of Drona. The mighty car warrior Drona also is an inveterate foe of theirs. Thou art skilled in a narration, O Sanjaya. Tell me, therefore, everything about what Arjuna did for compassing the slaughter of the ruler of the Sindhus. Sanjaya said, O bull of Bharata's race, overtaken by a calamity that is the direct result of thy own fault, thou shouldst not, O hero, indulge in such lamentations like an ordinary person. Formerly, many of thy wise well-wishers, numbering Vidura amongst them, had told thee, do not, O king, abandon the sons of Pandu. Thou didst not then heed those words. The man that heedeth not the counsels of well-wishing friends, weepeth, falling into great distress, like thyself. He of Dasara's race, O king, had formerly begged thee for peace. For all that, Krishna of worldwide fame obtained not his prayer. Ascertaining thy worthlessness and thy jealousy towards the Pandavas, and understanding also thy crooked intentions towards the sons of Pandu, and hearing thy delirious lamentations, O best of kings, that puissant Lord of all the worlds, that being acquainted with the truth of everything in all the worlds, viz., Vasudeva, then caused the flame of war to blaze forth among the Kurus. This great and wholesale destruction hath come upon thee, brought about by thy own fault. O giver of honors, it behoveth thee not to impute the fault to Duryodhana. In the development of these incidents, no merit of thine is to be seen in the beginning, in the middle, or at the end. This defeat is entirely owing to thee. Therefore, knowing as thou dost the truth about this world, be quiet and hear how this fierce battle, resembling that between the gods and the Asuras, took place. After the grandson of Sini, that warrior of prowess incapable of being baffled, had entered into thy host, the Parthas headed by Bhimasena also rushed against thy troops. The mighty car warrior Kritavarman, however, alone, resisted. In that battle the Pandavas thus rushing in fury and wrath with their followers against thy host. As the continent resists the surgings, even so did the son of Hritika resist the troops of the Pandavas in that battle. The prowess that we then beheld of the son of Hritika was wonderful, inasmuch as the united Parthas succeeded not in transgressing his single self. Then the mighty armed Bhima, piercing Kritavarman with 3 shafts, blew his conch, gladdening all the Pandavas. Then Sadeva pierced the son of Hritika with 20 shafts, and Yudhishthira the just pierced him with 5, and Nakula pierced him with 100. And the sons of Draupadi pierced him with 370 shafts, Gatotkacha pierced him with 7. And Virata and Draupada's son, Drishtadyumna, each pierced him with 5 shafts, and Sikandin, having once pierced him with 5, again pierced him smilingly with 25 shafts. Then Kritavarman, O king, pierced every one of those great car warriors with 5 shafts, and Bhima again with 7. And the son of Hritika felled both the bow and the standard of Bhima from the latter's car. Then that mighty car warrior, with great speed, wrathfully struck Bhima, whose bow had been cut off with 70 keen shafts in the chest. Then mighty Bhima, deeply pierced with those excellent shafts of Hritika's son, trembled on his car like a mountain during an earthquake. Beholding Bhimasena in that condition, the Parthas headed by King Yudhishthira the just afflicted Kritavarman, O king, shooting at him many shafts. Encompassing that warrior there with throngs of cars, O sire, they cheerfully began to pierce him with their shafts, desiring to protect the wind god's son in that battle. Then mighty Bhimasena, recovering consciousness, took up in that battle a dart made of steel and equipped with a golden staff, and hurled it with great speed from his own car at the car of Kritavarman. That dart, resembling a snake freed from its slough, hurled from Bhima's hands, fierce-looking, blazed forth as it proceeded towards Kritavarman. Beholding that dart endued with the splendor of the Yuga fire coursing towards him, the son of Hritika cut it in twain with 2 shafts. Thereupon, that dart decked with gold, thus cut off, fell down on the earth, illumining the 10 points of the compass, O king, like a large meteor falling from the firmament. Seeing his dart baffled, Bhima blazed forth in wrath. Then taking tip another bow which was tougher and whose twang was louder, Bhimasena, filled with wrath, attacked the son of Hritika in that battle. Then, O king, Bhima, of terrible might, struck Kritavarman in the center of the chest with 5 shafts, in consequence of thy evil policy, O monarch. The ruler of the Bhoja then, mingled in every limb, O sire, by Bhimasena, shone resplendent in the field like a red Asoka covered with flowers. Then that mighty bowman, viz., Kritavarman, filled with rage, smilingly struck Bhimasena with 3 shafts, and having struck him forcibly, pierced in return every one of those great car warriors struggling vigorously in battle, with 3 shafts. Each of the latter then pierced him in return with 7 shafts. Then that mighty car warrior of the Satwata race, filled with rage, cut off, smiling in that battle, with a razor-faced shaft the bow of Sikandin. Sikandin then, seeing his bow cut off, quickly took up a sword and a bright shield decked with 100 moons. Whirling his large shield, decked with gold, Sikandin sent that sword towards the car of Kritavarman. That large sword, cutting off, O king, Kritavarman's bow with arrow fixed thereon, fell down on the earth, like, O monarch, a bright luminary loosened from the firmament. Meanwhile, those mighty car warriors quickly and deeply pierced Kritavarman with their shafts in that battle. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Hritika, casting off that broken bow, and taking up another, pierced each of the Pandavas with 3 straight shafts. And he pierced Sikandin at first with 3, and then with 5 shafts. Then the illustrious Sikandin, taking up another bow, checked the son of Hritika with many swift-flying shafts, furnished with heads like tortoise nails. Then, O king, the son of Hritika, and flamed with rage in that battle, rushed impetuously at that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Yajnasena, that warrior, O monarch, who was the cause of the illustrious Bhishma's fall in battle. Indeed, the heroic Kritavarman rushed at Sikandin, displaying his might, like a tiger at an elephant. Then those two chastisers of foes, who resembled a couple of huge elephants or two blazing fires, encountered each other with clouds of shafts. And they took their best of bows and aimed their arrows, and shot them in hundreds like a couple of suns shedding their rays. And those two mighty car warriors scorched each other with their keen shafts, and shone resplendent like two suns appearing at the end of the yuga. And Kritavarman in that battle pierced that mighty car warrior viz., Yajnasena's son, with 73 shafts, and once more with 7. Deeply pierced therewith, Sikandin sat down in pain on the terrace of his car, throwing aside his bow and arrows, and was overtaken by a swoon. Beholding that hero in a swoon, thy troops, O bull among men, worshipped the son of Hritika, and waved their garments in the air. Seeing Sikandin thus afflicted with the shafts of Hritika's son, his charioteer quickly bore that mighty car warrior away from the battle. The Parthas, beholding Sikandin lying senseless on the terrace of his car, soon encompassed Kritavarman in that battle with crowds of cars. The mighty car warrior, Kritavarman, then achieved a most wonderful feat there, inasmuch as, alone, he held in check all the Parthas with their followers. Having thus vanquished the Parthas, that mighty car warrior then vanquished the Chaitis, the Panchalas, the Srinjayas, and the Kakayas, all of whom are endued with great prowess. The forces of the Pandavas then, thus slaughtered by the son of Hritika, began to run in all directions, unable to stay coolly in battle. Having vanquished the sons of Pandu headed by Bhimasena himself, the son of Hritika stayed in battle like a blazing fire. Those mighty car warriors, afflicted with torrents of shafts and routed by Hritika's son in battle, ventured not to face him. Footnotes 235:1 Many of the opening slokas of this Mahabharata, Book 7, section are nearly the same as those of Mahabharata, Book 7, section 76 of Bhishma Parva, Ved Anti. In a few instances I have adopted the readings of the Bombay edition. 235:2 I prefer the reading Samaculam to Jashakulam. Mahabharata, Book 7, section 114. Sanjaya said, "Listen with undivided attention, O king. After the rout of that force by the high-souled son of Hritika, and upon the Parthas being humiliated with shame and thy troops elated with joy, he that became protector of the Pandavas who were solicitous of protection while sinking in that fathomless sea of distress, that hero, viz., the grandson of Seni, hearing that fierce uproar of thy army in that terrible fight, quickly turned back and proceeded against Kritavarman. Hritika's son, Kritavarman, then excited with wrath, covered the grandson of Seni with clouds of sharp shafts. At this, Satyaki also became filled with rage. The grandson of Seni then quickly sped at Kritavarman a sharp and broad-headed arrow in the encounter, and then 4 other arrows. These 2 arrows slew the steeds of Kritavarman, and the other cut off Kritavarman's bow. Then Satyaki pierced the charioteer of his foe and those that protected the latter's rear with many keen shafts to afflict his antagonist's forces. The hostile division then, afflicted with Satyaki's arrows, broke down. Thereupon, Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled, quickly proceeded on his way. Hear now, O king, what that hero of great valor then did unto thy troops. Having, O monarch, forded the ocean constituted by Drona's division, and filled with joy at having vanquished Kritavarman in battle, that hero then addressed his charioteer, saying, "Proceed slowly without fear." Beholding, however, that army of thine that abounded with cars, steeds, elephants, and foot soldiers, Satyaki once more told his charioteer, that large division which thou sayest on left of Drona's host, and which looks dark as the clouds, consists of the elephants of the foe. Rugmaratha is its leader. Those elephants are many, O charioteer, and are difficult of being resisted in battle. Urged by Duryodhana, they wait for me, prepared to cast away their lives. All those combatants are of princely birth, and great bowmen, and capable of displaying great prowess in battle, belonging to the country of the Trigartas. They are all illustrious car warriors, owning standards decked with gold. Those brave warriors are waiting, desirous of battle with me. Urge the steeds quickly, O charioteer, and take me thither. I shall fight with the Trigartas in the very sight of Bharadvaja's son. Thus addressed, the charioteer, obedient to Satwata's will, proceeded slowly. Upon that bright car of solar effulgence, equipped with standard, those excellent steeds harnessed thereto, and perfectly obedient to the driver, endued with speed of the wind, white as the kunda flower, or the moon, or silver, bore him to that spot. As he advanced to battle, drawn by those excellent steeds of the hue of a conch, those brave warriors encompassed him on all sides with their elephants, scattering diverse kinds of keen arrows capable of easily piercing everything. Satwata also fought with that elephant division, shooting his keen shafts, like a mighty cloud at the end of summer pouring torrents of rain on a mountain breast. Those elephants slaughtered with those shafts, whose touch resembled thunder, sped by that foremost one among the Senis, began to fly away from the field, their tusks broken, bodies covered with blood, heads and frontal globes split open, ears and faces and trunks cut off, and themselves deprived of riders, and standards cut down, riders slain, and blankets loosened, ran away, O king, in all directions. Many amongst them, O monarch, mangled by Satwata with long shafts and calf-tooth-headed arrows and broad-headed arrows and angelikas and razor-faced arrows and crescent-shaped ones, fled away, with blood flowing down their bodies, and themselves ejecting urine and excreta and uttering loud and diverse cries, deep as the roar of clouds. And some amongst the others wandered, and some limped, and some fell down, and some became pale and cheerless. Thus afflicted by Yuyudana, with shafts that resembled the sun or fire, that elephant division fled away in all directions. After that elephant division was exterminated, the mighty Jalasandha, exerting himself coolly, led his elephant before Yuyudana's car drawn by white steeds. Cased in golden ingathas, with earrings and diadem, armed with sword, smeared with red sandal paste, his head encircled with a blazing chain of gold, his breast covered with a cuirass, his neck adorned with a bright chain of gold, that hero of sinless soul, stationed on the heads of his elephant, shaking his bow decked with gold, looked resplendent, O king, like a cloud charged with lightning. Like the continent resisting the surging sea, Satyaki checked that excellent elephant of the ruler of the Magadhas that approached him with such fury. Beholding the elephant checked by the excellent shafts of Yuyudana, the mighty Jalasandha became filled with rage. Then, O king, the enraged Jalasandha pierced Seni's grandson on his broad chest with some shafts of great force. With another sharp and well-tempered broad-headed arrow, he cut off the bow of the Vrishni hero while the latter was drawing it. And then, O Bharata, smiling the while, the heroic ruler of the Magadhas pierced the bowless Satyaki with 5 keen shafts. The valiant and mighty-armed Satyaki, however, though pierced with many shafts by Jalasandha, trembled not in the least. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then mighty Yuyudana, without any fear, thought of the shafts he should use. Taking up another bow, addressed Jalasandha, saying, "Wait, wait." Saying this much, the grandson of Seni deeply pierced Jalasandha on his broad breast with 60 arrows, smiling the while. And with another razor-faced arrow of great sharpness he cut off Jalasanda's bow at the handle, and with 3 more shafts he pierced Jalasanda himself. Then Jalasanda, casting aside that bow of his with an arrow fixed thereon, hurled a lance, O sire, at Satyaki. That terrible lance, passing through the left arm of Madhava in fierce battle, entered the earth like a hissing snake of gigantic proportion. And his left arm had thus been pierced. Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, struck Jalasanda with 30 keen shafts. Then mighty Jalasanda, taking up his scimitar and large shield made of bull's hide and decked with 100 moons, whirled the former for a while and hurled it at Satwata. Cutting off the bow of Seni's grandson, that scimitar fell down on the earth and looked resplendent like a circle of fire as it lay on the earth. Then Yuyudana took up another bow capable of piercing everybody, large as a sala offshoot, and of twang resembling the roar of Indra's thunder, and filled with rage, stretched in and then pierced Jalasanda with a single shaft. And then Satyaki, that foremost one of Madhu's race, smiling the while, cut off, with a pair of razor-faced arrows, the 2 arms, decked with ornaments, of Jalasanda. Thereupon, those 2 arms, looking like a couple of spiked maces, fell down from that foremost of elephants, like a couple of 5-headed snakes falling down from a mountain. And then, with a 3rd razor-headed arrow, Satyaki cut off his antagonist's large head endued with beautiful teeth and adorned with a pair of beautiful earrings. The headless and armless trunk, of fearful aspect, dyed Jalasanda's elephant with blood. Having slain Jalasanda in battle, Satwata quickly felled the wooden structure, O king, from that elephant's back. Bathed in blood, the elephant of Jalasanda bore that costly seat hanging down from his back. And afflicted with the arrows of Satwata, the huge beast crushed friendly ranks as it ran wildly, uttering fierce cries of pain. Then, O sire, wails of woe arose among thy troops at the sight of Jalasanda slain by that bull among the Vrishnis. Thy warriors then, turning their faces, fled away in all directions. Indeed, despairing of success over the foe, they set their hearts on flight. While, O king, Drona, that foremost of all wielders of bows, approached the mighty car warrior Yuyudana, borne by his swift coursers. Many bulls among the Kurus, beholding Seni's grandson swelling, with rage and pride, rushed at him with fury, accompanied by Drona. Then commenced a battle, O king, between the Kurus and Drona, on one side, and Yuyudana, on the other, that resembled the awful battle of old between the gods and the Asuras. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 115. Sanjaya said, shooting clouds of arrows, all those warriors, accomplished in smiting, carefully, O monarch, encountered Yuyudana. Drona struck him with 77 shafts of great keenness. And Durmarshana struck him with 12, Dusasana struck him with 10 shafts. And Vikarna also pierced him on the left side, as also on the center of the chest with 30 keen shafts equipped with kanka feathers. And Dharmaka struck him with 10 shafts, and Dusasana with 8, Chitrasena, O sire, pierced him with a couple of shafts. And Duryodhana, O king, and many other heroes, afflicted that mighty car warrior with dense showers of shafts in that battle. Though checked on all sides by those mighty car warriors, viz., thy sons, Yuyudana of Vrishni's race pierced each of them separately with his straight shafts. Indeed, he pierced the son of Bharadvaja with 3 shafts, and Dusasana with 9, and Vikarna with 25, and Chitrasena with 7, and Durmarshana with 12, and Vivansati with 8, and Satyavrat with 9, and Vijaya with 10 shafts. And having pierced Rigmangada also that mighty car warrior, viz., Satyaki, shaking his bow, speedily proceeded against thy son, Duryodhana. And Yuyudana, in the sight of all men, deeply pierced with his arrows the king, that greatest of car warriors in the whole world. Then commenced a battle between those two, both shooting keen arrows and both aiming countless shafts. Each of those mighty car warriors made the other invisible in that battle. And Satyaki, pierced by the Kuru king, looked exceedingly resplendent as blood copiously ran adown his body, like a sandal tree shedding its juicy secretions. Thy son, also pierced by Satwata with clouds of shafts, looked beautiful like a stake set up at a sacrifice, decked all over with gold. Then Madhava, O king, in that battle, cut off with razor-faced arrow, smiling the while, the bow of the Kuru king. And then he pierced the bowless king with countless arrows. Pierced with arrows by that foe of great activity, the king could not brook this indication of the enemy's success. Duryodhana then, taking up another formidable bow, the back of whose staff was decked with gold, speedily pierced Satyaki with 100 arrows. Deeply pierced by thy mighty son armed with the bow, Yuyudana became inflamed with wrath and began to afflict thy son. Beholding the king thus afflicted, thy sons, those mighty car warriors, shrouded Satyaki with dense showers of arrows, shot with great force. Whilst being thus shrouded by those mighty car warriors, viz., thy multitude of sons, Yuyudana pierced each of them with 5 arrows, and once more with 7. And soon he pierced Duryodhana with 8 swift arrows, and, smiling the while, cut off the latter's bow that frightened all foes. And with a few arrows he also felled the king's standard adorned with a jeweled elephant. And slaying then the 4 steeds of Duryodhana with 4 arrows, the illustrious Satyaki felled the king's charioteer with a razor-faced shaft. Meanwhile, Yuyudana, filled with joy, pierced the mighty car warrior, viz., the Kuru king, with many arrows capable of penetrating into the very vitals. Then, O king, thy son Duryodhana, while being thus struck in that battle with those excellent arrows of Seni's grandson, suddenly fled away. And the king quickly mounted the car of Chitrasena, armed with the bow. Beholding the king thus attacked by Satyaki in battle, and reduced to the position of Soma in the firmament while seized by Rahu, cries of woe arose from every Mahabharata, Book 7, section of the Kuru host. Hearing that uproar, the mighty car warrior Kritavarman quickly proceeded to that spot where the puissant Madhava was battling. And Kritavarman proceeded, shaking his bow, and urging his steeds, and urging his charioteer with the words, "Go with speed, go with speed." Beholding Kritavarman rushing towards him like the destroyer himself with wide-open mouth, Yuyudana, O king, addressed his driver, saying that Kritavarman, armed with arrows, is rushing in his car towards me with speed. Then, with his steeds urged to their greatest speed, and on his car duly equipped, Satyaki came upon the ruler of the Bhojas, the foremost of all bowmen. Then those 2 tigers among men, both inflamed with rage, and both resembling fire, encountered each other like 2 tigers endued with great activity. Kritavarman pierced Seni's grandson with 26 whetted arrows of keen points, and the latter's driver with 5 arrows. And skilled in battle, the son of Hritika pierced, with 4 mighty shafts, the 4 excellent and well-broken steeds of Satyaki that were of the Sindhu breed. Owning a standard decked with gold, and adorned with golden mail, Kritavarman, shaking his formidable bow, whose staff was decked with gold, thus checked Yuyudana with shafts equipped with golden wings. Then the grandson of Seni, desirous of seeing Dhananjaya, sped with great activity 8 arrows at Kritavarman. That scorcher of foes, then, deeply pierced by that mighty foe, that invincible warrior, began to tremble like a hill during an earthquake. After this, Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, speedily pierced Kritavarman's 4 steeds with 63 keen arrows, and his driver also with 7. Indeed, Satyaki, then aiming another arrow of golden wings that emitted blazing flames and resembled an angry snake, or the rod of the destroyer himself, pierced Kritavarman. That terrible arrow, penetrating through his antagonist's effulgent armor decked with gold, entered the earth, dyed with blood. Afflicted with the shafts of Satwata, and bathed in blood in that battle, Kritavarman, throwing aside his bow with arrow, fell upon his car. That lion-toothed hero of immeasurable prowess, that bull among men, afflicted by Satyaki with his arrows, fell on his knees upon the terrace of his car. Having thus resisted Kritavarman, who resembled the thousand-armed Arjuna of old, or Ocean himself of immeasurable might, Satyaki proceeded onwards. Passing through Kritavarman's division bristling with swords and darts and bows, and abounding in elephants and steeds and cars, and out of the ground rendered awful in consequence of the blood shed by foremost Kshatriyas numbering by hundreds, that bull among the Senis proceeded onwards in the very sight of all the troops, like the slayer of Vritra through the azure array. Meanwhile, the mighty son of Hritika, taking up another huge bow, stayed where he was, resisting Pandavas in battle. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 116. Sanjaya said, while the Kuru host was shaken by the grandson of Seni in these places, through which he proceeded, the son of Bharadvaja covered him with a dense shower of arrows. The encounter that then took place between Drona and Satwata in the very sight of all the troops was extremely fierce, like that between Vali and Vasva in days of old. Then Drona pierced the grandson of Seni on the forehead with 3 beautiful arrows made entirely of iron and resembling snakes of virulent poison. Thus pierced on the forehead with those straight shafts, Yuyudhana, O king, looked beautiful like a mountain with 3 summits. The son of Bharadvaja, always on the alert for an opportunity, then sped in that battle many other arrows of Satyaki which resembled the roar of Indra's thunder. Then he of Dasara's race, acquainted with the highest weapons, cut off all those arrows shot from Drona's bow, with 2 beautifully winged arrows of his. Beholding that lightness of hand, and Satyaki, Drona, O king, smiling the while, suddenly pierced that bull among the Senis with 30 arrows. Surpassing by his own lightness the lightness of Yuyudhana, Drona, once more, pierced the latter with 50 arrows and then with 100. Indeed, those mangling arrows, O king, issued from Drona's car, like vigorous snakes in wrath issuing through an anthill. Similarly, blood-drinking arrows shot by Yuyudhana in hundreds and thousands covered the car of Drona. We did not mark any difference, however, between the lightness of hand displayed by that foremost of regenerate ones and that displayed by him of the Satwata race. Indeed, in this respect, both those bulls among men were equal. Then Satyaki, inflamed with wrath, struck Drona with 9 straight arrows. And he struck Drona's standard also with many sharp shafts. And in the sight of Bharadvaja's son, he pierced the latter's driver also with 100 arrows. Beholding the lightness of hand displayed by Yuyudhana, the mighty car warrior Drona piercing Yuyudhana's driver with 70 shafts, and each of his 4 steeds with 3, cut off with a single arrow the standard that stood on Madhava's car. With another broad-headed arrow, equipped with feathers and with wings of gold, he cut off in that battle the bow of that illustrious hero of Madhu's race. Thereupon, the mighty car warrior Satyaki, excited with wrath, laid aside that, taking up a huge mace, hurled it at the son of Bharadvaja. Drona, however, with many arrows of diverse forms, resisted that mace, made of iron and twined round with strings, as it coursed impetuously towards him. Then Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, took up another bow and pierced the heroic son of Bharadvaja with many arrows whetted on stone. Piercing Drona thereby in that battle, Yuyudhana uttered a leonine shout. Drona, however, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, was unable to brook that roar. Taking up a dart made of iron and equipped with golden staff, Drona sped it quickly at the car of Madhava. That dart, however, fatal as death, without touching the grandson of Seni, pierced through the latter's car and entered the earth with a fierce noise. The grandson of Seni then, O king, pierced Drona with many winged arrows. Indeed, striking him on the right arm, Satyaki, O bull of Bharata's race, afflicted him greatly. Drona also, in that battle, O king, cut off the huge bow of Madhava with a crescent-shaped arrow and smote the latter's driver with a dart. Struck with that dart, Duryodhana's driver swooned away and for a while lay motionless on the terrace of the car. Then, O monarch, Satyaki, acting as his own driver, achieved a superhuman feat, inasmuch as he continued to fight with Drona and hold the reins himself. Then the mighty car warrior Duryodhana struck that Brahmana with 100 arrows in that battle, and rejoiced exceedingly, O monarch, at the feat he had achieved. Then Drona, O Bharata, sped at Satyaki 5 arrows. Those fierce arrows, piercing Satyaki's armor, drank his blood in that battle. Thus pierced with those frightful arrows, Satyaki became inflamed with wrath. In return, that hero shot many shafts at him of the golden car. Then felling on the earth with a single shaft, the driver of Drona, he caused next, with his arrows, those driverless steeds of his antagonist to fly away. Thereupon that car was dragged to a distance. Indeed, the bright chariot of Drona, O king, began to trace 1,000 circles in the field of battle like a sun in motion. Then all the kings and princes of the Kaurava host made a loud uproar, exclaiming, "Run, rush, seize the steeds of Drona." Quickly abandoning Satyaki in that battle, O monarch, all those mighty car warriors rushed to the place where Drona was. Beholding those car warriors run away afflicted with the arrows of Satyaki, thy troops once more broke down and became exceedingly cheerless. Meanwhile, Drona, once more proceeding to the gate of the array, took up his station there, borne away from Satyaki's presence by those steeds, fleet as the wind, that had been afflicted with the shafts of the Vrishni hero. The valiant son of Bharadvaja, beholding the array broken, in his absence, by the Pandavas and the Panchalas, made no endeavor to follow the grandson of Seni, but employed himself in protecting his broken array. Checking the Pandavas and the Panchalas then, the Drona fire, blazing up in wrath stayed there, consuming everything, like the sun that rises at the end of the Yuga. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 117. Sanjaya said, having vanquished Drona and other warriors of thy army, headed by the son of Haritika, that foremost of men, viz., that bull amongst the Senis, O foremost one of the Kurus, laughing said unto his charioteer, our foes, O Sutta, had already been consumed by Kesva and Fulguna. In vanquishing them, again, we have only been the ostensible means. Already slain by that bull among men, viz., the son of the celestial chief, we have but slain the dead. Saying these words unto his charioteer, that bull amongst the Senis, that foremost of bowmen, that slayer of hostile heroes, that mighty warrior, scattering with great force his arrows all around in that dreadful battle, proceeded like a hawk in search of prey. The Kuru warriors, although they attacked him from all sides, succeeded not in resisting that foremost of car warriors, resembling the sun himself of 1,000 rays, that foremost of men, who, having pierced the Kaurava ranks, was proceeding, borne by those excellent steeds of his that were white as the moon or a conch. Indeed, O Bharata, none amongst those that fought on thy side could resist Duryodhana of irresistible prowess, of might incapable of impairment, of valor equal to that of him of 1,000 eyes, and looking like the autumnal sun in the firmament. Then that foremost of kings, viz., Sudarsana, conversant with all modes of warfare, clad in golden coat of mail, armed with bow and arrows and filled with rage, advanced against the rushing Satyaki and endeavored to check his course. Then the encounter that took place between them was fierce in the extreme. And both thy warriors and the Samakas, O king, highly applauded the encounter as between Vritra and Vasva. Sudarsana endeavored to pierce that foremost one of the Satwatas in that battle with hundreds of keen shafts before they could reach him. Similarly, Sudarsana, stationed on his foremost of cars, cut off, by means of his own excellent shafts in 2 or 3 fragments, all the shafts that Satyaki, resembling Indra himself, sped at him. Beholding his shafts baffled by the force of Satyaki's shafts, Sudarsana of fierce energy, as if to consume his foe, wrathfully shot beautiful arrows winged with gold. And once more he pierced his enemy with 3 beautiful arrows resembling fire itself and equipped with wings of gold, shot from his bowstring drawn to the ear. Those piercing through Satyaki's armor penetrated into the latter's body. Similarly, that prince, viz., Sudarsana, aiming 4 other blazing arrows, smote there with the 4 steeds of Satyaki that were white as silver in hue. Thus afflicted by him, the grandson of Seni, endued with great activity and possessed of prowess equal to that of Indra himself, speedily slew with his keen shafts the steeds of Sudarsana and uttered a loud roar. Then cutting off with a broad-headed arrow endued with the force of Sakra's thunder, the head of Sudarsana's driver, the foremost one amongst the Senis. With a razor-faced arrow resembling the Yuga fire, cut off from Sudarsana's trunk his head graced with earrings, resembling the moon at full, and decked with an exceedingly radiant face, like the wielder of the thunder, O king, in days of old, forcibly cutting off the head of the mighty Vala in battle. That high-souled bull among the Yadus then, endued with great activity, thus slaying that grandson of a prince, became filled with delight and shone resplendent, O monarch, like the chief of the celestials himself. Yuyudana, then, that hero among men, proceeded along the track by which Arjuna had passed before him, checking, as he went, by means of clouds of shafts, all thy troops, and riding on that same car viz., O king, unto which were yoked those excellent steeds, and filling everybody with amazement. All the foremost of warriors there, assembled together, applauded that foremost of amazing feats achieved by him, for he consumed all foes that came within reach of his arrows, like a conflagration consuming everything in its way. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 118. Sanjaya said, Then that bull of Vrishni's race, viz., the high-souled Satyaki of great intelligence, having slain Sudarsana, once more addressed his driver, saying, having forded through the almost unfordable ocean of Drona's division, teeming with cars and steeds and elephants, whose waves are constituted by arrows and darts, fishes by swords and scimitars and alligators by maces, which roar with the whiz of shafts and the clash of diverse weapons, an ocean that is fierce and destructive of life, and resounds with the noise of diverse musical instruments, whose touch is unpleasant and unbearable to warriors of victory, and whose margin is infested with fierce cannibals represented by the force of Jalasandha, I think, the portion of the array that remains may easily be forded like a poor stream of shallow water. Urge thou the steeds, therefore, without fear. I think I am very near to Savyasakan. Having vanquished and battled the invincible Drona with his followers, and that foremost of warriors, viz., the son of Hritika, I think I cannot be distant from the Nanjaya. Fear never comes to my heart even if I behold countless foes before me. These to me are like a heap of straw and grass to a blazing conflagration in the woods. Behold, the track by which the diadem-decked Arjuna, that foremost one among the Pandavas, hath gone, is rendered uneven with large bodies of foot soldiers and steeds and car warriors and elephants lying slain on the ground. Behold, routed by that high-souled warrior, the Kaurava army is flying away. Behold, O charioteer, a dark brown dust is raised by those retreating cars and elephants and steeds. I think I am very near to Arjuna of white steeds having Krishna for his charioteer. Hark, the well-known twang of Gandiva of immeasurable energy is being heard. From the character of the omens that appear to my view, I am sure that Arjuna will slay the ruler of the Sindhus before the sun sets. Without causing their strength to be spent, urge the steeds slowly to where those hostile ranks are staying, that is, to where yonder warriors headed by Duryodhana, their hands cased in leathern fences, and yonder Kamvojas of fierce deeds, clad in mail and difficult of being defeated in battle, and those Yavnas armed with bow and arrows and skilled in smiting, and under Sakas and Daradas and Barbars and Tamraliptikas, and other countless Mlekas, armed with diverse weapons, are to the spot. I repeat, where, indeed, yonder warriors headed by Duryodhana, their hands cased in leathern fences, are waiting with their faces turned towards me and inspired with the resolution of battling with me. Regard me to have already passed through this fierce fastness, O Sutta, having slain in battle all these combatants with cars and elephants and steeds and foot soldiers that are amongst them. The charioteer, thus addressed, said, O thou of Vrishni's race, fear I have none, O thou of prowess that cannot be baffled. If thou hast before the Jamadagni's son himself in wrath, or Drona, that foremost of car warriors, or the ruler of the Madras himself, even then fear doth not enter my heart, O thou of mighty arms, as long as I am under the shadow of thy protection, O slayer of foes, countless Kamvojas, clad in mail, of fierce deeds, and difficult to defeat in battle, have already been vanquished by thee, as also many Yavnas armed with bow and arrows and accomplished in smiting, including Sakas and Daradas and Tamraliptikas, and many other Mlekas armed with various weapons. Never before did I experience fear in any battle. Why shall I, therefore, O thou of great courage, experience any fear in this miserable fray? O thou that art blessed with length of days, by which way shall I take thee to where Dhananjaya is? With whom hast thou been angry, O thou of Vrishni's race? Who are they that will fly away from battle, beholding thee endued with such a prowess, resembling the destroyer himself as he appears at the end of the Yuga, and putting forth that prowess of thine against thy foes? O thou of mighty arms, who are they of whom King Vivaswata is thinking today? Satyaki said, like Vasva destroying the Danavas, I shall slay these warriors with shaved heads. By slaying these Kamvojas I will fulfill my vow. Bear me thither. Causing a great carnage amongst these, I shall today repair to the dear son of Pandu. The Kauravas, with Suryodhana at their head, will today behold my prowess, when this division of Mlekas, of shaved heads, will have been exterminated and the whole Kaurava army put to the greatest distress. Hearing the loud wails of the Kaurava host, today, mangled and broken by me in battle, Suryodhana will be inspired with grief. Today, I shall show unto my preceptor, the high-souled Pandava, of white steeds, the skill and weapons acquired by me from him. Beholding today thousands of foremost warriors slain with my arrows, King Duryodhana will be plunged into great grief. The Kauravas will today behold the bow in my hands to resemble a circle of fire when, light-handed, I will stretch the bowstring for shooting my host of shafts. Beholding the incessant slaughter of his troops today, their bodies covered with blood and pierced all over with my shafts, Suryodhana will be filled with grief. While I shall slay in wrath the foremost of Kuru warriors, Suryodhana will today behold to count 2 Arjunas. Beholding thousands of kings slain by me in battle, King Duryodhana will be filled with grief in today's great battle. Slaying thousands of kings today, I will show my love and devotion to those high-souled ones, viz., the royal sons of Pandu. The Kauravas will know today the measure of my might and energy, and my gratefulness to the Pandavas. Sanjaya continued, thus addressed, the charioteer urged to their utmost speed those well-trained coursers of delightful pace and of the hue of the moon. Those excellent animals, endued with the speed of the wind or thought, proceeded, devouring the very skies, and bore Yuyudana to the spot where those Yavnas were. Thereupon, the Yavnas, many in number and endued with lightness of hands, approaching unretreating Satyaki, covered him with showers of arrows. The rushing Satyaki, however, O king, cut off by means of his own straight arrows all those shafts and weapons of the Yavnas. Inflamed with wrath, Yuyudana then, with his straight shafts of great sharpness, winged with gold and vulture's feathers, cut off the heads and arms of those Yavnas. Many of those arrows, again, piercing through their coats of mail, made of iron and brass, entered the earth. Struck by the brave Satyaki in that battle, the Mlekas began to fall down on the earth in hundreds, deprived of life. With his arrows shot in continuous lines from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, that hero began to slay 5, 6, 7, or 8 Yavnas at a time. Thousands of Kambodjas and Sakas and Barbars were similarly slain by Satyaki. Indeed, the grandson of Seni, causing a great carnage among thy troops, made the earth impassable and miry with flesh and blood. The field of battle was strewn with the headgears of those robbers, and their shaved heads too that looked, in consequence of their long beards, like featherless birds. Indeed, the field of battle covered with headless trunks dyed all over with blood, looked beautiful like the welkin covered with coppery clouds. Slain by Satwata by means of his straight shafts, whose touch resembled that of Indra's thunder, the Yavnas covered the surface of the earth. The small remnant of those mail-clad troops vanquished in battle, O king, by Satwata, becoming cheerless, their lives on the point of being taken, broke and urging their steeds with goads and whips to their utmost speed, fled from fear in all directions. Routing the invincible Kambodja host in battle, O Bharata, as also that host of the Yavnas and that large force of the Sakas, that tiger among men who had penetrated into thy army, viz., Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled, crowned with victory, urged his charioteer, saying, Proceed. Beholding that feat of his in battle, never before achieved by any one else, the Charanas and the Gandharvas applauded him highly. Indeed, O king, the Charanas, as also thy warriors, beholding Yuyudana thus proceeded for aiding Arjuna, became filled with delight at his heroism. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 119. Sanjaya said, having vanquished the Yavnas and the Kambodjas, that foremost of Kar warriors, viz., Yuyudana, proceeded towards Arjuna, right through the midst of thy troops. Like a hunter slaying deer, that tiger among men, Satyaki, endued with beautiful teeth, clad in excellent armor, and owning a beautiful standard, slew the Kaurava troops and inspired them with fear. Proceeding on his car, he shook his bow with great force, that bow, the back of whose staff was decked with gold, whose toughness was great, and which was adorned with many golden moons. His arms decked with golden ingathas, his headgear adorned with gold, his body clad in golden mail, his standard and bow also was so embellished with gold that he shone like the summit of Meru. Himself shedding such effulgence, and bearing that circular bow in his hand, he looked like a second sun in autumn, that bull among men, possessing the shoulders and the tread and eyes of a bull, looked in the midst of thy troops, like a bull in a cowpen. Thy warriors approached him from desire of slaughter like a tiger approaching the leader, with rent temples, of an elephant herd, standing proudly in the midst of his herd, resembling as he did and possessed as he was of the tread of an infuriated elephant. Indeed, after he had passed through Drona's division and the unfordable division of the Bhojas, after he had forded through the sea of Jalasanda's troops as also the host of the Kamvojas, after he had escaped the alligator constituted by Hritika's son, after he had traversed those ocean-like hosts, many car warriors of thy army, excited with wrath, surrounded Satyaki. And Duryodhana and Chitrasena and Dusasana and Vivansati, and Sakuni and Dusaha, and the youthful Duryodhana, and Kratha, and many other brave warriors well conversant with weapons and difficult of defeat, wrathfully followed Satyaki from behind as he proceeded onwards. Then, O sire, loud was the uproar that arose among thy troops, resembling that of the ocean itself at full tide when lashed into fury by the tempest. Beholding all those warriors rushing at him, that bull among the Seni smilingly addressed his charioteer, saying, "Proceed slowly." The Dhritarashtra force, swelling with rage and pride, and teeming with elephants and steeds and cars and foot soldiers, that is rushing with speed towards me, filling the 10 points of the compass with deep roar of its cars, O charioteer, and causing the earth, the welkin, and the very seas, to tremble therewith, this sea of troops, O driver, I will resist in great battle, like the continent resisting the ocean swelling to its utmost height at full moon. Behold, O charioteer, my prowess which is equal to that of Indra himself in great battle. I will consume this hostile force by means of my whetted arrows. Behold these foot soldiers, and horsemen, and car warriors, and elephants slain by me in thousands, their bodies pierced with my fiery arrows. While saying these words unto his charioteer, those combatants from desire of battle speedily came before Satyaki of immeasurable prowess. They made a loud noise, saying as they came, "Slay, rush, wait, see, see." Of those brave warriors that said these words, Satyaki, by means of his sharp arrows, slew 300 horsemen and 400 elephants. The passage at arms between those united bowmen on the one side and Satyaki on the other was exceedingly fierce, resembling that between the gods and the Asuras in days of old. An awful carnage set in. The grandson of Seni received with his shafts resembling snakes of virulent poison that force, O sire, of thy son which looked like a mass of clouds. Shrouding every side, in that battle with his arrowy downpours, that valiant hero, O monarch, fearlessly slew a large number of thy troops. Exceedingly wonderful, O king, was the sight that I witnessed there, viz., that not an arrow even, O Lord, of Satyaki failed in effect. That sea of troops, abounding in cars and elephants and steeds, and full of waves constituted by foot soldiers, stood still as soon as it came in contact with the Satyaki continent. That host consisting of panic-stricken combatants and elephants and steeds, slaughtered on all sides by Satyaki with his shafts repeatedly turned round, and wandered hither and thither as if afflicted with the chilling blasts of winter. We saw not foot soldiers, or car warriors, or elephants, or horsemen, or steeds that were not struck with Yuyudhana's arrows. Not even Fulgana, O king, had caused such a carnage there as Satyaki, O monarch, then caused among those troops. That bull among men, viz., the dauntless grandson of Seni, endued with great lightness of hand and displaying the utmost skill, fighteth, surpassing Arjuna himself. Then King Duryodhana pierced the charioteer of Satwata with 3 keen shafts and his 4 steeds with 4 shafts. And he pierced Satyaki himself with 3 arrows and once again with 8. And Dusasana pierced that bull among the Senis with 16 arrows. And Sakuni pierced him with 25 arrows and Chitrasena with 5. And Dusasana pierced Satyaki in the chest with 5 and 10 arrows. That tiger amongst the Vrishnis then, thus struck with their arrows, proudly pierced every one of them, O monarch, with 3 arrows. Deeply piercing all his foes with shafts, endued with great energy, the grandson of Seni, possessed of great activity and prowess, careered on the field with the celerity of a hawk. Cutting off the bow of Suvala's son and the leathern fence that cased his hand, Duryodhana pierced Duryodhana in the center of the chest with 3 shafts. And he pierced Chitrasena with 100 arrows, and Dusaha with 10. And that bull of Seni's race then pierced Dusasana with 20 arrows. Thy brother-in-law, Sakuni, then, O king, taking up another bow, pierced Satyaki with 8 arrows, and once more with 5. And Dusasana pierced him with 3. And Dharmaka, O king, pierced Satyaki with 12 shafts. And Duryodhana, having pierced Madhava with 73 arrows, then pierced his charioteer with 3 keen shafts. Then Satyaki pierced each of those brave and mighty Kar warriors, vigorously contending in battle together, with 5 shafts in return. Then the foremost of Kar warriors, viz., Duryodhana, speedily struck thy son's charioteer with a broad-headed shaft, whereupon the latter, deprived of life, fell down on the earth. Upon the fall of the charioteer, O Lord, thy son's car was taken away from the battle by the steeds yoked thereto, with the speed of the wind. Then thy sons, O king, and the other warriors, O monarch, setting their eyes on the king's car, fled away in hundreds. Beholding that host fly away, O Bharata, Satyaki covered it with showers of keen shafts whetted on stone and equipped with wings of gold. Routing all thy combatants, counting by thousands, Satyaki, O king, proceeded towards the car of Arjuna. Indeed, thy troops worshipped Duryodhana, beholding him shooting arrows and protecting his charioteer and himself as he fought in battle. Mahabharata, Book 7, Section 120. Dhritarashtra said, beholding the grandson of Seni proceeding towards Arjuna, grinding as he went that large force, what, indeed, O Sanjaya, did those shameless sons of mine do? When Duryodhana, who was equal to Savyasakan himself, was before them, how, indeed, could those wretches that were at the point of death set their hearts upon battle? What also did all those Kshatriyas, vanquished in battle, then, do? How, indeed, could Satyaki of worldwide renown pass through them in battle? How also, O Sanjaya, when my sons were alive, could the grandson of Seni go to battle? Tell me all this. This is exceedingly wonderful, O sire, that I have heard from thee, viz., this encounter between one and the many, the latter, again, being all mighty Kar warriors. O Sutta, I think, destiny is now unpropitious to my sons, since so many mighty Kar warriors have been slain by that one warrior of the Satwata race. Alas, O Sanjaya, my army is no match for even one warrior, viz., Duryodhana, inflamed with wrath. Let all the Pandavas hang up these weapons. Vanquishing in battle Drona himself, who skilled in weapons and conversant with all modes of warfare, Satyaki will slay my sons, like a lion slaying smaller animals. Numerous heroes, of whom Kritavarman is the first, contending vigorously in battle, could not slay Duryodhana. The latter, without doubt, will slay my sons. Fulgana himself fought not in the manner in which the renowned grandson of Seni has fought. Sanjaya said, all this, O king, has been brought about by thy evil counsels and the acts of Duryodhana. Listen attentively to what, O Bharata, I say unto thee. At the command of thy son, the Samsaptakas, rallying, all resolved upon fighting fiercely. 3,000 bowmen headed by Duryodhana, with a number of Sakas and Kamvojas and Valhikas and Yevnas and Paratas and Kalingas and Tanganas and Amvashtas and Pisachas and Barbars and Mountaineers, O monarch, and flamed with rage and armed with stone, all rushed against the grandson of Seni like insects against a blazing fire. 500 other warriors, O king, similarly rushed against Satyaki. And another mighty body consisting of 1,000 cars, 100 great car warriors, 1,000 elephants, 2,000 heroes, and countless foot soldiers also rushed against the grandson of Seni. Dusasana, O Bharata, urging all those warriors, saying, "Slay him," surrounded Satyaki therewith. Grand and wonderful was the conduct that we then beheld of Seni's grandson, inasmuch as alone he fought fearlessly with those innumerable foes. And he slew that entire body of car warriors, and that elephant force, and all those horsemen, and that entire body of robbers. Like the autumnal firmament bespangled with stars, the field of battle there became strewn with car wheels broken and crushed by means of his mighty weapons, with innumerable ukshas and beautiful cart shafts reduced to fragments, with crushed elephants and fallen standards, with coats of mail and shields scattered all about, with garlands and ornaments and robes and anaskarshas, O sire. Many foremost of elephants, huge as hills, and born of the race of Anjana or Vamana, O Bharata, or of other races, many foremost of tuskers, O king, lay there on the ground, deprived of life. And Satyaki slew, O monarch, many foremost of steeds of the Vinayu, the mountain, the Kamvoja, and the Valhika breeds. And the grandson of Seni also slew foot soldiers there, and hundreds and thousands, born in various realms and belonging to various nations. Whilst those soldiers were being thus slaughtered, Dusasana, addressing the robbers, said, "Ye warriors unacquainted with morality, fight. Why do you retreat?" Beholding them run away without paying any heed to his words, thy soiled Dusasana urged on the brave mountaineers, skilled in fighting with stones, saying, "Ye are accomplished in battling with stones." Satyaki is ignorant of this mode of warfare. Stay ye, therefore, that warrior who, though desirous of battle, is ignorant of your mode of fight. The Kauravas also are all unacquainted with this mode of battle. Rush ye at Satyaki. Do not fear. Satyaki will not be able to approach you. Thus urged, those Kshatriyas dwelling on the mountains, all acquainted with the method of fighting with stones, rushed towards the grandson of Seni like ministers towards a king. Those denizens of the mountain then, with stones huge as elephants' heads uplifted in their hands, stood before Yuyudana in that battle. Others, urged by thy son, and desirous of slaying Satwata, encompassed the latter on all sides, armed with missiles. Then Satyaki, aiming at those warriors rushing at him from desire of fighting with stones, sped at them showers of keen shafts. That bull amongst the Senis, with those shafts looking like snakes, cut into fragments that dense shower of stones thrown by the mountaineers. The fragments of those stones, looking like a swarm of blazing fireflies, slew many combatants there, whereupon, O sire, cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose on the field. Then, again, 500 brave warriors with huge stones uplifted in their hands, fell down, O king, on the ground, their arms cut off. And once more a full 1,000, and again 100,000, amongst others, fell down without being able to approach Satyaki, their arms with stones still engrasped cut off by him. Indeed, Satyaki slew many thousands of those warriors fighting with stones. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. Then many of them, returning to the fight, hurled at Satyaki showers of stones, and armed with swords and lances many Daradas and Tanganas and Kasas and Lampakas and Palindas hurled their weapons at him. Satyaki, however, well conversant with the application of weapons, cut off those stones and weapons by means of his shafts. Those stones, while being pierced, broken and awoken by Satyaki's whetted shafts, produced a fierce noise, at which many car warriors and steeds and elephants fled away from battle. And struck with the fragments of those stones, men and elephants and steeds became incapable of staying in battle, for they felt as if they were bit by wasps. The small remnant of the elephants that had attacked Satyaki, covered with blood, their heads, and frontal lobes split open, then fled away from Duryodhana's car. Then there arose among thy troops, O sire, while they were being thus ground by Madhava, a noise like that of the ocean at full tide. Hearing that great uproar, Drona, addressing his charioteer, said, O Sutta, that great car warrior of the Satwata race, excited with wrath, is tearing our army into diverse fragments, and careering in battle like the destroyer himself. Take thou the car to that spot whence this furious uproar is coming. Without doubt, Duryodhana is engaged with the mountaineers who battle with stones. Our car warriors are seen also to be borne away by their wildly running steeds. Many amongst them, weaponless and armorless and wounded, are falling down. The charioteers are unable to check their steeds as these are rushing wildly. Hearing these words of Bharadvaja's son, the charioteer said unto Drona, that foremost of wielders of weapons, thou blessed with length of days, the Kaurava troops are flying away. Behold, our warriors, routed by the foe, are flying in all directions. There, again, those heroes, viz., the Panchalas and the Pandavas, united together, are rushing from all sides from desire of slaughtering thee, O chastiser of foes. Do thou determine which of these tasks should first demand attention. Should we stay here to meet the advancing Pandava, or should we proceed towards Satyaki? As regards Satyaki, he is now far ahead of us. While the charioteer, O sire, was speaking thus unto Bharadvaja's son, the grandson of Seni suddenly appeared to the view, engaged in slaughtering a large number of car warriors. Those troops of thine, while being thus slaughtered by Duryodhana in battle, fled away from Duryodhana's car towards where Drona's division was. Those other car warriors also with whom Dusasana had proceeded, all struck with panic, similarly rushed to the spot where Drona's car was seen. Present you by HinduMonastery.com